This meeting is being
Carly.
recorded.
Nope. Okay. Marina Dunn. No. Okay. James Suter. Nope. Justin Spanko. Yes. Okay. Hello, please go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Justin Spanko. I'm the general manager at Kaanapali Royal in Lahaina, and I am speaking against the ban on short-term rentals. As I get into this, I just want to pose a quick question. I just wanted to know when this issue, this housing issue that we're all facing, when did this become an us versus them issue? I'd like to know who drew the line in the sand, and one group on one side is 100% against short-term rentals. The other group is 100% for it. In my experience, anytime you want to solve a crisis or an issue, there's some middle ground you have to come to, and that involves using common sense and just looking at the problem and fixing it. And again, Kaanapali Royal, as I said, where I am employed, we are in a resort. We are in Kaanapali Resort. Our association pays a resort fee monthly. Our owners pay resort fees. The argument I've heard from those that are against short-term rentals stated that, they don't want visitors just staying anywhere on the island. They want visitors to stay in designated areas. I agree with that. Visitors should be staying in hotels and resorts. They shouldn't be staying in residential areas and taking housing away from residents. But in a resort, which is where we're at, we pay resort fees. Banning short-term rentals for people that are living and operating in a resort just makes no sense whatsoever. You're going to have unintended consequences with the economy. We've heard a lot of good testimony on that. And it's counterintuitive to the argument that's being made about having visitors stay in designated areas. So that's the point that I kind of wanted to throw out there. Again, I appreciate all the testimony coming from both sides. It's been very good. The last meeting was excellent. The one that went for about 11 hours. We heard a lot of good stuff. But again, the point that I just want to throw out there is we just need to look at this Minatoya list with common sense. And just because you're on it doesn't mean that you can't operate. And a sweeping ban on short-term rentals is not a solution at all. That's just going to exacerbate the problem. So again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Greg Jones, followed by Terrence Doyle, Jill, who did not provide a last name, Pamela Tumpop, and William Lang. It's Greg Jones online.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thanks for allowing me to give my testimony. I guess it really is a testimony. So I just want to tell you a little bit about me, where I've been, and where I'm at now, and how I ended up with a vacation rental. So I moved to Maui in 1979. Part of my family had already been here. I was kind of a mess. So I got into the Teen Challenge program in Oluwalu, and I was there for a couple of years. Did a lot. It was good. And then after I got out of that, I started working landscape. And then in 1984, I ended up getting my contractor's license. But so in 1979, actually in 78, I remember seeing Maui Vista being built at that time. And that's where my place is. So in 1981, my mom rented a place there from a family from Molokai, and they became good friends. And they bought a unit there as an investment themselves. So my mom started a cleaning business while she was there and employed several cleaners for years. And in 1988, the owners decided to sell the condos. So they let my mom know that, that was her decision. So I'm thinking, okay, what's up? I mean, she's got her business there. What's she going to do now? And, she was older. And so I thought, well, I had enough money for a down payment, and I said, well, why don't you make them an offer? And she did, and they accepted it, and we put a down payment on it. And so my way of thinking was, okay, so my mom's not going to have to worry about moving. She can, continue to do business, and she's not going to have to worry about ever moving again for the rest of her life because she's set. We're gonna work this thing out. So that's exactly what happened. And she passed away in 2003. I've always been a renter on Maui. And so at that point, with a bunch of tools and trucks and whatever, I think there's no way I'm going to move into Maui Vista.
30 seconds.
I'll just try to hang on to it. So I put it in a short-term rental thing and, managed it, paid the mortgage, paid my taxes, and it just plodded along. And then COVID hit, which was really difficult. But I got through it. And so after COVID, I was able to pay off the mortgage, and
Thank you
my
for your
business was doing okay. And
testimony.
I'll be 70. So I retired. and,
Mr. Jones,
again-
hello. Sorry, you've gone past your 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll just wrap it up. My place is for sale.
I'm sorry,
looking
I'm
to
gonna
get-
have to cut you off because we have over 100 people to testify and we're trying to give everybody the same exact time. If I give you extra time, I'm gonna have to give everybody extra time and we're gonna go far over time. I apologize, but you can submit written testimony to the planning department and include more than 3 minutes probably worth of information in your written testimony. But thank you for your time today. Up next is Terrence Doyle, followed by Jill, Pamela Tumpop, and William Lang. Is Terrence Doyle online? No? How about Jill? Is there a Jill who signed up last time but did not provide a last name? Okay, we'll move on to Pamela Tumpop. Yes. Hello, please go ahead. Oh, we can't, I think you're on mute. Oh, we can't hear you yet.
Okay, how about this?
Yes. Yes, perfect.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
working all right?
Yes.
Okay, my great apologies. I'm at a different setup. First, I want to thank each of you for your tremendous service and efforts to keep this moving. It's an important measure that we need to take up. Our concern is after the rush FEMA decision to put people, displaced Lahaina residents in short-term rentals and the numerous unintended consequences that resulted. When we had other housing solutions and our construction industry had many different offerings, we feel it's really important at this point that we take the time to examine this proposal. We wish it had had further research, collaboration, and vetting prior to getting to this point, but here we are. So we deeply appreciate that the County Council is looking at a further study. We also recommend going to the Kihei Advisory Committee that was established because, again, this will have tremendous impact in their community. And we feel that that's one of the reasons the Kihei Advisory Committee was established. So we want to make sure that they have an opportunity to ring in. And we are really appreciative that you will be taking this up and then really vetting it thoroughly as you have before it goes to the County Council. We feel the process, as you will do it, will be done with due diligence, full vetting, and important research of the impacts. Because we think there are tremendous economic impacts, as well as other industry impacts and social impacts when other housing options are available that aren't getting presented, and it should be taken into consideration along with this proposal. So we feel that we need to look at long-term best practices and sustainable solutions, but also not lose sight of the need for urgent housing. so we can act more expeditiously with other solutions that already exist, while taking into account these cost-effective solutions and the breadth of work that's going to be done needed for these types of conversions. Housing is our top priority. We can't have economic recovery and we can't have diversity without more housing. It's not going to happen. So, and also unity in our community is important. It's imperative that we avoid negative long-term unintended consequences. We need to stop demonizing people in our community and come together with the Aloha spirit. We all understand the tremendous impact folks in Lahaina have had, and to differing degrees, certainly, for those who weren't directly impacted. But we're all here to work together. We want housing solutions for them starting out right now, and we've been working on it for a while. So we just really want to see people come together, operate with Aloha, and do the right research so we come up with the best sustainable solutions possible. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony today. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next is William Lang, followed by Susan Ward, Gabe Sankey, and KLM on 916 area code. Is William Lang online? No. Susan Ward? No. Gabe Sankey? No. KLM on 916. Yes? Looks like yes. Okay. KLM, please unmute yourself. Oh, and you'll have to state your name.
We can't unmute KLM, so.
Okay. Okay. KLM, you can let staff know where you are. We will move on down the list. The next 5 are Bianca Isaki, Bob Driscoll, Elizabeth Voigt, and Rob Giles. Bianca Isaki?
Yes, good morning, commissioners. I wasn't sure that you'd get down to me this fast. Good morning, and I'll be brief, of course. I'm here in my personal capacity, in support of the staff recommendation. Sorry, I can't make my video come on for some reason.
It's okay, we can hear you.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. So just 2 points. I was going to respond to the point that this bill in itself won't fix long-term affordable housing. I mean, no one said this is a magic bullet that's going to fix the global crisis, which is due to the monetization of housing. The director correctly stated the recommendation needs to be seen as part of a larger effort, including legislation to dissuade financial speculation in order to get to affordable housing. And it might take a while. So I don't know that you need to keep going back to studies instead of taking the action that has been recommended. And I want to tie that to the geography, the dearth of affordable housing in South Maui. It means long commutes, traffic, and pollution. The luxury residences, resorts, and second homes, that's not where the service workers, retail, and construction workers live. Traffic is also frustrated by the tendency to allow developers to defer complying with community plans requirements to, for instance, build out Pi'ilani Highway to 4 lanes. But in any case, like this affordable housing in this location, it's very much needed. And just the second point, many of the testifiers, like they just identify as long-term residents with families and small businesses, but they aren't disclosing necessarily that they're TVR owners who are here with financial interests. And at least under state laws, all of those people will be lobbyists. I mean, the state makes that distinction. I'm not making any comments about that here, but even if you are unpaid, at least the state says that if you have paid employment or a business interest related to issues that you're testifying about, you're supposed to register. And that, I think, is something that should be weighted when you're considering testimony. Thank you.
1 minute.
I'm done. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. I'm going to read off the next 20. Up next is Bob Driscoll, followed by Elizabeth Voigt, Rob Giles, Margie Knowles, Yvonne Lang, Pat Shar, Brett McKinnon, Riley Bond, Lisa Darcy, Stephen Thiel, Mrs. Paget, Evan Jenkins, Jade Moreno, Jordan Hawker, Jim Loughead, Albert Perez, Terry Pruitt, Mary Kirstulovich, Tina Botello, Julie Monroe, and Justin Kikivi. So is Bob Driscoll online? No? Elizabeth Voigt? Yes. Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Oh, yes. Thank you for taking my testimony today. I live in South Kihei and I'm here in opposition of this measure, primarily because of the devastating effect this measure will have on the local economy. The tourists who rent these short-term vacation rentals are very cost-conscious people. They're not going to go pay 2 to 5 times as much to stay at hotels, which means that the business that service these tourists, which hotels, restaurants, stores, transportation services, Uber, Lyft, that kind of thing, they'll all suffer from the loss of those tourists. Also, the short-term rental owners pay the bulk of the local property taxes and the funding that goes into the affordable housing fund. And finally, these condos are really not ideal housing for Maui families. They don't have storage. They usually only have one parking spot. They're usually 1 bedroom, 1 bath. They have no play area for kids. They're just not what we need for the local Maui families. Sorry. What we need is a solution that, sorry, pardon me. My biggest opposition, though, to this measure today, particularly based on what we saw at the last meeting, is the division that it has caused in our community. It's literally pitted neighbor against neighbor, neighbor against tourists, and the tourists who come here will feel that resentment, causing further downward pressure on tourism. What we need is a solution that will unite us to solve this problem. We all know that we need affordable housing. Like Pamela Tumpapo said,
1 minute.
we all get around that need, and we need a solution to fix that. The housing department has been, the permitting department needs to be revamped to allow housing to be built, to use the funds that the STRs generate through the Affordable Housing Fund to provide the housing that our residents need, and so that we can meet everybody's needs. I
30
appreciate
seconds.
me to provide this testimony. Thank you for your efforts. We hope you can provide a solution that we need as a community so we can all heal from the present crisis. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Rob Giles. No. Margie Knowles. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. Margie Knowles, if you're online, please unmute yourself.
You got me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you. I'm Margie Knowles. We care deeply about housing on Maui, and we have worked closely and daily with Maui Rapid Response for 5 years and counting to help with it. A Maui resident for 25 years, I think I understand the problem and the emotion, but this bill won't provide more housing because it isn't about housing, is it? Lahaina Strong is about tourism and reparations to the Hawaiians. I heard it in your testimony, no tourists. I want to see people who look like me on my street. Reparations to injured group, like the Japanese for internment, for example, are always paid by governments. Yet this bill is asking individuals, it's asking us to pay. We who are or were from the mainland or own more than one house, we have actually strengthened the resolve of those who want to pass this bill. They said it. You heard it. Too bad. So sad. It's your turn to suffer. Give me what you have saved for and go away. Do you not understand or care how this will break us too? Do we want all of us who love this island to be broken? Or do we want us all to come together to heal? There are so many other things that can be done that can help. The county can buy condos and homes that are located where people want to live and then subsidize them so people can afford them. They can set up low or no interest lending funds and donate land to help people buy homes. You have done it before. Give incentives to landlords who will allow pets. Fix the Hawaiian homeland process. Pay teachers and hospital workers, county employees, a living wage, more than $75,000 a year so they can afford to live here. Require schools and hospitals to provide subsidized housing for employees. It's done all over in other places. Limit or stop
1 minute.
corporations for buying housing here. Speed up the building process. Convert a hotel to housing. Allow mobile and manufactured home. There is so much money now for Maui. Use it for housing. But if Lahaina Strong just doesn't want to see white faces in my grocery store, well, that should make us all very, very sad. I was a teacher. I worked 2 and 3 jobs for decades, paid for 8 years of college, chose not to have a large family,
30
and
seconds.
saved for our future. I moved here to heal, to embrace the culture, to love unconditionally, and to practice ho'oponopono. So I leave you with this. We are sorry. Please forgive us. Thank you. We love you.
Mahalo for your testimony. A note to everybody here, I know that some testimony is going to stir up some feelings among some of you in the audience, but please, out of, in the interest of creating a safe space for everybody to come and share their mana'o all around, I know you have some thoughts and I know you have some feelings that you need to let out, but please let them out outside or within your minds, just so we keep this a good, safe, open dialogue. Thank you. Next is Yvonne Lang, followed by Pat Shar, Brett McKinnon, and Riley Bond. Is Yvonne online? No? Okay. Pat Shar? No? Okay. Oh, are you Pat Shar? Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Pat Shar. This statement opposes amendment to Maui County Code 1932-040. That section applies to TVRs in planned unit developments. My condominium in Wailea Ikahi is in one of 10 buildings that geographically are in a hotel zone. The June 25 Minatoya list submitted for elimination of TVRs shows 104 units of Ikahi 3. That number should be 49. These 10 buildings in the hotel zone area have 55 units, including mine, that should be off the list. For proposed TVR changes, Maui is using zoning distinctions. The county removed other hotel zone units in the Wailea Resort from the Minatoya list. In fact, it has removed all hotel zone units across Maui from the proposed TVR ban, except Ikahi. For the county to treat this single hotel zone different is discriminatory and arbitrary and capricious. It is an improper zoning change without due process. When you send findings to the council, please acknowledge the hotel zoning for Ikahi 3 and recommend that TVRs currently in that zone be excluded from the proposed change. In addition, findings should note that the Hawaii Real Estate Commission published 1974 and 1975 reports stating that Ikahi would be used as permanent or temporary residences or as hotel rooms. The report was approved, signed, and published by the state for buyers with bold type. Important, read this report before buying. All units in Ikahi subject to this report should be excluded from the change. I live in Seattle, but grew up Kama'aina. In the 1800s, my great-grandfather labored in the cane fields of the Kingdom of Hawai'i. In the 1900s, my grandfather served in the territorial legislature. And in the 1980s, my dad retired from Paia. I was born and raised in Hawaii. As a kid, I picked lilikoi in my uncle's farm in Makawao and fished with my dad in Hana. My husband and I married at the Church of Good Shepherd in Wailuku. Immediately after the fires, Lahaina residents, strangers, stayed at my place, no cost to them. Dollars earned from my TVR unit stay on Maui, including contributions to many worthy Maui charities. In conclusion, I ask that you treat my unit fairly based on existing and that for myself and all my neighbors in Ikahi, you respect state and county governmental permissions, which have been relied on for 50 years. Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Brett McKinnon. Is Brett online? Brett McKinnon, are you online? If not, we will move on to Riley Bond, followed by Lisa Darcy, Stephen Thiel, and Mrs. Paget. Riley, I see you. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Riley. I'm a lifelong resident of Lahaina, and I support the phase out of short-term rentals in apartment zones, especially those on the Minatoya list. Growing up, my family and my brothers of my parents and I, we actually rented an apartment at Maui in Honokauai, and contrary to what's been stated here, it worked fine for our small family. We spent most of the time outdoors at the park and in the community and at school and sports and stuff. That area is now packed full of tourists with zero connection to the community. I was going to go into this long spiel about the trauma and mental health issues that come with housing insecurity, but I decided that would kind of fall on deaf ears considering the demographic of a lot of the people listening, so I'll digress. I was pursuing a career in social work to help my community when that was disrupted by the fires. But anyways, in my studies as a social work student, we explore different paradigms and schools of thought that shape our society. And we have this dominant traditional Western paradigm that's rooted in colonization, domination, the extraction of natural resources, rugged individualism, and this concept of just pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. This Western dominant paradigm, it values wealth accumulation, and it often just views the world in these black and white, all or nothing terms, leaving very little room for nuance. So we also learned about the alternative paradigm, so the more indigenous perspective that recognizes our connection to the land, to the water, and to each other, focuses on humanity, preservation, sustainability, and acknowledges that for some people to climb the ladder of social stratification, others are often stepped over. This perspective values the cultural nuance and sees the current state of our society through a historical lens. I think it's important to name these paradigms and ask if the dominant one that we're operating from is working for us. I heard words like destruction, devastation, decimation from people's testimonies talking about how short-term rental owners' lives will be affected by this bill passing, to which I think that's insane to use vocabulary words like that to describe an inconvenience in the sense that the real devastation, destruction, and decimation took place on August 8th when our entire town burnt down in one day. Using those to describe no longer being able to profit off of short-term rentals in apartment zones is gnarly. The last point I want to make is for those saying that you purchased your condo legally this law was intact when you purchased it and the county would be acting in bad faith by rezoning. You know what else was legal and you know what else people purchased with the idea they could profit off of and then the laws changed was enslaved people. 36. So I just want you to marinate on that. So thank you so much for your time, Planning Commission. Thank you so much for all you guys do and appreciate you. Have a nice day.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Lisa Darcy. Yes. And Lisa Darcy will be followed by Stephen Thiel, Mrs. Paget, and Evan Jenkins.
Morning. Excuse me.
Oh, I can't hear you.
You are doing an amazing job. My name is.
Oh, hold on. Before you go further, it's really hard to hear you. Do you think you can come closer to your mic or something?
Yeah, I have a junk computer, so
Great.
is
This
that
is
any
good.
better?
Yes, very good. Please go ahead.
Mahalo. Well, good. Well, I'm happy to repeat that I think you're doing an amazing job, Chair. So well done. My name is Lisa Darcy. I'm the founder of Share Your Mana. For anyone who's been active in testimony for the last 2 decades, you're probably familiar with some of the contributions we have made. Share Your Mana is a nonprofit that is focused on the essentials of survival in Maui County, which is everything that surrounds living unhoused and unsheltered and the needs that go along with that. The testimony that I'd like to offer today is really about context. It's really about supporting this proposal. It feels radical to so many people, and yet through the eyes, and I consider my eyes like newborn eyes, only 20 years of testimony to me feels very fresh in the scope, in the life of Maui. I can't implore this body enough to consider something that seems radical, because once somebody falls into a space where they are unhoused in Maui County, your life will unravel so fast and so hard, and recovering from that is nearly impossible. Maui County has nothing in place to even slow down a fall into any of these circumstances right now. We have got to act. I shouldn't say, if I'm invited in, I will be happy to be part of the we. This county has to act pretty substantially in order to prevent the chaos that I see coming and that I've seen coming for many years.
1 minute.
There's a lot of collateral damage. Every day I work with people who are the recipients of collateral damage of, yes, colonialism, and from the processes that are currently not serving the entire community, that are serving the tourist economy. And I really implore this body to listen to all the testimony from people who are going through this and the things that they need. They're the ones who are your
Second.
experts and your guides. Good luck, and yes, we will support this community to take the needed housing in a way that can be equitable and not just, heavy-handed. However, this kind of radical proposal is necessary. Mahalo.
Time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Stephen Thiel. Yes, okay, and Stephen Thiel would be followed by Mrs. Paget, Evan Jenkins, and Jade Moreno.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. First, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat peoples, and that I recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and the Inuit people, and honor all Indigenous peoples from around the world. I ask this commission to reject this draconian and unconstitutional and divisive bill. My name is Stephen Thiel. Aloha. I own a condominium unit at Kamo'ole Sands. This bill stands on the thin ice of a falsehood that the Minatoya list properties were built for long-term workforce housing. The June 25th housing report that was prepared to comment on this bill is deficient and unreliable. It contains no information or history whatsoever about any of these properties. Among other deficiencies, there is no information in the report about AO fees, skyrocketing insurance costs that, for example, have seen increases of 675%, or special assessment fees. However, the facts are that many of these properties were clearly built to be vacation resorts operated and managed by hotel companies, including, for example, the now Aston Maui Kanapali Villas, built as the Hilton Hale Kanapali, the Kuleana 2, which was built and marketed with a vacation exchange program, and Kamo'ole Sands, which was built as a resort condominium with extensive guest activities and daily housekeeping services, and whose condominium association was incorporated by Aston Hotels and Resorts. The housing report also lacks a fulsome analysis about the economic impacts of the proposed bill, and there is no such comprehensive data before this commission. The two economic studies that have been done, however, show that among other devastating impacts, 8,000 to 14,000 jobs will be lost. This will make whatever housing crisis that exists currently worse and destroy the self-worth and dignity of those who lose their jobs. There is no lawyer's opinion before this commission on the constitutionality of taking away a recognized property right. However, we know that the nuclear hammer of this bill will be met with at least one responding nuclear hammer of a class action lawsuit, which will stand on the bedrock of the Constitution of the United States of America and the Hawai'i Constitution as against Maui County. Is this what Maui County wants? The Lahaina wildfire was tragic. Our hearts break for the people of Lahaina who have lost so much and who grieve. Everyone supports you, as many of us did through Maui.
30 seconds.
Loves you and prays for you. However, this bill, which is devoid of any aloha spirit as codified in Hawaii law, is not the answer to the personal tragedy Lahaina suffered and the grief suffered by its residents. Given the dearth of data and information before this commission, it would be completely irresponsible and a breach of your fiduciary duty to all of the people of Maui and the state of Hawaii for this commission to recommend approval of this cruel and crippling bill that will only tear Maui apart. Mahalo for your time. Much aloha to all of you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Mrs. Paget. No. Evan Jenkins. Oh, are you? Oh, super. 1 second. Mrs. Paget will be followed by Evan Jenkins, Jade Moreno, and Jordan Hawker. Please go ahead.
Aloha. I know the plan. I have people.
Oh,
that I,
sorry. Can you state your full name for?
Oh, my name is Mrs. Paget.
Okay.
I am. I feel for the planning department. I know how short-staffed you are, and you have been for decades. One of the problems here is not about necessarily just the housing, but the planning department itself. You've gone under an audit in 2017 for about a little over $100,000. In 2019, that audit company came back and said there were over 600 convoluted issues with getting permitting, getting housing, everything that you already know. They concluded that they would not have a revised or issue to give you till 2025. So that was in 2019, it was $600 and something thousand for this recommendation. So part of the problem is that in South Maui, you have allowed, or it has been allowed, 10 timeshares in huge hotels. All those little STVRs, vacation rentals, they were there. There wasn't a housing problem at that time. There was some housing that was done by the Four Seasons and the Grand Wailea, which is still there and still being rented. But all the other housing for the other hotels or the expansions, I don't know where that is. Whether it went into this fund that's supposed to be helping for housing. In 1960, Maui County built 2,000 affordable homes. So it can be done, and it has been done. The convoluted regulations that are here, but the other thing I want to touch on is not only does this affect, all the businesses, but this is, to me, hotel driven. They've always not wanted these little STVRs. These mom and pops have been here for a long time. Banking department, I am concerned about because our local banks, First Hawaiian, Bank Hawaii, Central Pacific, all of them have funded these condominiums. If they start going bankrupt, then this issue is also going to affect our banking institutions. Not that I care about banking institutions, but it's another fallout from what's happening with bankruptcies. And who's going to come in and buy them? Not the local people. Nobody.
30
can afford
seconds.
them. So, and I also think that we should revise the SMA boundaries because all of Kahului would be flooded and Kihei would be okay, most of it. And I'm not sure why Molokai is in here, because Molokai people can purchase. There's just not a lot of jobs. So there's an issue there. And Molokai, Lanai, and Maui should be separate counties. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Evan Jenkins. No. Jade Moreno. Okay, so Jade Moreno will be followed by Jordan Hawker, Jim Lofhead, and Albert Perez.
Aloha, commissioners and staff. Mahalo for your long hours spent addressing this critical issue. I strongly support the mayor's proposal. I'm a researcher and policy analyst with the Maui Housing Hui with a master's degree in social and public policy. I'm well equipped to speak on this issue. However, I'm here today to testify on my own behalf. Commissioners, the housing crisis on Maui is severe and demands immediate action. This proposal is a crucial step towards alleviating the overwhelming pressure on our housing market. By making investments into TVRs by offshore buyers less attractive, we prioritize the needs of our residents. These investments benefit individuals who are indifferent to the devastating impact on local buyers and renters. Investments inherently carry risk. Our community is under no obligation to safeguard the personal investments of a few individuals, nor is it the function of this commission. Our leaders must prioritize the more pressing needs of the many, Maui's own residents, who desperately seek more available housing and stabilized housing costs. Cooling offshore interest will diminish the competitive nature of these properties, offering some relief to our housing market. In simple terms, we have a chance to slow the runaway train of escalating housing costs. Reputable, unbiased sources such as UHERO and CHNA have shown data that proves Maui residents are the ones who suffer with the status quo. Just because a practice has been in place for years does not mean it serves us well. We have an opportunity to replace a damaging and extractive practice with a new stance that prioritizes resident housing. The opposition has fear-mongered of potential job loss, yet anyone who lives here knows there are jobs available across the island, with ample room for lateral moves with a robust labor market. For some, this may even result in better employment. TVR owners are not interested in preserving jobs or the economy, but their own privilege and profits, unbothered that their actions help keep residents rent burdened while housing costs continue to rise. The phase out of the Minatoya list will not decimate our economy despite flawed studies presented by TVR owners. Our mono economy is historically resilient, largely because we heavily prop up tourism.
1 minute.
Offshore owners extract their earnings to their own communities anyway. There is no evidence that tourists staying in Minatoya properties would disappear rather than choose available lodging. What has disappeared for decades is our housing. Our realistic options for housing our residents are dwindling. Minatoya TVR owners still retain the extraordinary equity they have gained as property owners. They will just have to refrain from pillaging our housing market any further. The primary responsibility of our officials is to meet the needs of our community. And right now,
30 seconds.
there is no greater need than housing. I commend the mayor for considering the challenges Maui residents face, and I hope this is just one of the many steps taken to address the housing crisis. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Jordan Hawker, followed by Jim Lofhead, Albert Perez, and Terry Pruitt.
Aloha Planning Commission members. My name is Jordan Hawker and I live in Kula. I'm a renter and my work is in community education and outreach for renters with Maui Housing Hui. Today I am testifying on my own behalf. I'm not a paid lobbyist. I have no financial stake in this. I've now missed 3 days of work to be here because I strongly believe in phasing out the Minatoya list in apartment zone areas. And these are areas specifically that were zoned with the intention that our local people live in them. These STRs should be called what they are, which is non-conforming uses of a place where doctors, nurses, police officers, and other high-wage earners could live. Many strong voices have spoken to the cultural erasure and community changes that have happened as these investors buy up units purely for ROI. I'm disappointed in those creating a false equivalency between having to sell additional property or retire somewhere else to our local people becoming houseless or having to move away in droves. And further, doing a land acknowledgement while leaving out Kanaka Maoli when you financially benefit from the occupation of their land is out of touch. I don't know how else to say that. But however, for the sake of my testimony, I'm going to switch gears. What we have in front of this body is a critical land use issue. This is a resource issue that comes down to logic and the bottom line. The bottom line is water. Everywhere that we need water on this island, we do not have it. Not for additional water meters upcountry in Ha'iku, not for affordable housing projects on the west side, and potentially not even to build an entire town, according to a recent letter from the Director of Water Supply to Councilmember Lee. We are in different times than when those units were exempted. And according to UHERO, our high cost of housing is rooted in our lack of available inventory. If we're worried about tax revenue, then we can hike up taxes on non-owner occupied homes that also contribute to our availability inventory issue. These units, these Minatoya units, are already on the grid. They don't require anything additional from our infrastructure. And at this point in time, with so many of our people falling below that threshold, as other people have mentioned, we can't allow a vocal minority who do not fully grasp their impact on our housing issue to act like their return on investment should take precedence over our local people when they were catered to by FEMA in a way that decimated our rental market and they didn't even buy in. We have plenty of STRs, and phasing out units won't mean we have too few. And if you remember Mr. Jakowski's presentation, on any given day, we have 2,500 units sitting empty right now. Lastly, I'll say that the Minatoya units that have only operated in resort areas, like Mr. Spanko had mentioned, likely should be rezoned to resort. So I encourage the history and usage of buildings to be looked at. But I'm urging this body, please pass this measure to the council so that we can make the necessary amendments to cover tax revenue loss and continue the phase out process for these units. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Jim Lawhead. Lawhead. 1 second, and he will be followed by Albert Perez, Terry Pruitt, and Mary Kerstulovich. Please go ahead with your testimony. Oh, you're on mute though, I think. Oh, we can't hear you yet.
Thank you. Now it's
Oh, there you go.
First of all, thank you very much to the Planning Commission and your willingness to hear all the different concerns. And I'm president of my homeowners association, and I'm actually taking some lessons learned from you on how to conduct meetings. So many thanks for how you're conducting this meeting. My background is I came to Maui in the 1980s. I'm not a full-time resident, but I've been in and off the island. I do own a short-term rental property up in Wailea. So I oppose this bill, but I do support Maui. I support its local citizens, and I support all the stakeholders. And I agree with many people have said testimony-wise that we need to come together with a joint solution. I pay my property taxes, my TAT, the GET, and more recently, the Maui County Transient Accommodation Tax, which all benefit the people of Maui. I think the issues here are that short-term rentals, especially due to the increase in property taxes, has really helped fund many projects for Maui, for its people and its citizens. As a short-term rental owner, we've provided local jobs to the maintenance, housekeeping staff, construction projects. We pay higher rates than the hotels do. So those people, I've talked with them over the last several months, they're very concerned about losing their jobs, losing their ability to pay their mortgages. So we need to consider all that before rash decisions are made. The quick fix of just banning all the Minatoya list, I don't believe will work or achieve your long-term goals. For instance, my unit is 900 square feet, 1 bedroom, 2 bath, 1 parking space. When you put the HOA fees, electric taxes, and upkeep, it's $41.60 per month, and that doesn't include any mortgage.
1 minute.
So it doesn't make sense to go that route. The Brubaker study that was sent to the commission on June 2024 references how the ownership outside of Oahu has actually increased for locals. Back in 2010, it was 53%, and now local ownership is up at 64%. So it's definitely been trending in the right way. But what are some of the solutions? I think the only way to get through this is figure out how do we solve
30
this.
seconds.
One is a task force to eliminate the illegal short-term rental units that are over 5,000, expedite permitting, provide detailed factual studies, expedite incentives to builders, come up with better permitting processes, look at building a desalinization plant and modular homes. So in summary, going for a quick fix is really insanity. We need to look at how can we get, I like what people said, the aloha spirit back. And it's not an easy decision,
Thank you for your
but if we
testimony.
think, plan, and execute, it will.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to have to cut you off there. Appreciate your time. We are going to take a break at about 10:30. So in about 15 minutes, which means we have a handful more we will hear before the break. The next 5 people on the list are Albert Perez, Terry Pruitt, Mary Kristulovich, Tina Botello, and Julie Monroe. Mr. Perez, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, commissioners. Thanks for hanging in there. My name is Albert Perez. I'm with Maui Tomorrow Foundation. You know, UHERO estimated that this bill would increase the long-term residential housing stock on Maui by 13%. A dramatic increase that will lower housing prices, whether for sale or for rent. Also, according to UHERO, 78% of short-term rentals are operated by those who run multiple vacation properties who would likely sell or rent their units. So many properties would likely be converted to long-term housing. This whole situation has come about because our decision makers have largely ignored the policy to keep our visitor population at or below 33% of the resident population, and also ignoring the purpose of our apartment districts, which is to provide high density housing for long-term residents. Failure to follow these laws led to apartment areas being used for short-term rentals, and over time, many residents were displaced. In the process, short-term rentals became known as a way to visit Maui on a budget, thus minimizing the economic return to Maui. And meanwhile, our residents continue moving away. Maui County used to build affordable housing without relying on developers who don't really want to do it. Thousands of units were built. That stopped around 1990. Most of the housing that gets built today is luxury housing that our people cannot afford. We have over 10,000 vacant second homes. We need to stop approving luxury housing. It uses up our infrastructure and brings more wealthy people who can pay more for everything. These Minatoya units already have water, which is really important given the letter that the water director sent to the council about Pulelehua. The few affordable units that we get from regular housing projects only stay affordable for 10 years. So if things keep going the way they are, none of us will be able to afford to live here, including the local short-term rental owners. We're on a path of declining affordability. We need to stop and make affordable housing permanently affordable for local people, or we'll all be houseless or moving to Las Vegas. We still have a chance to remain a special place. When we reduce the supply of short-term rental accommodations, UHERO said the supply of long-term housing will increase. The impacts of over-tourism on our community will be reduced, and Maui residents will have better quality of life. So please recommend passage of the bill as written. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. I do have a note that's been fed to us from the county, is that the people who are watching in the lobby of the county building and then in here, if you could, refrain from applause, because there are people working all around us, and I think it's distracting for the people who are carrying out their daily work. Thank you for your understanding there. Next is Terry Pruitt, followed by Mary Kristulovich, Tina Botello, and Julie Monroe. Is Terry Pruitt online? Nope. Mary Kristulovich? No. Tina Botello? No. Julie Monroe? Is Julie Monroe online? No?
There's a Julie, but
Okay. Different Julie, maybe. Okay, then the next three on the list are Justin Kikivi, Karen Kompkowicz, and Kai McDonald. Is Justin Kikivi online? Okay. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, you guys can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Right on. Hello. My name is Justin Kikivi, and I support the passing of this bill. It's we all know this is not going to solve the crisis that we in and we have been in for decades. But this is the first big step that we need to take, and it's sad. There's a lot of families that will get affected, but in the scope of things, when we're looking at generations to come and the long-term effects of what's happening and where we're going on Maui, we got to make these sacrifices now, because I worried for my keikis and their grandkids and the next several generations. So if we don't make these changes now, they will not be able to live here. They will not be able to be Hawaiian in Hawaii. Our culture is being less and less practiced because we got to work 2-3 jobs just to pay one mortgage. So it's hard to be Hawaiian and live in Hawaii because of the system that we live under. And the root of the problem is the affordable housing. It's the core of crime. It's the core of families not being together, and it's just a very sad thing to see. And you know, I've been listening to all these testifiers. Yeah, most of these guys, they're not from here. They're here for profit, and you can tell. You know what I mean? The way they speak, throwing out Hawaiian words. So shame you guys. They don't even go there with us, because that is just heavy. So emotional right now. Reading the comments, you know, the other week the county stopped even the comments because it was getting nasty. You know what I mean? It is just sad. So those kind of people don't belong here, and we don't want you here. So sell your units, give them back to us, give them back to the people, and the county. You know, the other thing too is they're being bullies. Yeah, they try to threaten you guys with their lawyers and class action lawsuits. You guys have your own attorneys. You guys are educated. You guys made this decision, and off base of education and what the problems is going on. So don't be scared. Challenge them. We back you up, because this is what I gotta do. And thank you, Commission, for being here. I know this is a long one and a controversial one, but passing them is the way to go. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Karen Kompkowicz. Karen online. Okay. Hello. So 1 second before you start your testimony, Karen will be followed by Kai McDonald, and then we'll go to a break. But a reminder to everybody who is watching online, I know there's a lot of emotions running high, which is understandable. There's a lot of passion behind this. There are lives at stake. But please keep it respectful online. If you act out of line, you will be removed from the meeting. So please keep that in mind as you conduct yourself. Thank you. So Ms. Kompkowicz, please go ahead. Oh. We can see you, but it looks like you're on mute.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I was having trouble with that. Sorry. Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for listening to testimony again today. Karen Kompkowicz, Lahaina resident, testifying on my own behalf. I support the phase out of all properties on the Minatoya list. A few short points. One, all of the developments on the Minatoya list are in walkable areas, close to recreation, jobs, and bus stops. I knew residents who lived full-time in the Minatoya units all over West Maui, including Lahaina Roads, Papakea, Makani Sands, Kapalua Bay Village, and the Ridge. Resort properties make great places to live with many amenities and a short walk to work. Two, as commissioners are well aware from recent development proposals, Maui needs housing units at various price points to serve all income levels and meet the demand for second homes. Doctors, lawyers, teachers, managers, and other professionals are having a difficult time finding housing. These professionals can afford reasonably high prices, but the low housing stock makes it difficult to find anything and drives prices up even higher. Further, the second home market impacts our residential housing market. Repurposing existing developments on the Minatoya list to serve the high-end residential and second home market is better for our environment, island, and sustainability than new development. Three, in the housing sector, there's a concept known as filtering up, where more financially well-off people move into nicer units and others filter up into the units they were occupying. This could be a wealthy person upgrading to a nicer area, or a group of single people who share a home moving into studios or one-bedroom units of their own. The first scenario could lead to lower-priced housing units opening up. In the second scenario, a shared house could become a family home. Please support the phase-out of all properties on the Minatoya list so that these housing units can better serve our community. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Kai McDonald. Not online. Is Kekai Planning online? Okay. Well, we're almost at 10:30, so maybe we'll take a break now for 5-10 minutes. What do you guys want? 5 minutes. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have the next set of online testifiers. So I'm just going to read through the list so everybody is aware and ready when we come back. And this will be the last of our carryover list from our June 25th meeting. And then we'll go to everybody who is here in person. So the last ones we have from carryover are, can you guys quiet down a little bit so everybody can hear, please? Thank you. Mark Ocasio, Gary Saldana from RAM, and I'm not making a note on Gary. His testimony was really garbled the last time he was here at the June 25th, but it was very garbled, and I don't think we caught most of what he said. So we're allowing him to testify again. Annie, who did not provide a last name, Roger, who did not provide a last name, Jason Frey, Ryan, who did not provide a last name, Johan Lal, Shaka Doug, Rebecca, who did not provide a last name, Joanne Van Villet, Goki Taskin, Michelle Del Rosario, Arthur Scott, Shay Chan Hodges, CJE from Maui, and MC98. This is who we will call up when we come back. 5-minute break. Thank you, everybody.
decorum is.
Hello. Okay, we're about to get started again. If everybody can get resettled, please. Staff is ready.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, everybody. It is 10:40 a.m. and we will resume our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, July 23rd. We are continuing with the last of our online testifier list from our previous meeting on June 25th. The first 5 people on our list are Mark Ocasio, Gary Saldana, Annie, Roger, and Jason Frey. So is Mark Ocasio online? No, no Mark Ocasio? How about Gary Saldana? Okay, I see you, Gary. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Aloha, my name is Gary Saldana. I'm testifying on behalf of the Realtors Association of Maui. We wish to provide some comments on the proposed bill. After listening to your first hearing, it appears the mayor's proposed bill has divided the community. There were nearly 150 testifiers providing oral testimony. 94 spoke for it, against the bill. 51 spoke for the bill. What was amazing to me that despite the division, almost all the testifiers spoke in favor of affordable long-term housing. The division came with a method proposed by the mayor to achieve the housing. Furthermore, what's important to recognize is both the supporters of the bill and those that oppose it need affordable housing. Individuals opposing the bill include cleaners, maintenance staff, transportation workers, food servers, retailers, and tour workers. If thousands of units are removed from use, these individuals will lose their jobs and be unable to afford a decent home. So the need for affordable housing is not just one-sided. Both sides of this issue need housing. We have a great opportunity to assist the survivors and provide residents with a safe and affordable home. Therefore, I encourage you to ask the mayor the tough questions and seek answers before you move forward on this measure. The Lanai Planning Commission meeting told the real story behind this measure. The commissioners couldn't get the answers to the questions they were asking. Questions that should be answered, such as, how will these units be made affordable? How can you guarantee these units will get in the hands of the people that truly need them? How will the tax reduction impact county jobs? How will the tax reduction impact our taxpayers? Why was the measure introduced as backwards? And that's in quotes, without properly studying it first. The staff and resource personnel could only tell the commissioners the answers will be available after the UHERO study is done. The Lanai Planning Commission recommendation spoke for itself. They felt this item needs more study and they could not move forward without all the information. How can you be expected to act on such a crucial measure when you don't have the answers you need to make an educated decision? Commissioners, if your staff is saying we won't have the answers until the studies are complete, how can you recommend passage of this measure? The questions posed by the Lanai Planning Commission are also included in Ram's written testimony. These are the same questions Ram asked the mayor a month ago, and we still haven't received an answer from him. When will the mayor and the administration realize the quick answer to housing shortage is buying existing units, buildings, and vacant offices? This will be the fastest and least controversial method for providing long-term housing. We say to the mayor, stop this divisive and destructive initiative that is splitting our community. Tell the mayor, take a step back, get the answers your decision makers are asking, and provide leadership.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. Appreciate your time. Next is Annie, who did not provide a last name. Is there an Annie? Nope. Roger, who did not provide a last name. Are you Roger who signed up last time? Please go ahead.
Aloha. Thank you so much for providing this forum and very positive approach from all the staff. My name is Roger Williams. My wife Jeannie and I are owners of the Kapalua Bay Villas.
1 second. You think you could come closer to your mic? You're coming across really quietly.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
There is no question that the most severe housing crisis in our country exists in Maui. However, I oppose this current bill based on its broad application. The purpose of the ordinance is to revert all properties to their intended long-term use. The county so far has only relied on the Minatoya list to make this determination. In doing so, it is affecting properties where the original and long-term use was not workforce housing. Kapalua was approved and developed as a master plan resort in 1974 and has operated for more than 50 years. This is supported by documents filed with the state and county. Furthermore, when the Kapalua Resort was built, Maui Land and Pine, as a condition, built units for workforce housing in the Kili, where still today no short-term rentals are allowed. The Kapalua Villas are an integral part of the resort. A portion of our HOA dues go to the Kapalua Resort for common services. More importantly, the county has recognized the intended use of Kapalua Villas. In the latest West Maui Community Plan document, there are images of the Bay, Ridge, and Golf Villas on page 74 as examples of resort hotel community plan areas, with descriptions that these areas are primarily intended to serve visitors, including transient accommodations. I want to say that again. These areas are primarily intended to serve visitors, including transient accommodations. Including Kapalua Villas in this proposed ban is not the intent of the bill, and this is a key inconsistency that needs to be addressed before this proposed measure has the necessary integrity for widespread support among all stakeholders. Also, application of the ban on Kapalua units will have a dramatic impact on West Maui at a critical time in its recovery. As shown in the county's memo, Kapalua has 488 units with an average tax value of $1.6 million.
30 seconds.
This equates to $820 million or $11 million in annual property tax. The total get from these units is $8 million. In context for the West Maui economy, Kapalua condos occupied at 60% provide 15,000 visitor weeks a year. This is roughly $100 million in spending for the West Maui area of Kapalua and Pili and Lahaina. In short, I think the area is going to need visitors at Kapalua Resort for its food recovery.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Jason Frey, followed by Ryan, Johan Lal, and Shaka Doug. Is Jason Frey online or in person? No. Ryan, who did not provide a last name? No. Johan Lal? Day Gecko? I see you. Please go ahead.
Aloha, Johan Lal, testifying on my own behalf. So there's a few things I wanted to address that have come up in testimony. One thing is there's been, I guess, a repeated claim that these units were not meant to be apartments, they're meant to be hotels. And I just wanted to point out that they're in apartment zoning. And to the extent that developers built these as hotels, that just means they were taking advantage of a loophole because the law said you could have a motel, I guess. So they knew they were building an apartment, but they built, I guess, projects that were meant to be hotels, but that was just a loophole for one thing. But another thing is that a lot of them actually are built as apartments. I live in South Kihei amongst many Minatoya condos, and a lot of them are just like where I live. Some of them are nicer, some of them are actually a little bit worse. They all have 2 or 1 parking spot. They've got different numbers of bedrooms. That's just how apartments are. That's how it is everywhere in America. You know, the idea that anything other than a house is not suitable for families is just not true. And I think that argument comes from a position of privilege. Would I like to have a house with 3 or 4 bedrooms? Yes. But I have a condo that has a really high monthly fee and not enough storage, and it's small, but that's what we have here on Maui that is is kind of available, or was at one point. Another thing is that it's a restriction of people's rights that like won't hold up in court, and the Supreme Court ruled on this in 1978. So if the Planning Commission has questions about that, I would just ask Corporation Counsel or the Planning Department to explain this. Another thing is the argument that we need to just build more affordable housing, which I do agree with. We need more affordable housing, but to be actually built. But former chair of the Planning Commission, P. Denise Acosta, testified that 50% affordable is not something that pencils out, and that's only 1/3. So if developers can't do 1/3 affordable and 2/3 $2 or $3 million houses, then I don't see how we can build our way out of this housing crisis. So this is kind of the next best thing. So
30 seconds.
I'm in support of the phase out. It should have happened a long time ago. The Minatoya opinion was a mistake to begin with. Let's get rid of this ridiculous mistake and create a little bit more housing. So mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Shaka Doug, who is online. Shaka Doug will be followed by Rebecca, who did not provide a last name, Joanne Van Villet, Goki Taskin, and Michelle Del Rosario. Oh, Shaka Doug, not online? He's online? Shaka
Hello?
Doug, oh, yep, I hear you.
That's okay. I'm trying to get, okay. Okay, we ready to go?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
My name is Shaka Doug. That's my nickname. My real name is Doug Corbin. I live in Kihei since the mid 1990s. And,
Are you still there? We can't hear you now.
hammer down on my scuba business.
Oh,
and
can you,
put me out of business. So
hold on, can you restart? Can you restart his time? You cut out and we couldn't hear you.
He's unmuted, so I don't know.
Oh.
On his end, I think.
Shaka Doug, we can't hear you. Maybe if you could, I don't know, sign off and sign in again, and then we'll come back to you. And staff will make a note of that on our Google Sheet. Next is Rebecca, who did not provide a last name. Rebecca's raising a hand. Are you the Rebecca that signed up on June 25th?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name's Rebecca, and I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. I am strongly opposed to this bill to phase out short-term rentals. The mayor has stated that all businesses have risks. True, I just didn't expect the county to be the ones responsible for trying to destroy these businesses and causing major unemployment, because that's what this bill does. It destroys people's lives. This bill may create more housing, but it won't create affordable housing. If you look at the current market, not on the Minatoya list, there's a 2-bedroom, 700 square foot condo newly listed at $625,000. That's one of the cheapest properties. So that's not affordable. And I don't understand how any of these would be as well. And I understand there's a decades old shortage of affordable homes. So I'm really sympathetic. I also think that this is not the solution. I'm a short-term rental owner, and I did my due diligence before buying our condo in Kihei to make sure we're investing in a complex that could legally short-term rent. It's on the Minatoya list. I had a copy, an official letter from the county stating it's legally allowed to short-term rent. And if this bill passes, it doesn't just impact me, my family, it literally puts our cleaners out of business. On average, their cleaning business has about 80 cleans in 1 month. Unfortunately, that's just not a business that can simply find new clients. It will also impact and hurt our handy people, the AC maintenance company, the sofa clean companies, furniture stores, because we have more wear and tear than average. All the mom and pop shops, the list goes on. And how will these small businesses survive? The answer is a lot of them won't. This bill effectively puts so many businesses out of business. This bill ruins people's lives. It causes bankruptcy. It is already having such a negative impact on the mental health and physical health of so many of us. It's causing so much stress, not just for me and my family, but all these small businesses. And I know many families who moved off island, not because of the lack of affordable apartments. The reason was a lack of affordable houses, not condos. This bill will effectively cause more families to move off island. And if the aim is to lower or cap the number of tourists visiting Maui each year, stop approving the hotel expansion and new hotel construction. The Maui Coast Hotel next door was allowed to expand as the land they expanded on was for sale for many years. And you know, that could have been bought from the county and turned into affordable housing.
30
What about North Kihei, Maui Bay, owned by Hilton, now built 1 2-bedroom vacation unit with full kitchens on 27 acres of land? Why not turn those into affordable housing? And if the potential loss is over 14,000 jobs, I seriously question how there's any logic to this bill, which causes so much harm. I kindly ask you to do the right thing and kill this bill. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony, Shaka Doug. Shaka Doug, are you back? Hopefully with a better connection. Doug, are you there? We'll come back to Doug again. Okay. The joys of technology. Next is Joanne Van Villet. No, not online. Goki Taskin. Is Goki online? Goki.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm online.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. The next 5 after Goki are Michelle Del Rosario, Arthur Scott, Shay Chan Hodges, CJE from Maui, and MC98. So please go ahead, Goki.
Hi, I'm Gokai Taskin, and I'm opposition of the proposed bill. My wife and I purchased our condominium as a small business to supplement our incomes in response to increasing living expenses. Our condominium directly pays for our rent, our bills, and our groceries. In other words, we use the income generated from our small business to pursue happiness. Affordable housing is not built by shuttering small businesses. Affordable housing is not built by 2-page ordinances that wedges a divide in our community. Affordable housing is built by building infrastructure and housing via long-term intentional planning. This bill is not a solution. It's an illusion set in front of the vulnerable people who experience great tragedy. This bill is sponsored by hotel lobbyists who are worried about their bottom line, and by politicians who are only worried about their election. Do not take my word for it. Here's an excerpt from the article published in the latest issue of Hotel and Lodging Association publication. This is a lobby publication. Here is I quote from the article directly. Last month, we saw a powerful example of the American hotel and lodging associations' advocacy, influence, and reach as we secured an important policy victory that ensures fair treatment of hotels in Hawaii, a major U.S. tourist destination that's critical to the health of our industry. Our success in Hawaii and other states show the decisions we have made over the last several years to invest in state and local government affairs, staff, and strengthening our partnerships with hotel associations are paying huge dividends. Our team will continue to use these resources to rack up policy victories anywhere in the country where our industry is threatened. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Gokai Taskin. I'm in opposition of this bill.
Mahalo for your testimony. Sorry, I mispronounced your name. Next is Michelle De Rosario. Not online. Arthur Scott. Oh, there's Doug. Oh, Shaka Doug. We'll come back to you now. Are you ready?
See my video. Oh, there I am.
Yes. Please go ahead.
You got me?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, aloha, good morning. Thank you for having this meeting. I know we only have 3 minutes, and everybody before me has talked about the main issues, whether for the vacation rentals or not. Okay, I'm here to present a different idea, approach, probably something nobody has even considered yet. And I'd like you to all take out your pen, your paper, and then people at home and write this down. I have an idea, and it's called Shaka Bucks. S-H-A-K.
Oh, shucks. I'm sorry, Shaka Doug. We are losing you again.
What?
Oh, you cut out again. So we heard Shaka Box, and then you went away. Maybe you could send in written testimony. I think the connection's not working. Do you think you could write your testimony down and send it in, please? Or call in, just a straight call. I believe the number is on the agenda for today's meeting, and maybe staff could post the phone in number in the chat.
Hang on. I'll hang on now. Let's quit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for bearing with us. Next is Michelle De Rosario. Oh, Michelle was not online. Okay, Arthur Scott. No. Shay Chan Hodges. Okay, and following Shay Chan Hodges will be CJE from Maui and MC 98, and then we will go to the in-person list.
Okay, aloha. My name is Shay Chan Hodges, and I am a 32-year resident of Haiku. My husband and children grew up here, but our kids are now pursuing futures on the continent. I am the stakeholder engagement lead for Responsible Markets, which is finishing up a grant to counter the negative impact of colonialism in Hawaii by developing community-centered investable municipal finance products. Our ultimate goal has been to support policies that create value through fundamental and sustainable sources of community wealth and well-being. I am testifying in full support of the mayor's proposal. Over decades, our elected leaders have created a tourism monster, and finally, steps are being proposed to try and control it. At this commission's last meeting, the primary message from those testifying against the bill was, "We must feed the monster or face an economic crisis." It was very telling that they did not realize that we are already in an economic crisis, and that feeding the monster only makes it harder for us to get out of it. As part of my work at Responsible Markets, I study initiatives in other parts of the world. While Maui and Hawaii are unique in many ways, the basic economic pressures that we must address to protect our citizens are being felt everywhere. A report called From the Ground Up, Community-Centered Policies to Scale Equitable Development describes community efforts in Baltimore where speculative, exclusionary development produced scarcities of affordable housing and community land, bend public finance to serve private rather than public interests, and privilege the financial interests of speculators over the rights of low-income residents. The report further describes successful economic and community development as meeting our fundamental human rights to housing, work with dignity, education, health, food, and environmental security. When we talk about the dollars generated by vacation rentals here on Maui, we need to break down where those dollars are going. Do they become income for our residents? If so, how much income and for what kinds of jobs? How much of those dollars are not wages, but passive returns?
1 minute.
Thank you. And for whom? The Minatoya exception has in effect been a subsidy for property owners who would have had to convert to long-term rentals years ago. Not only have they been earning income all this time, but their property assets increased in value, enabling them to borrow, invest, and increase their wealth even more. Many of them will earn yet even more when they sell or convert their STRs. What about Maui residents having the same opportunities for building wealth? It would be interesting to see a study of the wealth disparities
30
between
seconds.
residents and non-residents who own property in our county. Thorough analysis of the economic impacts of short-term rentals on Maui should also analyze how the wages and types of employment affect whether our kids stay here and the additional investment that's needed to diversify our economy when they don't. Passing this bill is vital, and it's just one of the steps that needs to be taken to achieve our larger goal of economic equity in our island. On our island. Sorry. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is CJE from Maui, followed by MC98. And then the first 5 people on our in-person list will be Justice Villarin, Misty Cotter, Olivia Cotter, John Cardy, and Genesis Gill. And we will try Shaka Doug again in there as well. CJ, please go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I'm trying to figure out video. Nah, no need.
We can hear you.
Perfect. So yeah, hi, my name is CJ Alazares, Maui, born and raised, Kupuna from this Aina, from beginning days. I support moving forward with this recommendation with one reservation, which I'll say for the last 30 seconds. So thanks for the warning. I'm only testifying because I wanted to shout out the Minatoya STR guys for their great copy and paste testimonies provided by their handlers. All these examples of places that is not Hawaii and cultures of people that are not going through what our community is going through. I know it's great, the Anishinaabe and Colorado, but it's just a waste of time. This is about Lahaina. This is about our people here on Maui. And Lahaina no more time. Lahaina has spoken. Get puka 100 dead. Get hundreds of our families moving away. Get suicides. Nobody talking about except for our people, our communities that got to pick up where our Ohana are leaving. And the root being when roof over their heads. I'm a little scared about this because this plan is like one big step with short legs and empty pockets. But I think we can hike and I think we can move and every outcome is uncertain. But one of my mentors wrote it down because he mocked it already. I'm not gonna say his name, but he did say, if you don't do nothing, nothing gonna happen. So if we're gonna let this continue to happen, then nothing's gonna change. Our people are gonna continue to move away, and we're gonna continue to face, as our community, the same problems that we have. I'm glad that this is a step and a bold step that the county wants to take, maybe with your guys' recommendation. I sat in every day with this because people on this using our words, using aloha, mana, ho'oponopono. And you guys can enunciate and pronounce that good, but you guys talking about Kamaoli, I don't know where's that. Kapalua, I don't know where's that. You know, I know our places. This is our Aina. If you cannot respect Aina and you've separated yourself from recognizing Aina as one of us, then you don't belong talking. And I would recommend striking all of those comments and testimonies
30 seconds.
from this meeting. Thanks for the 30 seconds. My reservation is, yeah, Lahaina has spoken, and we have a big community. My reservation is that timing. I think we can use more time. We wouldn't have had this long conversation with all these Wailea guys, Kihei, the rest of the 5,000 STRs. We gotta take care of Lahaina now, and maybe if we can change it up, you know, just add a little bit more time for the rest of the STRs and
Mahalo
communities to
for
figure
your
it out.
testimony.
Mahalo.
Appreciate your mana'o. Since Shaka Doug is here, we will try one more time. And I think if this doesn't work, then please put your thoughts down on writing and email them in. But you can unmute yourself, Doug, and let us try this one more time. Yeah, you can take yourself off mute though.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Doug Corbin. I go by Shaka Doug. I've been in Maui for a long time, and I've been paying attention to what's going on with our local politics after having some trouble with the local government really coming down on my business and putting me out of business back around 2012. I got into the vacation rental business, and now they're trying to put us out of business again. And so I'm paying attention and I'm trying to come up with stuff from outside the box. And I did come up with something that I don't think anybody has ever heard before. So I'd like you to take out your pen and paper and take some notes right now. This is an out of the box. Okay. I call it Shaka Bucks, like money, Shaka Bucks. SHAKA. We all know the word. Well, this is an acronym for Sovereign Hawaiian Assessment Kuleana Account, PDF, Permanent Dividend Fund. Some of you may be familiar with what they did in Alaska when they took over and started doing the oil reserves up in the North Slope. Now they give every single person in Alaska a dividend every single year. It's between $1,000 and $2,000 usually. Well, my proposal is to have something modeled after that and call it Shaka Bucks, or the Sovereign Hawaiian Assessment Kuleana Account, Permanent Dividend Fund. Based on some very simple research I did, I discovered that the state of Hawaii brings in $20,780 million. $20,780 million in tourism in 2023. 1% of that is $207,800,000. The population of Hawaii is only 1.44 million people. If we were to give every Pacific Islander Hawaiian a percentage of that money, just a percentage of the 1%, we could give every Hawaiian something between $1,000 and $72,000 per year based on just simple math that I've done, okay? If the people that are complaining about the tourism being too bad and overrun, this is your opportunity to embrace tourism and realize that tourism is one of the best industries you could possibly ask for. The people come here, they leave their money, and they go home.
30 seconds.
Okay. If the Hawaiian people, not everybody like in state of Alaska, but just the Hawaiians were able to get some of this money brought in by tourism, I think they could embrace it. They could get some money. They would then be able to buy and invest in these outrageously priced vacation rentals, and they could be part of the solution. And this could be a part of the solution for the entire state. Help the people that deserve it, the locals, okay? This would be a very easy thing to implement. And
Mahalo for your testimony. Glad we got you in. Next is MC 98. Yes, please come forward. You can turn on your camera, unmute your mic, and please state your name for the record. They unmuted? MC 98, can you say hello? No? Okay. They're unmuted? MC 98, are you there? Raise the hand. We see you raising your hand. You can unmute yourself if you can hear us. Okay. Okay, we can come back to MC 98. And now we will go to in-person. So first one on the in-person list is Justice Villarin. Bathroom? Okay. Misty Cotter? Okay. Yes, sorry, 1 second. So Misty will be followed by Olivia Cotter, John Cardy, Genesis Gill, and Dee Celestin. And whenever Justice comes back from the restroom, we can go to Justice. Please go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Misty Cotter. I'm born and raised here on Maui and have spent my life in Lahaina with my Ohana and community who all lost their homes on August 8th. I am testifying in strong support of phasing out short-term rentals on the Minatoya list. The issue of short-term rentals is a global issue having impacts on long-term residents worldwide, but this is amplified on our island due to our limited amount of resources. We are still watching displaced families continue to struggle to find a permanent home. Imagine how much harder it will be in 6 months when FEMA ends and we all have to start looking again. And while we worry about our futures, we allow tourists to continue to flood in and stay in condos that could be rented long-term while putting heavy strains on all of our resources. Our community members who work the jobs to keep the West Side running in all industries deserve to live on the West Side. We do not need short-term rental owners to speak for us and lie about how we will only live here if we can live in houses and not condos. The job shortage isn't because people don't want to work, it's because we don't want to commute 2 to 3 hours every day if we can even find a place to live on this island. It is a slap in the face that short-term rental owners' argument is locals can't afford to live here, put them in workforce housing, as if we don't deserve to find better options to find permanent housing. To say this isn't meant for long-term housing, it won't work. Does it have a kitchen? Does it have a bathroom? Does it have a place to sleep? Then I'll take it over living on a tent on a beach or being forced to move away. You obviously don't know what we've been having to live in the last 11 months. The reason we can't just build more homes is because we don't have enough resources. Where is our water going and who is truly benefiting? Should the resources go to the tourists or the residents? We have been more than patient while being cast aside. We need to stop putting tourists over our community, stop putting profits over people. If you want aloha, we have to bring Kanaka home. Maui will not be Maui without its beautiful community, and I don't care if you've been here for over 20 years. If you are in this space and you care about this community, then listen to what we are saying and asking for. If you can't do that, then do you actually love Maui and its people, or do you just love the scenery and the money you can extract from it? This is not about skin color, it's about community, and you are either a part of it or extracting from it. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Olivia Cotter? Justice came back. Oh yes, and just a reminder, please refrain from applause because there are people working in the rooms around us. But we'll go, after Olivia, we'll go back to Justice Villarin and then John Cardy, Genesis Gill, and Dee Celestin.
Hi, my name is Olivia Cotter. I'm in full support of phasing out STRs in the Minatoya list. I also don't public speak, so please excuse my shyness. I am not born or raised here, but I have been privileged enough to get to know and live in two beautiful towns here on Maui, one of them being Lahaina. My wife and I lost our home in August 8th fire and have relocated to Wailuku. I don't know what it means to watch all of my childhood memories go up in flames, but I've seen it in the eyes of my loved ones. I've seen the palpable pain on the faces of this community, and I've watched as friends and family have channeled that pain into so many acts of good. As someone who has come into this community with fresh eyes, it's my responsibility to step back and let the ones who steward this land lead and back them as fiercely as I can. Anyone in opposition of this bill hasn't quite learned that yet. It is distasteful to listen to SDR owners victimize themselves after the people of Lahaina have gone through one of the most traumatic events a person can experience. You listing all of your good deeds doesn't take away the fact that you are willing to make it more difficult for a local family to stay on their land. The fear being spread about the economy crashing is ridiculous. Yes, STR owners will be affected and must pivot, but do you truly believe that the people who are here in this room supporting this bill aren't ready for this change? You think that they're missing work and bringing their kids to meeting after meeting because they want the easy way out? No, they are ready and truly ready to rebuild. Let them lead. If you don't feel welcome on this island right now, it's only because you are asking the wrong questions. You're asking what this island can do for you and your pockets, not what you can do for your community right now. It's not the color of your skin, it's your intention, and we feel it. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Yes, Justice Villarin, followed by John Cardy, Genesis Gill, and Dee Celestin.
Mahalo for being here and opening this space. My name is Justice. I'm currently still so grateful, honestly, to be in Lahaina. I come here to testify my strong support of this bill to phase out STRs into long-term rentals. I just want to pinpoint that housing is not the only crisis we have been in and remain in, a water crisis. We cannot afford to build more housing because there's very limited water resource. As a mother of 3 keiki with 2 under 2, I'm fortunate that my landlords have given my ohana and I the chance to still live in Lahaina after the fires. And they are the small percentage of solution-driven community members, which is what I feel Lahaina Strong seeks, not more brown-skinned people in our stores. I grew up traveling. My parents adopted my 2 older sisters and I, and at the ages of 2, 5, and 6, we have always drove cross country until we were teenagers. I have been to and driven through almost 48 of the 50 states of the US. When we went, we did not live in luxury and unnecessary vanities. We lived in tents. We pitched tent all across the United States. Oregon State Park campgrounds, Yellowstone, Denali, the Grand Tetons, Arches, Bryce Canyon, the Everglades, Crazy Horse, for example, all national parks, campgrounds, KOA campgrounds, National Forestry Reserve campgrounds, bed and breakfast, motels, and hotels were on a very rare occasion, and only when we drove through big cities or towns. Utilize our natural resources here. These can be part of your solutions. Maui's not a city, and I pray it never will be, but look around, it's becoming one. We have to recognize that these things, like short-term rentals, are brand new. New age propaganda and technology has boosted this real estate trend. The United States was once an incredibly green and lush rich land until individualism and greed, lust, and vanity of mine mentalities take over. Do you know the water infrastructure here is the exact same as the dry bone state of California? The United States rivers have been diverted by gravity wells and systems to support city lifestyle and more buildings. Sound familiar? With what water? We are an island. There has to be a give first, not a take. Maui mokus no longer have their rivers. We only have streams,
30
trickles
seconds.
on certain occasions because more housing is being demanded for and built. Please let us pause. Let us utilize what is here already. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is John Cardy, followed by Genesis Gill, Dee Celestin, and DeAndre Makakoa.
All right, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is John Carty. I've lived in West Maui for over 30 years. I'm here to support the phase out of vacation rentals in residential areas. But before I testify, I have to comment that I hear a lot of people who are trying to protect their investments while invoking aloha and their entitlement to it. And as a fellow settler, I want to share with you that we're not entitled to aloha, and we're blessed if we get to experience. And you should not invoke your entitlement to it while you protect your own investments instead of being a part of the community that is the source of aloha. Our community, the culture of Lahaina, strength, wisdom, and resilience like we've never seen. But it takes more than those qualities. Shelter is the most basic of needs, and our community deserves it much more than tourists. There are plenty of options for tourists, but precious few for our people. The essence of Lahaina and the most wonderful culture are at risk. Those who choose to purchase a home as a business in a residential neighborhood must have weighed the risks and rewards. And Planning Commission, it's not your job to bail out outside investors who made a risky investment. It's your job to regulate and make sure that there is housing for our community and maintain balance. Thank you for doing that. It's long overdue, and now is the most desperate of moments. If you're a residential owner, it's not too late. Support the culture and the community. You don't need a law to do the right thing. You can be a part of something so special and wonderful and proud by establishing this as part of your family's legacy. Planning Commission and residential short-term owners, you have the profound kuleana to either support our community or sadly be a part of cultural genocide.
1 minute.
I pray that you choose to support.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Genesis Gill, followed by D. Celestin, DeAndre Makakoa, and Merlina Valdez.
Hi, everyone. My name is Genesis Gill. I am born and raised in Kula. 30 years ago, my parents migrated from Central America. Here, they called Maui home and started their own family business of a farm where they leased the land. Maui is my home, and in September, I am moving to Washington State because the prospect of buying a home here becomes less and less likely. The realization of that has been weighing heavily on me. I have a 2-year-old son who I always envisioned I would raise on Maui. This bill is the first of many to keep people home. It could regulate the economy and welcome a sustainable amount of tourism to our island home. I have seen the evolution of Maui, and the boom of tourism in the last few years is unsustainable and greedy. Unregulated growth can result in the reduction of for sale and rental housing supply and the displacement of local communities because of increasing rent costs or units being taken off the rental and ownership markets. It is your duty to ensure we don't continue to deepen the issue that currently exists in our community and to keep us home and away from moving away. So I strongly support this bill. Please, let's phase out of short-term rentals. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is D. Celestin, followed by DeAndre Makakoa, Merlina Valdez, and Emmanuel Baltazar.
Hello, Gasalel. My name is Andian Celestin, and I work with Roots Reborn as the COFA community care worker. I want to thank you all for allowing this space for me to be able to speak on behalf of my community. Who or what is COFA? To sum it up, we are the Micronesian community. I know we aren't always first in line when it comes to resources or to even speak up, but we are also here. We have lived on Maui for many years, and many of us has never left the island and don't plan to. I moved here when I was 6 years old, and this has become home for me and many of the kids in my generation, so I'll sound the alarm. Living here on Maui, I've had to watch my parents work double jobs just to make ends meet, moving in with uncles and aunties because housing rates have gone up. As we have seen and heard in the data map previously shown, a studio is almost $2,000. 2 to 3 bedroom is almost around $4,000 to $5,000. Coming from the community and speaking from experience, we don't bring home that much money. A lot of us, along with the Micronesian families who lost their homes in the Lahaina fire, works in hotels, kitchens, landscapes, and some clean these short-term rentals on the side just to be able to bring home $1 to $2 grand monthly. That isn't enough to afford a place or even a comfortable life here. Most are planning on or have already left the island because it's getting difficult to take care of their families and afford a place to live. But many are staying, even if it means being homeless. When asked my dad if we should move to the mainland, he said, I'd rather live in my car than leave home. To most, home is a four-wall foundation, but to us, home is the sound of waves crashing. Home is the people, the community. Home is when the sun sets and rises on the shores of the beaches. Home is here. Hawaii has become a place where we value weekend getaways, family vacation, outsiders, treating strangers with the aloha that was once given to one another. We must take care of the Hoana here first. Panainai utan kasampual. Thank you for your time and God bless.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is DeAndre Makakoa, followed by Merlina Valdez, Emmanuel Baltazar, and Peter Diaquino.
Aloha mai kako. I just want to start off by saying to the opposition, if you feel the need to get up here or get on Zoom and justify your ties to the community by listing all the things that you've done or contributed to, then you're already discredited. Your actions should speak for themselves, and by opposing this bill, you're proving your own fallacy. But aloha, my name is DeAndre Makakoa. I was born and raised in Lahaina, Maui. I'm a father of 2 sons under 2 years old, and I've experienced this island's housing instability in a way that is all too common for our local people. As a kid, my family moved constantly. We moved at least once a year. I never experienced living in the same place for more than 2 years until I was in my mid-20s, and I convinced 5 of my friends to move into an apartment on Oahu where we went to college together. And that was the first time I ever lived anywhere for longer than 2 years. This kind of debilitating struggle, growing up in that, it takes a toll on your psyche. You know, coming into the world, I became a workaholic because I just refused to, continue the struggles that I had to live through growing up, refused to ever be evicted again, not wanting to go through that instability. Became a workaholic. I went to school as a bartender. I started multiple businesses, eventually dropped out of school because my businesses were doing well. I married a college professor. We moved back home to Lahaina, where I was fortunate enough to rent from family at a discounted price. So we felt stable enough to start a family. She was a college professor. I had 2 successful businesses. But that was particularly in part to this discounted rate that we felt stable enough to do that. Young people, 18-year-olds, new families, entrepreneurs, we don't even have a fucking chance here. Why should these people who are just hacking the market, they don't work. They invested into a system that benefits them and profits, it's all, passive income. Why should they be making more money than you, elected officials? You know what I mean? People who dedicate their work into our county workers, carpenters. Why should these people be making so much money and we're struggling to get by? That house that I talked about, that I was living in, discounted rate, that's the house that burned down. So now I live an hour and a half from my hometown and where most of my work is. But I didn't go through FEMA or Red Cross due to my own pride or whatever. But I was very lucky because my white settler landlord, who's a reverend, opened up her doors to us, a 2-bedroom house, an upgrade from where I came from, honestly, at a discounted rate, super cheap, very below market. She's a reverend. She heads the Cup of Cold Water, all kinds of community initiatives. We love her. She's clearing out land for my family to have a swing set. That's the kind of people we want here. We're not racist or divisive. You guys are racist and divisive. My father's not even Hawaiian. I wouldn't want him to exit this place. So we need to recorrect this housing instability and take back control of where this wealth division is coming from. Because, like I said, our elected officials and people sitting in these chairs shouldn't be making less money than these greedy people. Yeah, but my mom stopped filing. Wow.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Merlina Valdez. Is Merlina here? Oh, we'll come back. Oh, she's gone. Okay. Emmanuel Baltazar, followed by Peter Diaquino, Orlando de Leon, Elisita Ceblaya, and Cortizon Castillo.
Good morning. I am Emmanuel Baltasar, concerned residents, citizen, and representing the working families. I'm appealing to you guys, respected Commissioner Planning Commission, to do the right thing on this. Share to you my experience. I'm living in Makalei Street, close to Maui High School. There's a house in front of my house, doing short-term rental in there. My 8-year-old grandson and 15-year-old grandson, they're telling me, Papa, can we fence a higher fence to our residence because it's not safety already? So what is going on in the community? Residential is for residential, right? Not for short-term rental. I can see for how many long years in there doing in my neighborhood. And I can sense more people in there doing all these things. I'm begging to you guys to do the right thing. My 8-year-old granddaughter is telling me now that she is not safe about it. You are appointed and decide to do the right thing for Maui people, the local Maui people, not going all these invaded people outside Maui to invade our places in Maui. So I'm knocking your heart to do the right thing for this. We need to stop the short-term rental in the island of Maui. It's hurting to me. I bring 30 pensioners in here, retirees, 86 years old, 87 years old. They are not okay about this. This is not Maui in the past. This is a wake-up call to all of us. Thank you so much, commissioners.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Peter Diakino. You have to leave? Okay. Orlando De Leon? No more. Elisita Ceblaya? Cortizone Castillo? Kekoa Lansford? Rose Crichton? Okay. And then after Rose is Flo Craddock, Kamana'o'io Gomes, Reverend Julianne Givot, Delilah Salcido, and Luisa Garcia. Please go ahead.
All right, aloha. My name is Rose Crichton, and I'm born and raised Maui resident of Lahaina. And I'm here today in support of phasing out short-term vacation rentals, especially in Lahaina. I'm here because something needs to be done. Living in Lahaina, if you guys don't already have been previous to the fires, you know, we struggle day in, day out with going to the grocery stores, now in our neighborhoods. And more importantly, we don't even want to leave our house half the time. So it's been a battle. It's been a battle for decades. Even when I was, how old am I now? 20 plus years ago, we were battling this. And as a teenager, I see my community leaders fighting this. And here I am today, stepping up because I want to be in a position where I can benefit my community. And the position that I'm in is because I want the kids to have the life that I had or the experiences that I had growing up. And that goes for all the Kiki of Maui, my own Kiki as well. And just the things that I go through, it's kind of shame to say this, but I work in the condo, and I work recently at the front office, not by choice. I actually work for the association, but since the fires, we haven't had anybody. We're losing our people. So people got to stop saying that nobody wants to work. It's not, we don't want to work. We're losing our people. We are losing our people. So I'm at the front desk and I hear day in, day out about all these short-term vacation rental stuff. So I'm hearing it first and foremost. And if you guys want to hear, come join me at work. You know, these short-term vacation rentals, number one, are most of them, I could tell you about 50% of them at my condo alone are operating illegally. Illegally. 14, you know, these people, they come to visit Hawaii, and I know a good handful of families that had to sleep in their cars because there was nobody to respond to their calls, just because they couldn't get a code to get into the unit. And it's sad. And I hate to hear that, you know, that condos, people cannot live in them, local people don't want to live in them. Yes, they do. My sister is one of them. She works for the county right now.
30 seconds.
And she's having a hard time finding a place. and FEMA's been giving her the runaround. I don't want to hear that they don't, because they do want to. And also the we versus me question, where did that start? It started with money. Money. That is the greed. Nobody cares. I'm actually pivoting and I'm leaving where I'm at now to be somewhere where I'm getting paid less just so I can be closer to my children. And to also just make sure that I can continue to
Mahalo for
help my
your
community.
testimony.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next is Flo Craddock. Is Flo here? Kamana'o'io Gomes, followed by Reverend Julian Givat, Delilah Salcedo, Luisa Garcia, and Zenaida Valdez.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on testifying today, but I thought I had to testify by coming in. But my name is Kamana Gomes. I already testified at the first meeting.
Oh, then sorry, we can I have you testify again then?
Oh yeah. Oh my bad.
Okay,
But I do want to say this. I am opposed to this whole thing. Okay.
mahalo. Yeah, sorry, we're at the same testifier list running, so we cannot give anybody a second spot to testify. Is Reverend Julian? Okay. Oh, Shivo. Thank you. She'll be followed by Delilah Salcedo, Luisa Garcia, Zenaida Valdez, and Max Beebe.
Aloha, everyone. I am Reverend Julianne Javot. I am an interfaith minister here on Maui. Mahalo for this opportunity to share today, and I stand strongly for phasing out the SDVRs on the Minatoya list. I have 4 jobs, half of which are linked to tourism. We are in a housing crisis, and I'd like to focus on that word crisis for a moment because nearly everyone has used the word crisis. And we use it so much, it starts to feel like it doesn't mean anything. So I want to share that crisis is a time of intense difficulty, trouble, or danger. A time when a difficult or important decision must be made. It's the turning point of a disease when an important change takes place, indicating either recovery or death. And I see this crisis every day. I know what it looks like. It looks like 15 people in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment, multi-generational families, for over a year working multiple jobs, looking for a place that they can afford to live. Any one of them would take one of those condos in Kihei or on the west side. This is a crisis of home for local families, and I'm here to support people having a home to live in. Phasing out the Minatoya list is a key element and something that can be done now. It is a list that has always been an exception. That exception was not promised in perpetuity. We are in crisis now, and now is the time to act decisively to support making spaces available as homes for local people. And leaving them only encourages more extractive economics where people say they love Maui, but when it comes to a crisis, their love of Maui proves false. Wouldn't you do all you can to help out in a crisis? Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Delilah Salcedo. Not here. We can come back to them if they're here. Luisa Garcia. Zenaida Valdez. Max Beebe. Okay. Max is followed by Norman Johnson, Sandy Reshecki, Barbara Dalmatoff, and James Reshecki. Please go ahead.
First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude for the mayor, the council, and the committee for dedicating their time to hear our testimonies today and for their commitment to public service. My name is Max Dean Beebe. I'm a full-time resident of Maui. I've lived and worked in every town between Haiku to Makena to Kapalua. My extended family came here in 1975. and I'm a survivor of the wildfires on August 8th. I lost my rental in Lahaina, my job, my surfboard shaping bay, and a sense of community that I cherished. I strongly oppose the bill to eliminate blanket elimination of the short-term units on the Minatoya list. While we share a common goal, while some of us share the common goal of a prosperous, stable, safe, and independent community, affordable housing has been critical and a long-standing need for us. This current and past administration has failed us in addressing this need. We require dignified housing for the Lahaina fire victims and our hardworking Maui residents. This bill, unfortunately, is not the solution. The blanket removal of 7,100 short-term units on the Minatoya list would lead to economic disaster for everyone on the island by severely impacting our current largest industry, tourism. These rentals contribute to millions of dollars annually in taxes, and they're an essential service for our schools, our roads, our housing, our beach park maintenance, and the support of thousands of local families. Please put the millions of dollars collected every year for affordable housing towards building homes, townhomes, and condo developments suitable for our community to live in long term, with deed solutions that can also be used for primary residences and can only be resold for primary residences. Please make the planning and permit process faster and simpler. I have a family friend who's been willing to build me a cottage in Maui Meadows, and he's been told that it's going to take a minimum of 12 months just to get the plans approved and the building permit. This is
1 minute.
pretty absurd. How is that going to help the people that have already lost so much? Myself and the community deserve a lot better. Maui needs to invest in local business. We should change the economic structure, but we can't put the cart before the horse. We need to start businesses that reflect the change that we want to see in our community, including construction firms to rebuild this island's resiliency, benefiting our community rather than the large corporate hotels.
30 seconds.
Establishing a nonprofit organization could aid in our underfunded programs such as watershed, wetlands, reef restoration, reforestation. Together as one team, one society, we can contribute to a better place for our family, friends, and neighbors. I oppose the blanket ban of the Minatoya list and thinks it needs to be reformed. Thank you for your consideration on these issues. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Norman Johnson. Norman Johnson is followed by Sandy Rashecki, Barbara Dalmatoff, James Rashecki, and Ruby Ray.
Hi, I'm Norman Johnson. I'm a resident of Maui here. I bought in 99. I finally got to move here in 15. I think that I'm opposing this bill because I think it's really hurting my property rights and closing my options. I'm retired. I would like the opportunity to, down the road, be able to rent my property out while I'm allowed to travel around the planet. This is my lifelong dream, and I'm going to be losing my lifelong dream. I don't think that's the answer of taking one piece of the pie and moving it to another piece and taking it from the short-term rentals and putting them over here into the long-term rental. My property cost me $2,000 a month in homeowners and land lease, and another $3,000 in debt reduction, debt payments. So if I'd have to rent the property out at $5,000 a month to break even, and on a 3-to-1, 3.5-to-1 ratio, a tenant would have to be making $15,000 to $20,000 a month to qualify to rent my unit. And that's not helping. That's not going to help the program. What we need to do is streamline the building process. If the water's short and there are problems with the water, fix the water system. That's what you guys were supposed to do. Streamline the ability to build something. A year to get a building permit? That's ridiculous. No place else on the planet does that. And the nepotism, here, Auntie, here's a building permit. That's got to stop. I want to see this island succeed, and it needs to be run like a business. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Sandy Rashecki. Sorry. Thank you. Followed by Barbara Dalmatoff, James, how do you say it?
Rashesky.
Rashesky. Ruby Ray, and Karen Ryan. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time today, council. My name is Sandy Reshevsky. I am a resident of Maui. I live in Kula. I'm also a short-term vacation owner. I've been coming to Maui for over 40 years. We purchased in 2008. When we were here and started to work with the realtor, we knew that eventually we'd like to make Maui our home. We love it. And we wanted a property that we could vacation until the time came that we could afford to move here. So we only looked at properties that were legal for short-term vacation rentals. The realtor at the time showed us like individual residents and condos. And we were like, no, we want something that's zoned. So the properties that we bought were at Kamoli Sands. It was always the intention from the time of build. They have a front office with 24-hour staff to check in. It was always designed for short-term rentals. However, it has always been available for any person, local or outsider, to purchase. They can rent if you want to do long-term rentals, but because of the cost of the overhead, it was very cost prohibitive. When the fires hit last August, we, like so many people, our hearts were broken. We were devastated. And it's like, what can you do to give back to the community? And we opened up our rentals for anybody who needed it, whether it be a displaced family, first responders, or vacationers that came and found themselves with no place to stay. In that time period that we were out, and we put it with Red Cross, we had a couple that came to Lahaina for a wedding that their hotel was burned down and had no place. They stayed with us 1 week. We had a family from Kula come because there was no potable water. And by the way, I'm going to mention, we evacuated with the Kula fire as well. So we're victims as well as the people of Lahaina.
1
We
minute.
had no people from Lahaina come forward. And when we asked our friends and that we know and the workers that they're at the complex, they said, we're from Lahaina. We don't want to be in Kihei. Our ohana's in Lahaina. Our friends are in Lahaina. We work in Lahaina. So to attack these properties, this Minatoya list is nothing less than a witch hunt. And I believe that there's a lot of illegal rentals that got put in
30 seconds.
zones that should be taken off. But for the legitimate resort properties, this absolutely is wrong. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Barbara Dalmatoff, followed by James Reshevsky, Ruby Ray, and Karen Ryan. And after Karen, we will try again with MC98 online.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Dalmatoff, and I am opposing the proposed ban of the STVRs. Rebuilding Lahaina is a #1 concern. We all agree we need affordable long-term housing. I don't believe that this is the way to do it. STVR owners pay almost $100 million in the TAT taxes every year. I was wondering, where does all that money go? Why isn't a portion of that being used every year to build affordable homes? Especially now with what's happened in Lahaina. Luxury homes and condos I keep seeing are approved, things are being built, and I understand there is a water issue. How are they getting water and homes are not? The County of Maui has failed in enforcing illegal short-term rentals. There are many actual homes that are not legal in neighborhoods that could provide a home for locals. Maybe we need to recommend to the Planning Commission to look into these and stop them. Rents are expensive here on Maui, but on the mainland as well. I get that. AOAO fees are quite high. I don't know if you know, but since the fire, insurance carriers have dropped almost all of the condo associations. Where I have one, we used to pay $187,000 a year for fire insurance. Now it's $1.2 million. What does that mean? That means our association fees are going up about $800 a month. So it's getting astronomical. I know some people have mentioned that we make a lot of money on ours. I don't know. I'm not one of them. Mine does not make that money. I take a lot of losses. And I try to provide for a lot of local cleaners, handymen, everyone that I use. I was planning a
1 minute.
bathroom remodel, which now I've had to put on hold because of the costs. And so my local people that were going to do it are not very happy right now either. Again, I don't know why these luxury homes are being approved, but I think we need to look into that. And I feel very blessed to live here, and I love Maui and the people here. So,
30
oh,
seconds.
one other thing I heard just recently is that there is a lot of illegals coming here from other countries.
Please, in the gallery, please keep it quiet.
From
Thank
another
you.
from other countries and taking jobs. So that's what I've just heard.
Everybody, please, point of order. Thank you.
Time.
Mahalo for your testimony. We'd like to keep everything orderly and respectful, please. Appreciate everybody being here. But part of this is making sure this is a safe space for everybody to share their testimony, whatever testimony that may be. Thank you. Okay. Right now we have James Reshevsky, followed by Ruby Ray, Karen Ryan, and MC98. And then we're going to take a lunch break.
No, my name is James Reshevsky, and my wife was the two persons before this last person spoke, and she pretty well said everything that we needed to say. But I just have, and I won't take all 3 minutes, so I just have a question for the county. What is the county's plan when we're going to lose the revenue? So you got about two choices. You're either going to raise taxes or you're going to cut services. So what services would you even look at? Police department, fire department? County needs, if they don't have a plan on what they're going to do with the revenue cut, maybe some of the people that are in this room will be unemployed. Who knows? So anyway, I just hope the county has an idea what they're going to do instead of just throwing this thing out there to see what's going to happen. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Ruby Ray. Followed by Karen Ryan and MC98.
Okay. Can you reach? This side. She wrote this herself. Here.
Hello, my name is Ryan Farr. My best friend is Ryan. His dad died. He's from Lahaina. My mommy's a teacher from Lahaina. She misses her kids. All the people who moved away. We have to move away. I miss my nice aunties and my friend Ace. Lord God, in this beautiful world. Please help this beautiful. Please help the people to get a house. And get everything and not live in their tents. And they can't do nothing in there with no toys. And no building to live in. And nowhere to go. And nowhere to have food. No more money because the fires in Lahaina. I want everybody to be nice to each other.
And not take things from
And not take things from Hawaiians. It's not theirs.
I want to help them so they don't leave.
I want to help them so they don't leave. I don't like people love my more than people. I love people the most. Don't be so mean because you have all the money. No more STR. Aloha oi.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Karen Ryan, followed by MC 98, and then we'll go to lunch. But before we break for lunch, I'll read the first 20 names of when we come back from lunch. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Karen Ryan. I moved to West Maui in the 90s. My in-laws, my family have been there and been in service of this community or the Lahaina community, Maui community, and almost lost their life. We spent this weekend doing a celebration of life and seeing our family that's not here on island anymore. Those that maybe went off to school and won't be able to come back to the island. It was just very emotional. So I thought I would show up today and I didn't prepare a speech. I do want to share my thoughts with the people, with the STR owners who make comments about rental places or their places not being large enough. I have a wonderful landlord. I've lived in the same place that's about 440 square feet for 15 years now. And we've made it work. And now my daughter, who's gone to school for resort management, and we've always talked about how it's gonna have to change. It's not sustainable. You need to bring sustainable tourism back to Maui. I know that's not the issue right now, but we all know that this has been happening. If you've lived here long enough, you see this. So as I've sat here, I've been watching this sign right here. I'm gonna read it so everybody that's not here can see what it says. The Planning Department mission to help the people of Maui County manage growth and preserve land in an equitable and sustainable manner that balances culture, environmental, and economic needs. Now, we all know that those can be fluid and those can change throughout time. In 1991, when this was written, or the Montoya, I'm not going to say it correct, but we all know what I'm talking about, things were different. My family or in-laws came here in the 60s. We had conversation about tourism and the growth of tourism. I came in about 97. I came from the Lake Tahoe area where we have issues like sewage, water coming in. More specifically, I lived in Kirkwood, which actually had employee housing
1 minute.
that I lived in. I'm going to kind of just tap into what really stands out to me on that is balance. I'm not going to talk about the cultural aspect because there's so many people here and we've heard that and we know that. But the environmental and economic needs, we knew change needed to happen years ago. Not just because it's exasperated with this fire. It has woken us up. I'm here. I feel shame that I have slept on this for so long. When I
Seconds.
moved here, they were expanding the road from Kaanapali up north and making it a double highway. I watched the South Lake Tahoe Land and Planning Commission. Any of the planning commissioners, you know what it's like to work with them. I'm sure you've heard. But I thought Maui was doing it properly and paying attention to the growth that was happening. Obviously, that has not happened. Again, I've lived in the same house for 15 years, and this is Manini in the big scope of pictures, but there's no water. It's
Time.
illegal for us to wash our cars. We have to come to.
Mahalo for your testimony. Thank you. And next is MC 98 online.
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, MC 98, can you try speaking up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Please state
Oh.
your name for the record.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mana Clardy. And although I do not live on Maui or I do not have any property on Maui, I live on the mainland. I've been watching what's going on in Maui since I first came to the island about 15 years ago. And I wanted to eventually move there, but I didn't want to come there with nothing. So Where I live, I live in the Midwest. I went to nursing school. So when I moved there, I would have something to give back to the island. I thought it was very important for me to be able to do that. So I can only speak from the point of an outsider. And I can say that the landscape of Maui has changed considerably since I first traveled there. And I have not moved to Maui because of the housing crisis and now exasperated even more by the fire. I would like to see that the people that live there that want housing be accommodated before anything else happens. So I guess my question is, after all this time, why is eliminating the STRs a priority now? I heard it's due to not having enough housing, but that's been a problem for years and nothing has been done. So I also haven't heard what's supposed to happen after the STRs are eliminated. So if there was more information on future plans from the government, it may give more guidance on how to come together to create a more inclusive plan rather than to divide the community. So if the plan is to accommodate residents with affordable housing, then the answer would be yes. And if it's more high-priced housing that's unaffordable for the working residents, then I would have to say no to that. But like I said, I'm coming from the mainland. I come there
1 minute.
every week. Right now, I am part of a flight crew, and so I'm able to really keep in touch with what's going on there. Mahalo for your time. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. So we're going to go into a lunch break now. It'll be 30 minutes. So we would reconvene probably about 12:40 p.m. today. And I will read out the first 20 names who will be on the in-person list when we come back. And if any of people were the no-shows that had to leave and maybe can come back later, just indicate yourself to staff that you were on the list and couldn't make it. And I think staff hopefully will be ready for that. So our first 20 people when we come back are Ian Chan Hodges, Iove Cadaves, sorry, Priscilla Diompak, Dolly Boutte, Anita Manuel, Violeta Natividad, Virgie Olario, Juanita Ramos, Jocelyn Victorino, Adeline Pasqua, Conchia Vicambra, Joel Montoya, Lawa Ena Acerde, Ki'i Kaho'ohanohano, Morea Mendoza, Julissa Figueroa, Shanale I'i Kahahane, Kathy Fleming, Corky Gardner, and Annette Welpman. So we will see everybody in half an hour. Thank you all for your time and energy today. Mahalo.
Aloha, everyone. Please keep your cameras muted until the end of the break.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We are resuming our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, July 23rd. And we are picking back up with our public testimony in-person list. Once we get through this list, we will go over to our online testifier list. But I think we will monitor in case people do come in person and wish to testify. We will keep you on the list and we can maybe go back and forth to respect the people who have come here, like between the online and in-person list. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But for now, I'll read the first 10 people on our in-person list so you folks can start to get yourselves ready. I know people are still filtering back into the room here. But we have coming up Ian Chan Hodges, Yelve Cadaves, Priscilla Diompok, Dolly Butai, Anita Manuel, Violeta Natividad, Virgie Olario, Juanita Ramos, Jocelyn Victorino, Adeline Pasqua, and Conchia Vicambra. So Ian Chan Hodges.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Chan Hodges. Appreciate the time I have to testify. I wanted to actually touch on, I was thinking about actually responding to and talking about the economic study that the industry did about how the big impact it's going to have on the economy, and there will be some impact, but the study actually exaggerates a lot of the employment loss. But rather than doing that, when I first walked in here this morning, I saw the people in the audience were basically ILW members and Lahaina Strong members. And I wanted to ask the commission members to think about something of who you should actually listen to. And I think it's really important that you've actually spent all this time listening to all these people testify. But it really comes down to the issue of who are you actually going to listen to? And I'll go back 70 years to 1954, which was the Democratic Revolution in Hawaii, basically led by the LW and other folks. In one election, the Democrats took over from the Republicans and basically the plantation oligarchy. And during the time that, excuse me, during the time that the unions were organizing and that was all happening, the plantation owners were saying this is going to be devastating to the economy. We can't have unions. It's going to raise the cost of labor. And so a lot of the arguments we're hearing now, you heard 70 years ago from the plantation owners. And now you come up to 70 years later, and we have what I like to call the revolution of 2024. I had the opportunity in the start of the legislative session to actually happen to show up at Senator Mangus McKelvey's office on opening day, and a lot of Lahaina Strong people were there. And I remember they were still in that point trying to figure out how does the legislature work. We'd never been here before. And the thing I found incredibly impressive was you had all these young people
1 minute
from Maui actually figured it out, pushed through a bill that a lot of legislators didn't want to have pushed through, and got it to the point where the county had the authority to actually move ahead with this bill, which by the way, I support. And I think basically it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I grew up in politics in Hawaii, and what Lahaina Strong basically achieved is basically very similar to what the LW and other people achieved
30
7 years ago. So I asked that as you sort of mull over all this stuff, think about actually who are you going to listen to, because that's really important. Everybody can throw out facts and figures, but really, who should you listen to? And you are a body of the county. And one of the things we actually say, I'm a parent, is we should listen to the next generation. This is the next generation talking, and this is what they're saying. So I support this. Please pass this or recommend it. Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but next is Yeove Cadaves. Not here. Up next is Priscilla Diompok. Is Priscilla here? Dolly Butai. Is Dolly Butai here? Anita Manuel. Violeta Natividad. Virgie Olario. Juanita Ramos. Jocelyn Victorino. Adeline Pasqua. No. Conchia Vicambra. Joel Montoya. Lawa Ena Acerde. Ki'i Kaho'ohanohano. Okay, and next up after Ki'i are Morea Mendoza, Julissa Figueroa, Shanalei I'i Kahahane, Kathy Fleming, and Corky Gardner. So please, go ahead.
Okay. Aloha mai kākou. My name is Ki'ina Neokalani Kaho'ohanohano. Mahalo for the opportunity to be here and for the work that you folks doing. There's so much, and in 3 minutes. I think the bottom line I just want to say is that when it comes to what has transpired here on our island home for many years, but then amplified by fires, the number one thing that should be priority is the people of this place. I believe it was the first, maybe the second council meeting after the fires that I attended to also give testimony about other fire-related issues. At that time, we had a wahine who has a job for the past 15 years, I believe she stated, in disaster relief. And something that sticks with me that doesn't leave my brain and it's in my body is the statement that she made that we all know to be true. If you're from here, you know this to be true. And she verified it. For someone who goes specifically to these places where there are disasters and tragedies, the people are always number one. Every other place that she has ever been flown to in an emergency situation, she has seen the response be focused on the wellness and the ability to thrive for the people of those places. Currently, more than half of the people that were displaced are gone. We already saw this trend occurring prior to fires. I know people that were looking for housing prior to the fires for 2.5 years and left their Hawaii home, families that are here from here for generations because they couldn't then find housing. Now, obviously, this is amplified. You see me testify about taxes and how it has displaced our kupuna and our lineal descendants for generations. All these different issues are stacking. And meanwhile, our people are the ones that are suffering.
basic bottom line is that we need housing. We don't have time to build these huge developments. Yes, we need to work on affordable housing, that's clear. But we have these units where people could move in tomorrow. And to tell you the truth, approaching the 1 year here, it should have already happened a long time ago because we have these spaces and these
Aye.
spaces can be filled and they should be filled by the people of these places.
Mahalo for your
So they
testimony.
don't have to leave home. That should be the priority.
Mahalo. Next is Morea Mendoza, followed by Julissa Figueroa, Shanalei Ii Kahahane, and Kathy Fleming.
Aloha Maui Planning Commission. My name is Morea Mendoza, and I am testifying in my professional capacity as the Director of Leadership and Operations at Pacific Birth Collective. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting women and families during their childbearing years, and we strongly endorse the proposed phase-out of short-term rentals on the Minatoya list and believe that this measure is crucial to the wellness and stability for our community. As an organization deeply embedded in the fabric of Maui's community, we witness firsthand the challenges faced by families securing stable housing. These challenges were only exacerbated by the fires. What I want to speak to you about today is the connection between housing stability, community support, and maternal health. Housing security directly contributes to reduced stress and anxiety for pregnant women and postpartum mothers. This stability is crucial during pregnancy as chronic stress can adversely affect maternal health and fetal development. Studies show that unstable housing conditions such as homelessness or frequent moves are associated with higher rates of preterm birth, low birth weight for infants, and these are issues that we cannot afford here on Maui because we do not have a neonatal intensive care unit. Stable housing reduces these risks by providing a consistent and supportive environment for maternal health. With regards to community support, support during pregnancy and childbirth and postpartum significantly improve the likelihood of positive birth outcomes. This includes reduced rates of preterm birth, again, low birth weight, and complications during delivery. Emotional and practical support should come not from only healthcare providers, but also partners, family members, and the communities that we build around us. So where is the support if the communities don't exist and our families have been forced to move away? The transient nature of short-term rentals
1 minute.
disrupts the sense of community that is vital to supporting these families during the vulnerable and transformative period of pregnancy, birth, and early parenthood. Their investment is often transactional, extractive, and lacks accountability to Maui residents. By phasing out short-term rentals on the Minatoya list, Maui County has an opportunity to prioritize the immediate and essential needs of its residents. We urge you to consider the long-term benefits of this measure for the health and welfare of this generation of families and for the generations to
seconds.
come. This is just the first step in ensuring that families can continue to call Maui home with confidence and security, and we urge you to take this step for our families. Mahalo on behalf of Pacific Birth Collective and all of the families that we serve across Maui County. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Julissa Figueroa. Is Julissa Figueroa here? For all of you who were here in person but had to leave, please know you can still sign up to testify online. And please do so you can lend your voice. Shanalei Ii Kahahane, followed by Kathy Fleming, Corky Gardner, and Annette Weltman.
Aloha, my name is Shanalei Kahane, and I am 17 years old. My ohana and I are kupa of Lahaina for generations. I have recently not only been displaced from my home, but for centuries our people have been pushed out. Our community has been showing up in full force because we believe that short-term rentals have exceeded its limits. The thought of affording a house in my own hometown has become less hopeful because people continue to vacation here and not go home. I'm tired of seeing tourists in our neighborhoods instead of where they belong, in hotels, but not even that. I don't want Lahaina to be and look the way it used to because we were being taken over by our colonizers. It was too much too quick, and now we have the chance to make a change. All of these fees and dues you talk about never existed when these places were actually used as apartments for workforce. Also, don't tell me where you think we would want to live, as our ohana of 5 now live in a small studio with no storage after the Lahaina fire. All I gotta say is this is Pilau, and all you care about is your money. And you don't see what you're doing to my future, the future of my keiki. This is our home, and I want my kids to grow up here the way I did. So it's time, it's our turn to thrive as a community instead of putting profit and greed over our people. I support the phase out of short-term rentals, a hold to CTRs. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Kathy Fleming. Is Kathy Fleming here? Corky Gardner. Annette Waltman, who I believe is now online. Okay, Annette will be followed by Cheryl Hendrickson, Amber Rose Hawkins, Tatum Herrick, and Elizabeth Clapper. So Annette, please go ahead. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Good afternoon, commission members. My name is Annette Weltman, and I stand in opposition to this bill of phasing out short-term rentals on the Minatoya list. I am here because I love Maui, and I have proudly owned and operated a short-term rental for the past 7 years. Allow me to share a brief journey with you through my guest book. Each entry tells a story reflecting the past where families express gratitude for affordable accommodations that hotels cannot offer. These guests contribute to our economy by dining at local restaurants, attending luau's, enjoying snorkeling trips, and exploring our vibrant markets and farms and our stunning beaches. Their visits also keep our local services busy. We regularly call Val's Plumbing to unclog drains, best screen for repairs after accidental mishaps, and our cleaning companies, Trinity and Precision, for extra supplies, as well as a few handymen on call for repairs. Occasionally, our guests sometimes seek services from local clinics. Currently, our guests are eager to support West Side businesses, asking about volunteer opportunities and ways to assist those affected by recent fires. They actively engage in events that celebrate Hawaii's rich culture and history. Looking to the future, my guest book holds promises of new families and returning guests who make up 1/3 of the travelers that stay in vacation rentals. These visitors are crucial to the locally owned tourism industry, providing essential income for businesses and residents alike. Legal vacation rentals are the primary funding source for the Maui Affordable Housing Fund, creating thousands of well-paying jobs and contributing millions to our local economy through taxes and fees that support public services and infrastructure. I respectfully urge the council to reconsider this bill as it threatens our economy, employment, and community well-being. Short-term rentals are vital to Maui's economy and community. Together, we can find solutions that protect the interests of all stakeholders. I sincerely thank you for your time and consideration.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Cheryl Hendrickson, who I believe is now online. Cheryl, if you're there, please unmute your mic and come forward. Oh. Cheryl's unmuted, but cannot hear. No. Technical difficulties. Okay, we can try come back to Cheryl. Next is Amber Rose Hawkins, who is in person. Yes. Okay. And she will be followed by Tatum Herrick, Elizabeth Clapper, Lana Albright, and Alexander Kaminer.
Aloha. My name is Amber Rose Hawkins. I am a board certified, award winning primary care nurse practitioner. I stand with the people of Lahaina and of Maui in support of this bill. The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves its children. What are we leaving the keiki of Maui? I am also part of a global organization that seeks to promote healthy, conscious play for all children. Let me ask you, how can a child feel safe to play and grow when their basic needs are not being met, when they have a permeating fear of homelessness and resource scarcity, when the elder has to raise the younger because the caregivers have 2, 3, 6 jobs? Maslow's hierarchy of needs says that no human can reach any semblance of self-actualization without the felt safety of having a home, clean water, clean instrumental waste, nutrition and nutrient-dense foods. I'm not going to testify about my own struggles with finding a house because there's so many more testimonies that are graver and more egregious than my own. Instead, I want to challenge the council to vote for equity, justice, human rights, and righteousness. The semantics of this bill can be reviewed, amended 1,000,000 times over until everyone is happy, but no one will be happy and no bill will be perfect. This is simply the first step to move towards justice, towards aloha for the residents of Lahaina and Maui. Yes, of course, this is about greed. This is about inequality. This is about capitalism. This is about gentrification and about propagation of colonialism. But what is it truly about? It's about balance. There has to be a radical change in resource appropriation because there was radical loss. Lahaina has a gaping wound that needs healing, and we are questioning if they deserve the healing that we all experience so freely on the island. Okay. There is a very immediate need for healing now, not in 6 months, not a year, not 2 years, today. That's why it's so radical. What I want to say to the council is you have a choice today to impact the sanctity of health and the people of Maui for future generations of Hawaii. And make no mistake about it, the universe always seeks to correct an imbalance on the island, especially of its people. So the correction will be done with or without you. Lastly, I want to leave one quote. First, they came for the socialists.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I did not speak because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak up because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. No one was left to speak for me. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Sorry, I gotta remind you guys, gotta hold the applause because there's people working around us. Mahalo. Next, yeah, this kind works. Yes. Tatum Herrick is up next, followed by Elizabeth Clapper, Lana Albright, Alexander Kaminer, and Robert Chung.
Aloha, my name is Tatum Herrick. Mahalo for your time and being here. I lived in a multi-generational home built by my great-grandpa in Lahaina, and I am in support of phasing out short-term rentals because I believe that housing for the local people should come first. As a young person who grew up here, I can only hope to be able to afford a place of my own due to all the out-of-state ownership of condos and apartments. Allowing short-term rentals, which cater to visitors, creates more disparities for thousands of us just trying to find a place to live. Lahaina deserves to be a home for its people, and priorities should not lie with only the income, but the kokua that circulates within our community. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Elizabeth Clapper. Is Elizabeth here? We can try Cheryl Hendrickson again online.
Yes, hi, sorry about that.
Yes, hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
So
I was having technical difficulties, so I
okay,
apologize.
1
Anyway,
second.
Oh, okay.
After Cheryl will be Lana Albright, Alexander Kaminer, Robert Chung, and Christina Mo. So please go ahead with your testimony.
Okay, I am testifying in support of phasing out the STRs. I moved here over 40 years ago, and there was plenty of affordable housing units, plus a lot of choice. Everything was in balance. It was Pono. And then, obviously, now we're out of the balance, and I feel the STRs have contributed greatly to that. It's caused us to have limited housing. It's raised the rents of what we do have, basic supply and demand. It's also led to the proliferation of illegal rentals, where a lot of the kids are having to rent units with no kitchen, no bathroom. We have one kid that has the toilet in the middle of the main room because there is no rentals for the kids. It's also contributed to the over-tourism problem. Our beaches, our parks, our trails are so inundated with people that we can't enjoy nature anymore. The wildlife is scarce. It's hard to get contractors, plumbers, painters, because everyone's so busy with the current people living here. It's crazy how hard it is to get people to help you out in your house. There's just too many people. So I totally support the phasing out of the Minatoya list. And I'm sorry about those people, but they knew the risks when they bought those units. And we need to be behind our local people, stand up for them, and be Pono again. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Lana Albright. Is Lana here? Looks like no. Alexander Kaminer. Robert Chung. Okay, and after Robert Chung is Christina Mo, Kaipo Kekona, Julissa Figueroa, and Corky Gardner.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Chung. I'm actually a resident of the Big Island, and I'm completely against this bill. And I just want to use it as a humor. I feel like we're taking a shotgun to kill a roach and shooting it 40 times. I'm very sympathetic to everyone here. I think we need affordable homes. But I think there's a distinct differentiation from creating affordable homes, having permits, having programs to build affordable homes where people can move in, have their families. I bought a very small studio in Kihei so I could actually commute to work here because that's the best I could do. I'm an employee of a company. But because of the situation I'm in, and I may be a very small section, but I commute to work here, and the only way I could afford to keep that condo for my work is to supplement it with short-term income. So I stay a few days, I rent it out to vacationers, and that's how I make a living or support what I'm doing. So all I'm here to do is just say, take a close look at the whole situation. Not everybody is some kind of mutual fund out buying all these houses or a group of people in California. We actually have condo owners that live in Hawaii that maybe have jobs in other islands or families in other islands. And I just want you to put that into consideration before you, like I said, take a shotgun to a cockroach. There are better approaches to this. I sympathize. We do need more affordable housing. We need to have permit process where we do make it easier, maybe have economies of scale to build communities where people could have families. I could tell you right now, I put my name on the list of Lima Charlie for studio condo in Kihei. There were no takers. No one had a need for a studio in a resort complex. And in the end, I just want to say a final thing. Even if we were to eliminate short-term, if we still have free markets for long-term rentals, we really have to question what the real market price is for long-term rentals. I could tell you right now,
30 seconds.
it will not have much of an effect. Most people will still not be able to afford long-term rentals in Kihei. They will have to have a program of help from government to have some type of low-cost housing. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Christina Mao, followed by Kaipo Kekona, Julissa Figueroa, and Corky Gardner, and then we will go to the online list.
Aloha Maui Planning Commission. Thank you for coming. My name is Christina Mao, and I'm a 23-year-old. I was raised in Lahaina. I support the phasing out of STRs as they do not serve the community. I'm a single mom of 2 and soon to be 3. And I would like to say I have been looking for housing before the fire, and it has been exasperated because of the fire. And now I'm living out of a tiny room with my 2 kids and soon to be 3. There's so much that I want to say, but I can't say in 3 minutes. But if you overlook everything that has been happening, this is multi-layers, and this phasing out of the SCRs will help find. We can rebuild. This is a reset button for Lahaina. We can start over and start moving and making the right choices for the people of Lahaina, not for the income. And it's profit over people right now, and we need to really listen to the community because that's where all the voices are coming from, I feel like, and this is where it makes the impact. So I am a support of phasing out of the SCRs. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Kaipo Kekona, followed by Julissa Figueroa and Corky Gardner. The first couple people online are David Louie and Trish Kent. Go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Kaipo Kekona. I'm born and raised here on Maui. I live in a house that was built 32 years ago, workforce housing, the whole neighborhood. Today, there's 3 units out of 38 lots in our neighborhood that are now short-term rentals. So that's one example of where they are creeping into our own neighborhoods, and that's not new. Waiikuli, we've seen that very much so as well. Large properties were being taken down, sometimes neighboring properties purchased and turned into one large overall vacation rental house. Before that, we've seen the Airbnbs kind of thing, which was probably a little bit better. At least somebody was actually living in that house full time. So might be a better situation for us. And you see it creeping into our agriculture as well. This is a system that's been plaguing our community. We're not just in the ER with a severed artery. We have several major injuries, and we all know of this and issues that we've been dealing with for a long time. And the short-term rentals have only worsened the situation. And although this may not be a perfect approach, it's a phase out, and it's only the Minatoya list, so we're not asking for the whole pie. We're not asking for the whole slice of that either, as some gentleman mentioned earlier, moving one slice to another. But anyway, I'd just like to say that I support this thing and be considerate of what we've gone through and where we've been and where we're going next, especially with what we experienced in Lahaina. It is a larger impact that's rippling out across the state. Everyone knows that and can see it. Us trying to close some of these wounds that we have that are really detrimental will only make it better for us to survive in the long haul. I live in a house with my father who's still alive. He's now 82 years old.
1 minute.
I have 4 children. We know what the housing crisis is. We are aware of that. We work on that every day. We advocate at this level all the time. This short-term rental system is plaguing us not only in housing, but the companies and the businesses that we, the people, have built on for years now and have managed and maintained for our visitor industry and every other economic dependency we have are failing and falling out of our reach as well. We cannot hold jobs that don't meet the need of our housing. And so these short-term rentals now are turning to systems like woofing that are providing employment for businesses while living in a house that's short-term. I have one of those, 2 of them in my neighborhood. The entire thing recirculates employees every 3 months, so we don't get jobs and we don't get housing now. And that's in a result to the same thing, the same system and the same process. So those are some of my reasons why I'm here today to speak to this. I see it right in my own neighborhood.
Time.
And I live it in the ag system. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Julissa Figueroa, followed by Corky Gardner. And then online will be David Louis, Trish Kent, and Steve Meyer.
Hi, everyone. I'm scared of public speaking, so sorry if I cry. I'm an able-bodied U.S. citizen. English is my first language, and I'm college educated. I was working full-time and a resident of Lahaina. It was the place I started putting down roots and calling home. I had plenty of opportunities for help in the aftermath of the fire, and I'm still at the whims of government assistance. That is always undecided. Every 3 months, I have to wonder if the rent that is 2 times more than what I paid in Lahaina, which I can't afford, is going to be paid for, or will I be denied and made to be houseless again for the 3rd time in the past 11, almost 12 months? How is it that someone of my status is unable to live here, yet someone who does not live here is able to have a roof over their head, food, rest, quality time with their family, and all their needs are met? How is it even possible or fathomable for someone who is undocumented to have the same? There is no logical reason why a home should be used as a hotel while a hotel is used as a home. I want short-term rentals to be converted to long-term housing because tourists should and can use hotels for their stay. I was in the shelters immediately following the fires, both in short-term rental units and hotels to be specific. These short-term rentals would have drastically improved my community's ability to maintain and uplift each other had we been able to live there long-term. In these spaces, I was able to see neighbors, familiar faces, and friends post-fire. These could have turned into long-term housing, which I've seen for other luckier members of our community. But the priority of profit from tourists eliminated me from being able to be housed. This led to me being moved every 3 days to every week for 7 months straight. Renters on island have been extremely difficult to work with, particularly because of my need for government rental assistance. It is almost like gambling. You have to secure a lease first and then potentially get approved or denied. So if you can find a renter who is kind, patient, and understanding, you might be able
1
to have
minute.
housing. I'm currently proof of the effectiveness of being able to be housed long-term. In March, I was able to find a house lease. I purchased a car the month before with little savings I had left, so now I was able to work. I'd been applying in person, over the phone, through email, wasn't able to secure unemployment. Think of the timeline: 7 months houseless, 10 months unemployed. How can you go to work if you don't know where you're going to shower, sleep, or eat? To be able to maintain the decorum needed for a workplace environment,
30 seconds.
you must have these basic needs met. Now would be the best time to put these decisions into action because the wishes of tourists are protected and considered before residents. The people of Lahaina are still living in hotels without a means to cook for themselves. Imagine if the last time you were able to cook for yourselves or your loved ones a meal was nearly a year ago. Perhaps no one on the council has experienced homelessness, so it may be difficult to understand.
Time.
Having a secure home base exponentially increases options, opportunities, capacity,
for
and
your
the ability for
testimony.
people to be contributing members of society.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you very much. Next is Corky Gardner, followed online by David Louis, Trish Kent, and Steve Meyer. And then we will go to Tyler Smith, who is here in person.
I know. Hi, my name is Corky Gardner, and I lived in Lahaina for 18 years. And I remember working 6 days a week for 6 years, spending 90% of my income on a studio. And I know it's harder even before the fire to find a place. And the people I know were moving out even before the fire. It's impossible to find a place now. And 86% of our remaining places is on that short-term lease list. So it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And even if we offered these people double the rent and tax incentives, they still wouldn't give up their housing to us. And they're trying to say we're not worthy to live up there. We need to be in Kihei. We're the workers. And I think we're all important and we all have income potential, and it's not cool to put us in a box like that. And Japan, Spain, Italy, there's a big movement. Everyone knows that short-term rentals increase the rent. And that's why Japan recently phased out 90 to 95% of their short-term rentals. And I'm with Japan, I'm with Spain. I think they're smart, but let's get smart too. We gotta help all these cool people here that didn't do anything wrong. Just one day we woke up and our whole place is in flames, and I don't see that much compassion. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next online, we have David Louie, followed by Trish Kent, Steve Meyer, and then Tyler Smith, who is here in the room. Mr. Louie, please go ahead.
Aloha. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to all of you for serving on this commission. I'm here to testify on behalf of my client Airbnb. I've submitted written testimony on June 24th, 2024. I'm the former Attorney General of the state of Hawaii. I served under Governor Abercrombie. I've been a trial lawyer for 45 years. I was the president of the Hawaii State Bar Association. I have to tell you folks, this bill on transient vacation rentals has many legal flaws. It's going to lead to litigation. It's going to take years, and you're challenging vested constitutional rights where there's been a long history already where these kinds of bills have been set aside. The government agency has, any government agency, Maui Planning Commission included, has an obligation to pass laws that are consistent with the constitutions. And I appreciate all of the concerns about affordable housing, people who lost their homes in Lahaina wildfires, but this bill is not the way to do that. This bill will effectively eliminate STRs, despite the fact that STRs have been lawful residential uses for decades, and people have relied upon that. It's going to take effect in 6 months for West Maui and 1 year for the rest of the county. That's going to severely impact apartment owners who rely on STRs to supplement their incomes, and it's likely going to have a very broad impact on the Maui economy, which is going to be unfortunate for those people who provide services to STRs. This bill is likely unlawful. Judge Watson, a U.S. District Court judge in 2022, struck down similar legislation in Honolulu, and he said these are vested property rights that people have to use their homes for short-term rentals, and they are constitutional. Hawaii law itself is clear. There's a 1997 Intermediate Court of Appeals case and a 2016 Intermediate Court of Appeals case that says that STRs are considered vested rights. They're pre-existing lawful uses of homes, and zoning ordinances cannot abrogate them. So even though the state recently passed a law amending HRS section 46-4A, that does not change the constitutional protections for homeowners. The constitutional protections are under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution and the equivalent provision in the Hawaii Constitution, which says you cannot take private property without just compensation. And that's what this bill does, unfortunately. There's also a law, a doctrine, which the courts have adopted called the zoning estoppel doctrine.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Trish Kent, followed by Steve Meyer, and then Tyler Smith, who is here, and then Pauline Fitzgerald. So Trish Kent, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time and the way you're conducting this meeting. It's appreciated. I want to say that my sister and I own a condominium in Kamiole Stands, which is on the Minatoya list, and we are stating our opposition to this bill. When my parents purchased this unit almost 40 years ago, they made certain that the unit could be rented as short-term rental. It was built as a resort. It is deeded as a resort, not an apartment complex. and so consequently, we're very concerned. The removal of these short-term units won't add affordable housing, unfortunately. After an analysis that my sister and I have done, our one-bedroom condo, which has virtually no storage and one car parking, would rent for about $6,000 a month because of insurance, which is raised almost 635%, HOA fees, and taxes. The bill also stands to hurt the Maui economy by causing the loss of an untold number of jobs nation or island-wide. Per Paul Brubaker's recent study, the loss of these short-term rental units could destroy over 14,000 jobs, and they won't be limited to just one sector of the economy. It will affect multiple segments of the job market, from high-paying professional and managerial jobs to housekeeping and service jobs. Some of the losses have already started. Ikulu Kitchen 1279, which survived COVID and the fires, closed June 30th. Our rental car agency, where we always get our cars, told me their business will suffer significantly. The manager of our rental agency told us he'll most likely lose his job if this bill goes through, as will the house cleaners and the gardeners, and the friend in real estate has already lost contracts. And this is before the bill's even got through. Once jobs are lost, rather than creating affordable housing, the unemployed won't be able to afford any housing. While COVID and the fires were unforeseen, the financial impacts that caused them had an end. The negative impact from this bill is not only preventable, but once implemented will be forever. We love Hawaii and are very concerned this bill will have lasting negative impacts to Maui. And we feel it aims for a permanent negative fix for a temporary problem. Some solutions could be crack down on some of the illegal rentals in neighborhoods, use existing tax revenues to build affordable housing. To summarize, both my sister and I, Debbie Potter and I, are opposed to the bill, and we respectfully urge you to deny the bill's passage. Thank you again so much for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Steve Meyer, followed by Tyler Smith, Pauline Fitzgerald, Yvonne Bosch, and Amy, who did not provide a last name. So Steve Meyer, are you there?
I am. Yeah, I'm just trying to. Oh, okay. Thank you for. Good morning, or actually afternoon now. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, voice our opposition to the County of Maui bill to phase out the short-term rentals in the A1 and A2 apartment zones. My sisters and I are proud owners of a third-generation management company here in Kihei. We specialize in the Maui Sunset. The string of condos fronting Waipuʻulani Park along South Kihei Road have operated as a tourist and vacation destination since the building of the condos in the 70s. Vacation rentals, timeshare, second homes to off-island visitors were definitely a tourism zone. Our condominium declaration, every advertisement from the late 70s, early 80s mentioned vacation rentals or second homes. It's just built that way. For housing, it would have, instead of 2 buildings, maybe they would have put 3 or 4. The same thing that other people have mentioned about parking and whatnot. But at least these have all been legal and legitimate uses for the last 45 years. But our entire complex right now is taxed by the County of Maui as its highest and best use. So even second homes are no longer taxed as apartment; they're taxed as short-term rentals at the short-term rental rate. A lot of folks have sold because of that, but even so, we still don't have a lot more residents. The incentive to be a resident is a big one. Here at the Sunset, it's about $7,000 or plus a year with the incentives, and some people have taken advantage of that, but mostly because of the high cost, it's a vacation rental. But my grandparents moved over to Maui 4 decades ago and found Kihei to be a rural town with limited facilities. These buildings were all put up along Waipuʻulani Park, and vacation rentals have been part of it ever since. We're proud to be a positive contributor to the community by promoting local businesses. If short-term rentals were phased out, as they said, we would lose a lot of our longtime people have worked at Maui Sunset and with our company for decades would lose their livelihood. They're all residents and great folks. I'll skip down here. So, you know, we really want our
30
neighbors
seconds.
to have a robust. They need a robust tax base to rebuild. Targeting legal condo rentals would only hurt those that need our help. We do ask that you recommend the commission not to recommend this bill for passing. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Tyler Smith. Tyler's here in the gallery and will be followed by Pauline Fitzgerald, Yvonne Bosch, Amy, and Fred Kilby. Go ahead.
Aloha, you guys. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all being here. I think collectively, all together are here for the greater good. I honestly, personally believe that. I'm actually on here for kind of like a mistake. Pardon me, it's my first time doing this, so pardon my nerves. But I was actually across the street just about a couple hours ago, and I was at the zoning office. I guess starting, you guys, I kind of got involved with this just recently when I went to a meeting at the community college that was held at about the development down in McKenna. I'm seeing a lot of similar faces here. I think maybe we're at that meeting. And it shined a lot of light on things that I think are really apparent, and we all know it. Property tax, right? It's just insane. It's what's driving our people out. Me especially. I'm 39 years old, almost 40. I'm trying to figure out how I can stay here, how I can buy a home without paying astronomical rent, right? But I guess the reason why we're here today is for this bill. And I just heard it on the radio. The reason I'm here is because I heard it on the radio when I was up in the office, and I was like, what is that right there? And like, oh, that's the meeting that's being held across the street. And I was like, no way. That's kind of why I'm here, you know? She's like, well, I encourage you to go over there and, talk. We shared the same sentiments, yeah? I just want to give you an example, you guys. Just as I moved here when I was 2, my dad started Coho Grill and Bar back in the day. He bought a house in Kaiwahine. At that time, that development was made for local people, for housing of the locals, for people in the community. And my dad, I'll vouch for him. I'm proud of him. He was a member of the community. He definitely contributed and did his part. Those houses, that property tax, if you look collectively, they're all paying average of $1,500. Or I'm sorry, yeah, $1,500 to $2,000 for their property tax, which is reasonable from what my take. And then you go further south, and that property tax literally pushed out a lot of people over there. I can go on and on, you guys. I only have 3 minutes, and I don't have enough to really express my frustrations. But I'm definitely for this bill to pass because, in all honesty, you guys, people over profits, right? I mean, come on. That's the reason why this bill is being implemented. It's not anything but due to the circumstance we find ourselves in. And unfortunately, there's people here that lost everything. I'll get emotional about it, And pardon me, shame on the gentleman that
30
was
seconds.
speaking earlier about Maui should be built for profit. I mean, that got me angry, for him talking like that. So I encourage you guys as council members or county, I don't even know who I'm talking to in regards to what your role and what you can implement and keep going. But man, I wasn't going to come, but I feel like if I don't say anything, then I'm just another person just here, just complaining. I'm speaking to you guys. I think Justin said it best at the last meeting, you guys. It takes our generation to step up and to call these guys out.
Mahalo for your testimony.
They're going, yeah. So anyway, appreciate your guys' time, yeah.
Mahalo. Just a side note, I'm glad there's a lot of first-time testifiers who are coming out for this, and I hope that continues forever. Next is Pauline Fitzgerald, followed by, is Pauline Fitzgerald online? No? Okay. Yvonne Bosch. Okay, so Yvonne Bosch will be followed by Amy, who did not provide a last name, Fred Kilby, and then Jermaine Balino. You can go ahead.
Aloha and Thank you, Planning Commission members, for hearing my testimony. My name is Yvonne Bosk, and I strongly oppose the proposal to phase out the Minatoya listed condos. My husband and I are full-time residents, small business owners in Kihei, and own a vacation rental at Maui Vista. I read an article in Maui Now where a concerned chairperson, Lee, had pointed out a report that indicates more than 4,000 residents have already left Maui since the fires. My concern is that if this proposal passes, you will see a massive exodus of folks like us that can no longer run their business, who rely on visitors that are staying in these units. The slowdown of visitors coming to Maui is already having a negative impact. Our small business is down 41% from the period right after the fires until June of this year, as compared to the same period the previous year. And occupancy at our vacation rental is down 17% for that same period. That's a lot of down business for us without a promise of recovery. In fact, a threat for more days to come, for worse days to come. I just wanted to touch on something we've heard from those that support the proposal, that visitors that stay in these units do not support the community. Instead, they stop at Costco on their way to vacation rental and only eat in their condos. Yes, there are a lot of folks that do stop at Costco. That is true. They are supporting the local folks who work at Costco, Safeway, Times, Foodland, Hawaiian Moons, Whole Foods, etc. Also, in our case, the food that is left behind goes to the cleaners, and some unopened items go to Maui Food Bank, and old fruits and veg go to the Boo Boo Zoo. We have a guest book that asks specific questions for our guests to answer, and most of our guests play along. Questions like places we've gone while on vacation and would recommend, such as restaurants, shopping, entertainment. It asks this because when people go on vacation, they like to do things. They save their money for this. So I can assure you, as it is evident in our guest books, that they are also eating out at local restaurants, learning to surf, going on excursions, trying all the things that are interesting, educational, cultural, and fun. Also, when I first communicate with our guests, I send them a link to our guidebook. In it, I have things to do, which include cultural experiences such as the Malama Hawai'i program, so that they can, when they plan their trip, they can choose to make it rewarding, one that gives back. It is absurd to think that visitors only stay in their condos and don't support local businesses. Mahalo for hearing me today, and I do hope that we can all work together to find a better solution. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Amy, who did not provide a last name. Is this Amy online? That person is gone. Is Fred Kilby online? Okay.
Yes,
Fred
I'm
Kilby.
online.
Okay, 1 second. Fred Kilby will be followed by Jermaine Bellino, who is here. And then we will go back online to Jim McGuffin, Josh McKim, and David Eder. So please go ahead with your testimony.
Great. Aloha. My name is Fred Kilby. My husband and I own in Kihei, and we oppose the plan to phase out these short-term vacation rentals that have been in existence for the past 40 years. I appreciate the time and effort you're placing on this. This proposal has garnered over 13 hours of live testimony, both in person and remote, and thousands of pages of written testimony. This shows the importance of this issue, as it could possibly result in a historic event for Maui. I'm not a trained physicist with my own database, but I do have my master's in business administration, lived through the housing crashes of the 1990s and 2008. I've worked with data and analytics in the mortgage and financial industries. I've seen the impacts of falling home prices, and it's not pretty. One I want to point out is the billions with a B in home equity that would be wiped out. It was stated that the purpose of this bill was to flood the market and drive prices down. This would be devastating to all property owners on Maui. A drop in value cannot be contained to buildings on a list. This would impact every person on Maui who bought their home or took out equity within the past few years. They could well find themselves underwater. For those not aware of the term, underwater is when the balance of one's mortgage is greater than the value of their property. This occurred in both the 1990s and 2008 real estate market crashes, leading to massive foreclosures. The question is for those who own properties, how much equity can you lose before going underwater? Could you forego unexpected major repairs, unexpected medical bills, lose part of your nest egg? How much equity are you willing to give up for this misdirected proposal? I said that this could be an historic event. Recently, Maui has had multiple tragic events that severely impacted its economy. There was the 2020 pandemic, jobs lost, businesses closed, people left the island. And just as Maui was recovering from the pandemic, the Lahaina fire happened. Jobs lost, businesses destroyed,
1 minute.
people left the island. This proposal would throw a third tragedy upon Maui in under 5 years. Jobs lost, businesses ruined, people leaving the island. This legislation will give an already struggling economy a blow that could keep it down for many years to come. Will your legacy be remembered as a commission that recommended the possible collapse of the Maui economy? The pandemic and fire were unplanned catastrophic events. This proposal is a planned catastrophic event. I thank you for the time and ask you recommend the county not pursue the draft bill to eliminate legal transit vacation rentals in A1 and A2 apartment zoning districts. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next here in the gallery is Jermaine Bellino. And then we will go online to Jim McGuffin, Josh McKim, David Eder, and Ben Davorin. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Jermaine Bellino, and I'm testifying in regards to the short-term rental phase out in support of it. This is a crucial legislation, and I support it because it takes critical housing resources and gives it to the needy. It is unconscionable to me to see that there's tons of housing here, and yet our community is homeless, struggling to find shelter. These units can give them stable long-term housing, and I support it. It's been a long-term issue in Maui. I've listened to testimony of opposing parties. The system is set up to pit everybody against each other. And unfortunately, I think that when you make decisions, there has to be a higher moral ground to make it. I can't see, we have families living on the beach, living out of their cars, living in temporary shelter. We have children going without. And this shouldn't happen here in Hawaii. I'm not particularly feeling the aloha from all the opposers, and particularly why. The issues that come before you, especially this issue, I encourage you to take a higher moral stance when the rules and the laws are inconsistent and it serves the pleasures of the majority while our people are dying out there. So thank you for your time. It's my first time testifying too. That's how important it is. And I encourage you to do the right thing. So mahalo, eola.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Jim McGuffin, Josh McKim, and David Eder. And then I think we will take a 5-minute break. Is Jim McGuffin online? Oh, nope. How about Josh McKim? Oh, there's Josh. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. Josh McKim. I am a full-time Maui resident. I have 4 children. My oldest just graduated last year. My daughter runs track at Maui High, and then my younger boys are at Kihei Charter. I make 100% of our income working in the vacation rental industry, doing property management. I'm just a small firm. I started doing this 9 years ago. I do it full time. In 9 years, I've taken on 21 accounts that I manage. And, we're not involved with any franchises on the mainland or anything. All that stays here on Maui. Um, and so if this were to go through, I would lose 16 out of 21 units. I would be left with 5 units that I'd be managing, and it's not enough to pay our rent. It's not enough to pay our groceries. So I obviously am very concerned about the bill. I'm also going to be getting married, and we're going to have 6 kids combined. So it's just a lot of mouths to feed. We work very hard, to provide, and this is just the industry that we saw opportunity on Maui to pay our bills. I do understand the cost of housing. My mom's family grew up in the islands in the 60s and 70s, and my grandparents made the tough decision in the 80s to leave primarily due to housing. And so I grew up hearing about the high costs in the islands. And, when we decided to make the move over, it was for my son Malachi's asthma. And he does much better. He's on much less medication here than on the mainland. We tried other cheaper markets, and we didn't find a climate quite like this. So we do understand the cost of housing. Just a little bit of a personal example. I haven't heard anybody talk about this, but in my home in Wai'ehu, I did work towards developing a lot for long-term housing. And that process took over 3 years to get building permits. And that was just an excruciating, long, and expensive process. So I would like to see the county streamline the process for development. I think there's other options as far as developing additional housing that wouldn't have to impact us that are here on the island working in the vacation rental industry. But obviously we do need to do something. And I do know through that project, I've seen some changes at the county level where they are doing some of that streamlining, but I would like to just see that process continue. And I feel like that is the answer. Like we obviously we do need to do something. So thank you so much for just listening to my testimony. One last thing I did want to add is just we do the company that we employ for our cleaning. They have 13 cleaners. They're locally owned, locally operated. The lady that operates that started with just, I think, me as like one of her first clients, and she's grown her operations. But she has W-2 employees. They live on island. She provides health insurance. I was just in a unit last week, and one of the cleaners in there, she had 3 young kids under 5 with her. They're cleaning, working so hard, but
I'm going to
this
have
is
to
one of the
cut you off
few.
there. Thank you for your testimony. Mahalo. Next is David Eder. David Eder, are you online? Can you unmute yourself?
Hi.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, so aloha. My name is David Eder. I oppose this bill. As a full-time working Maui resident, I'm certain that the proposed bill to eliminate many short-term rental condos will not address the need for housing for full-time residents, but instead will result in significant loss of revenue, as many have talked about, that is needed for critical services, including housing. Most of the condos on the list were designed for short-term use by visitors because of their ocean views and proximity to beaches. They're mainly what people want when they come here. There are a few similar condos in these locations that are currently not allowed for short-term rentals, and that while somewhat less expensive, these condos are rarely occupied by full-time residents, either as owners or renters. Studies have, and additional studies that you might propose will confirm this. And basically the reality is that there's many mainland people that want and can afford condos, provided they have ocean views and proximity to beaches. Otherwise, why would they want to come here, even for short term? These condos, which do not allow short-term rentals, generally sit empty for the majority of the time. And it makes no sense to increase the number of such empty condos with associated loss of jobs. In fact, when these condos aren't empty or used by the owners, they're actually used usually as a perk to their employees or to friends or relatives. But when those people come, there's no short-term taxes collected. Again, a loss of revenue. The proposed elimination of the current short-term rental condos with their small kitchens also impacts visitors that really can't afford to eat out all the time and can't afford expensive hotels. Some people refer to these as, quote, bad tourists, because they don't spend as much money. But in fact, they're really, good average people that simply can't afford expensive hotels and restaurants, but they still want to experience our wonderful island. And so it's kind of cruel to rule those people out as our visitors. I speak from experience as a relatively rare Maui resident that can't afford to live full-time in a short-term rental condo, which I do with my wife. And I'm very aware of the community. I'm a graduate faculty at the University of Hawaii in the physics department, and I'm funding Maui College students to model the Lahaina fire. And so I'm very aware of the loss of housing, the impact on the community associated with this terrible fire. However, if this bill, if passed,
30 seconds.
will only make things worse, unfortunately. This is not the approach to do, and I strongly oppose the passing of this bill. And I encourage people to think of other ways to get housing. This bill won't do it. Thank you for your time. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. We are going to take a 5-minute break. But when we come back, we will resume our online testifier list. I will read out the first 20 names there before we go for the break. And I want to just remind everybody that you can still come in person to come and testify. We will still put your name down on the list, and I will mix you in with everybody who is online. And again, everybody online, if you know people who are wishing to testify, let them know that they can come in and sign up. So our first 20 names when we come back from our break will be Ben Davorin, Alice Koniges, and Ruff, Judy, who did not provide a last name, Netra Halperin, Sione Nojina Jacinto, Fatima T. Lobo, Brian, who did not provide a last name, Magdalena O'Donnell, Armando, who did not provide a last name, Rebecca Ritchie, Philip Mills, Suki Kuhn, KLM, Joshua Tremblay, Katie, who did not provide a last name, Terry, who did not provide a last name, and Lisa, who did not provide a last name. We will see you when we reconvene at, say, 2:02 p.m. Mahalo. Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, good. You were on okay. We will reconvene our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, July 23rd. Apologies, we took a 10-minute break instead of a 5-minute break, but here we are now. And we will start with online testimony. I will read the first 3. We do have somebody in person who has signed up to testify, so we'll go 3 online and then the in person, and we'll go back online. So our first 3 online are Ben Davoren, Alice Conages, sorry, and Anne Ruff. I see you online. Please go ahead.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Ben Davern. I'm an owner of a short-term rental at the Papakea Resort Zoned A2H2 in West Maui. Not explicitly described what H2 means in the Minatoya list. I'm opposed to the bill as written. I wanted to underscore 2 specific points. The first point is that the timeline for this bill is incredibly short and ultimately unworkable. Even in Barcelona, which has a population 10 times as high as the entire island of Maui, but only 1.5 times as many short-term rentals, they're proposing to terminate short-term rentals in 2028. And that's because they understand the economic upheaval and the amount of planning that needs to be dealt with before something like this can be implemented, even though their economic damage will be far smaller than the damage that would be done on Maui. Maui residents who work to support this industry are already planning their work lives well after July 1st of 2025, which is the day after tomorrow in vacation planning time. And I strongly urge you that if you're even going to consider passing this bill, that the time frame for amendments and implementation be greatly extended into the future. Secondly, in his original remarks, the mayor described all of the short-term rentals as risky speculation. That is, that they're investments purely for private profit purposes, as if this is some sort of universally agreed upon thing. And that's just not the case. The largest single investor in this entire short-term rental program is the County of Maui itself. Just 4 years ago, the County of Maui dramatically increased property taxes for the non-full-time occupied apartments in these zones, even if they were not being used for short-term rental. They called short-term rental the highest possible use of these properties, clearly supporting this whole system. These payments to Maui account for 42% of the total property tax income of Maui, and therefore 15% of the entire budget of Maui. My own condo's property tax bill has tripled in just 7 years to support Maui, even though based on recent sales, the condo has lost value since the terrible fires of last year. This means that the County of Maui has a contract with all of us, both Maui residents and property owners, in that we pay high property taxes to be able to maintain the short-term rentals in Maui's economy. This is not an annual contract. It's a long-term contract that has been this way for decades. It's only the payments that are annual. We don't pay for the past, we pay for the future. When the mayor says he's taking away short-term rentals as well as terminating the jobs of hundreds, if not more than 1,000 Maui residents, he is not mitigating speculation. He's proposing a radical change in the Maui economy in less than 11 months. This blunt instrument that the bill proposes is unwise and should not be wielded. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Alice Conages. Sorry, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. She online?
Thank
Alice?
you. This is Alice Conagus, and you did a great job with the name. Thank you very much.
One second before you start. So you'll be followed by Anne Ruff, and then Kailana Spradlin, who is here in person, and then Judy, who did not provide a last name, and Netra Halperin. So Alice, I apologize for cutting you off. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I oppose this bill, and I implore members of the Planning Commission to step back and think clearly about what Maui really needs and how to attain those goals. In addition to housing, Maui needs better infrastructure to survive the winds that fueled the firestorm, better communication between our first responders and those in charge, working fire hydrants and a water plan, all of which require council time and effort and a unified people. We need dollars to bury our power lines and make our residences and roads safe from brush fires. We need escape routes and information about disasters. I became painfully aware of these needs when researching the causes of the firestorm for Maui, the university, and the people. I live full-time in Waileakolu, which is on the list, and I work full-time as faculty for the University of Hawaii and have focused my research grants on educating the young people of Hawaii in the areas of computer science and mathematics. I have brought several $1 million of grant money directly into the university system to provide educational opportunities for our youth, as well as to bring the best science to the islands and to understand the fragile ecosystem, to balance the energy needs of our people with the needs of our environment while also being respectful of cultural traditions. This bill to prohibit legally run short-term rentals that were clearly designed for this purpose as resort condominiums is short-sighted and can only cause further harm. The list is not uniform. It includes resort condos. Take my complex, for example. Many of the people who own these live responsibly and contribute to the island for several months and then leave to spend time perhaps on the mainland or other islands. Some of them are Maui residents who spend a few summer months with mainland grandchildren. Rather than their condos sitting empty while they leave, they rent it to tourists. These tourists are largely responsible. The owners of these condos pay extremely high taxes and barely make enough by renting out their condo to cover either the tax money or the HOA fees. They are not mainland evil people cashing in. The resort condos do create employment. Many of my friends work cleaning and servicing condos and in condo repairs. Not everyone wants to speak. I hate the idea of a colo becoming just empty in the summer, like so many of the other unrentable Wailea housing groups. Please don't use short-sighted arguments to ruin things on Maui. Please oppose this bill and avoid all of the upset and lawsuits that will follow. Let's work together to make Maui a better and safer place to live. Stopping short-term renters at a colo will not create workforce housing. It'll only create animosity, distrust of government, and hurt our residents. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is, are you Kailana? Okay. Kailana Spradlin. Oh, is that your name? Spradlin. Sorry. And then we will go online to Anne Ruff, Judy, and Netra Halperin. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kailana Spradlin. I did not originally come here to testify, so I apologize for my nervousness and a bit of a lack of knowledge. I had planned to be here just to support Lahaina Strong and my community, but after hearing what I heard today from opposing testimony, I felt that I needed to speak. Shame on the opposition and the SDR owners who assume what our community wants or needs, who assume what our families in need can or cannot afford, or who make it an issue of storage or parking. We need long-term housing, and this can be the start of that. Every day, a family moves away or is gone permanently. And as someone said earlier, we can make amendments as much as needed after this bill has been established. It's not set in solid lines. We have a housing issue. Our community needs housing now, dignified housing, housing that our people are not moved from every 2 months. Our tourism economy has been over and over again prioritized above our full-time and Kama'aina residents. We saw it during COVID outbreak, and we saw it in the months just after the fire when we reopened in just October. We immediately allowed in visitors. I encourage you today to support the phasing out of STRs and support our community in its time of need. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next, we will go to Anne Ruff. Anne's online.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and 1 second, you'll be followed by Judy, who did not provide a last name, Netra Halperin, Sioni Nojina Jacinto, and Fatima T. Lobo. So Anne, please go ahead.
My name is Ann Ruff, and I'm here today to urge you to oppose this proposal to phase out the STRs in the apartment districts. I have listened to testimony all day today. I listened to it in the end of June, and I'm deeply moved by all of the folks that have lost homes and for years have had a difficult situation and finding rentals. I'd like to start with a personal example so you can see the empathy that I have for you. My son lost his home to the fire in Superior, Colorado in December of 2021. That's 2.5 years ago. He has had 4 rentals since that time. He was living with friends. He had to drive close to 50 miles away just to find a place the night the fire occurred. He is finally starting to rebuild, but I totally understand your situation. I may not be able to empathize as completely as my son, but I think you can feel the emotion. But this proposal to use the STRs is not going to work. And there are folks from Maui who have done studies and have shared this information even before the fire. And I'd like to mention just a few of who these people are. We've talked about Mr. Brubaker and his research and the loss of 14,000 jobs. Mr. Brubaker is not someone that's not connected to Maui. He was the senior vice president and chief economist of the Bank of Hawaii. So it is someone from Maui that has shown this kind of statistics and research. Likewise, the Maui Visitor Bureau, they said that the losses that will occur if the condos on the Minatoya list were
1 minute.
from the rental pool, that there would be a tremendous loss in income. We know that the transient accommodations tax provides millions. Likewise with the GE tax. And many people today have said so well the kinds of information that I have researched and have read about. Stephen Thiel, Pat Clare, Mary Knowles, Mrs. Paget,
30 seconds.
Phoebe. I just hope you will listen to all of these people and not oppose the proposal. And I do appreciate the commissioners on the Planning Commission and all the work you do. I know you're volunteers, and I thank you. And again, I hope you will hear the both sides, and particularly the tremendous loss that will be the unintended consequences if this proposal is passed.
Oh,
Mahalo.
thank you for your testimony. Mahalo. Next is Judy, who did not provide a last name. Oh, Judy's no longer on. Okay, Netra Halperin. Okay, who will be followed by Sione Nojina Jacinto, Fatima T. Lobo, and Brian, who did not provide a last name.
Aloha, my name is Netra Halprin. I am opposed to regulations prohibiting vacation rentals on Maui. I own a business, Opulent Design, which assists Maui property owners in obtaining permits with Maui County. We support and empower owners in obtaining permits. We support and empower vacation rentals as they are small businesses, which are the key to prosperity and independence. While I understand that this measure is to ban short-term rentals for properties on the Minatoya list, I also understand that this would be the first step towards banning all resident-owned as opposed to corporate-owned resort visitor accommodation. Many residents who operate bed and breakfast and short-term rentals earn more money and have higher job satisfaction than most of those who work as housekeepers, groundskeepers, or reservationists at the resorts. It is the American dream and the key to lasting prosperity to own one's own business. That is probably why the state of Hawaii runs the Small Business Administration and why Maui County has created the Maui County Business Resource Center. Bed and breakfast and short-term rentals are small businesses. The owner-proprietor is an entrepreneur. Several of my clients recently spent many hundreds of thousands of dollars on readying their properties to receive guests. They jumped through the many hurdles that the planning department put up in obtaining a permit. To then renege on this agreement is a taking. It is a violation of the trust that they put in their government to keep their end of the contract. It is my view that Maui politicians are using vacation rentals as a scapegoat for their failing to put much of a dent in the housing crisis that is spiraling out of control. Before the fire, there was a housing crisis. Before the pandemic caused inflation, there was a housing crisis. Both of these phenomena exacerbated the housing crisis, but it already existed. Several county workers have admitted to me that the county puts up as many barriers to building housing as possible. Only the very persistent developers or property owners are able to build. And that is after they have waited for at least 1 full year to get a building permit. And remember, in real estate, time is money. Waiting time costs money. The property owner still has to pay for the mortgage on the land while they are waiting, and that expense is always passed on to the homeowner. And the costs to the homeowner, just like any business, are always passed on to the renters. The building and planning department are chronically understaffed. No one, according to a planning supervisor, no one wants to work here. According to the audit of the planning department, this is due to not only the wages.
Mahalo for your testimony. Up next is Sione Nojina Jacinto. Not online anymore? No, okay. Leilani said. Okay. Fatima T. Lobo, who will be followed by Brian, Magdalena O'Donnell, Armando, and Rebecca Ritchie.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your time. I submitted written testimony, so I like to highlight some of the issues that have been raised in the last 5 hours of testimony. Everybody's experiences are real and valid. The problem is real, but the problem has been long-term. I enclosed in my written testimony an article that appeared in the Hawai'i Business Magazine in 1973, August of 1973, that spoke for 6 pages at length about the need for housing, for not only, and I see it as 2 issues, buying and affordable renting. The solution has to be long-term because the issue has been long-term. And I do echo the beliefs of the people who have testified that we need construction, not litigation. I would bring your attention to LEDCOR's proposal in February of this year. They are proposing over 2,137 units. And what they're proposing, instead of building 75 units, they want to pay $18 million to Maui. People can't live at $18 million. Now, I am a short-term rental owner, but I'm also a user. I want to be able to use my unit and rent it when I'm not using it. I want to be part of the solution, but I feel like I'm being cast as part of the problem. If you can find my written testimony, and I know your email must be, your printer must be running out of paper. Read the article from 1973. I listened to a woman who testified about in 1960 that they built 1,400 units. Well, in 73, they built 400, and they spoke about it's only a stopgap. What we need to do, and I say we as the community,
1 minute.
is to figure out a long-term solution. When somebody said this would be a planned catastrophic event, COVID was unplanned, Lahaina fires, Fleet was on Front Street, July 4th of last year. I never realized that would be the last time that Lahaina would exist. I look forward to rebuilding that. I want to be part of the solution. And I think a lot of short-term rental owners want to be part of this.
Seconds.
And I appreciate everybody's time and thank you for everything you do. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Brian, who did not provide a last name. He's online. Okay. Who will be followed?
Yes. Could you hear me?
Yes, 1 second. You'll be followed by Magdalena So Brian, please go ahead.
Thank you, dear Commissioner. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposed ban on the short-term rental units. So first, I think here, based on all these hearings, I feel like whether we want to discuss about anti-tourism or building more affordable housing, I don't know why we kind of voice anti-tourism in order to build affordable housing. I don't know whether there's any relationship between the anti-tourism and build affordable housing. So short-term rental units, short-term rental owner contribute a lot of tax revenue. Based on the recent study, 1/3 of the Maui County revenue from the property tax, GE tax, TAT tax from the short-term rental owners. So short-term rental owner contribute 1/3 of the total Maui tax revenue every year. So we contribute a lot of money to Maui. And second, after banning this short-term rental, who will get benefits? So the hotel, the mainland buyers who want to second home. Well, the Lahaina people able to, how many Lahaina people able to afford this average pricing at 900,000 short-term rental units? And the cost of maintain those short-term rental units quite high. As mentioned before, in order to get break even, the rental monthly rental price should be 6,000 per month. How many Lahaina people can afford the 6,000 per month for rental one bedroom, one bathroom units? I think this is not a feasible solution. I can see after banning these short-term rental units, our economy will get hurt, but the Lahaina people still cannot find a home because those homes will be purchased as second home and stay empty there. And the third thing I want to mention is that it's crucial to remember this only 7,000. And I
1 minute.
I'm hearing that people mention there's no water. We cannot build more housing. But if the community wants to grow, we will need much more housing than this 7,000 housing. We need to solve this water problem eventually. Solving the water problem is the long-term solution. After hunting after these 7,000 short-term rental units, what's the next victims? Who will contribute more housing if we no longer building any more housing? Are we still trying to convert the hotel to long-term housing, or we want to find some other property and kind of put those property become long-term housing? I feel that this way, if we don't build more long-term housing, more affordable housing, there's no solution for this situation, for the crisis. And lastly, I want to say that we are not foreigner. I hear many times we are saying that foreign invasion. So we are United citizens, and then Hawaii is a part of the United States. And also the short-term rental owner is
Thank
property.
you for your testimony. Mahalo. Up next to testify is Magdalena O'Donnell, followed by Armando, Rebecca Ritchie, Philip Mills, and Suki Kuhn.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Magdalena O'Donnell, and as a full-time Maui resident and employee of a short-term rental management company, I'm here to express my strong opposition to the legislation proposing to phase out of over 7,000 short-term rentals. On August 1st, 2023, me and my husband achieved our dream by purchasing a short-term rental vacation business. We envisioned a bright future, and we were eager to contribute to the local community by providing employment opportunities for local residents. Unfortunately, since the fire, we have experienced significant hardship and loss. As a young family with 2 newborns and no income, we have struggled to cover our expenses and provide sufficient work for our employees. Our business depends on the tourists that choose to stay in properties that we manage. We employ a diverse team, including cleaners, inspectors, reservationists, landscapers, and many more. If short-term rentals are phased out, our employees will lose their jobs. Our small company managing less than a dozen rentals help provide livelihood for 4 different families that live here on the island. So many in our community will not be able to afford housing if we all lose jobs. This business is our livelihood, and the proposed legislation would be devastating not only for us, but for the entire community. I kindly ask the Commission to reconsider this legislation and explore alternative solutions for affordable housing. Phasing out 7,000 short-term rentals would severely impact local businesses and livelihood here on Maui. Many residents faced with lack of job opportunities and potential bankruptcies would be forced to move off island, further harming our community. Additionally, eliminating these short-term rentals will not solve Maui's urgent need for affordable long-term housing. High HOA fees and additional special assessments make these units financially unviable as long-term rentals for both owners and tenants. The costs that existed 20 years ago do not exist anywhere
1
in the
minute.
country anymore. It was not just a local situation, just a global situation. Housing has become more expensive everywhere across America and the world. We need to keep our economy strong to have a chance of keeping up with the rising worldwide inflation. Taking our jobs is taking this community's last chance to keep up with the rising costs of the country, which led us to compete with outside
30
investors taking
seconds.
over everything. Phasing out short-term rentals, such as those on Minatoya list, would not only hurt small businesses like ours, but also have a negative ripple effect on the whole local economy. Visitors who stay in vacation rentals support neighborhood restaurants, bars, shops, and other activities. Thank you for taking time to consider my perspective, and I kindly ask to find a balanced approach to address the need of affordable housing without devastating our economy and livelihood of so many. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Armando, who did not provide a last name, followed by Rebecca Ritchie, Philip Mills, Suki Kuhn, and KLM.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Armando Cardona. I was born and raised here. I graduated 2012 from Lahaina Luna. My mom came from the Philippines. She was adopted when she was young, and my dad came when he was young too, and he worked in the kitchens in Lahaina and stuff like that. That's just my background. Now, to address what's happening now, we're addressing the STR ban and whether we want to or don't want to approve of this. And I am on the side that is for this ban. People bring up the loss of jobs, the 14,000 jobs. They say that that will happen, and they believe it's true because of this report that this guy who made the report, right? What I'm really trying to say is they're saying that the 40,000 jobs will be gone and there won't be people to work those jobs. What happens to the families that live here that won't be able to live here anymore, and they disappear? And the people that have STRs, they say they love the culture. The people that produce this culture are the people that live here. So if the people that live here move off island, who will generate this culture that you so want to keep and maintain? The people that maintain the culture will be gone. So you will perpetuate this culture. You will continue that. Of course not. It'll change. It'll be different. But you want things to stay the same. But things are changing. We're living in unprecedented times. Things that were set in stone that people thought were never going to change were taken away, like women's rights. Okay. There's certain things that are changing right now as we speak. And the next generation of people are coming here and showing up and looking at you and saying, hey, I'm sorry, but can you move out of the way so I can go there? Maybe it isn't said so nicely, or maybe things aren't said in a way that are pleasant to the ears to certain individuals. But we're coming here and we're showing you that, hey, is it our turn now? Or is it still you guys? Is it still your turn? I'm not too sure how this bill will go. Will it pass? Will it not? But I know that this is a battle that is not going to stop.
30 seconds.
It'll keep going. And everyone should know that we got to stand up. That's all I got to say. Thank you so much.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Rebecca Ritchie, followed by Philip Mills, Suki Kuhn, KLM, and Joshua Tremblay. Rebecca Ritchie, if you're online, please. Oh, there
I
you are.
am.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I listened to all 10 hours of testimony given at the previous meeting and wrote this that night because I simply couldn't sleep. Okay. As a non-resident condo owner, we've owned at Kamala Sands for over 20 years. I feel like I've dropped the ball on some important things. When we bought our unit, we bought into the spirit of Maui. And what that means to me is this. When we became owners, we became allies, not stewards, but a responsible body for everything that this island is. We agreed to pay ridiculous taxes for the privilege to be a part of this place. And here's where I feel I've fallen down. In being these allies, we have a responsibility to protect the land and to protect its residents. When it became obvious that our tax dollars weren't being put back into affordable housing, I should have asked where that money was going. I should have acknowledged the housing crisis years ago because this isn't a new thing. And I should have worked with local government and residents to make changes to ensure that everyone is housed. It shouldn't have taken a catastrophic fire or a direct threat to my property for me to finally attempt to be that ally I should have been from the beginning. So I'm here today to put my own feet to the fire and recognize where I fell short. But I'm also here to put the officials' feet to the same fire and ask for firm answers as to where those tax dollars are going if they're not going into affordable housing. And to the government officials, what have you been doing this entire time when you didn't see this happening? I'm in opposition to the proposal. It's a knee-jerk response to tragedy that hasn't been researched or thought through to see the long-term effects that could do more damage than good. But I'm also recognizing my own shortcomings and I'm promising that I'll do better. I want to work with the community to build homes, to better lives, and to show the respect this island and its people deserve. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Philip Mills, who is followed by Suki Kun, KLM, Joshua Tremblay, and Katie.
First, I want to acknowledge the members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your efforts and time as it pertains to the issue at hand. Good afternoon to all. My wife and I own a short-term vacation rental on the west side. While we understand the need for affordable housing on the island of Maui and support endeavors to make that happen, we are opposed to the passage of the bill in question. My wife and I are personally no strangers to disaster. We personally know what it is like to lose a home to a forest fire. I know what it's like to run into the fire to save my wife. I know, we know what it is like to run from the fire to save our lives as we escaped. It was terrifying. We recovered without insurance or government assistance, I might add. Just about everything we owned and the place we called home was reduced to ash. Is knowingly hurting others in the name of justice truly a form of justice? We never once wished financial ruin or harm on others because of our experience. We had to relocate and make some tough adjustments in our lives, but we got back on our feet and we have fought every day since to succeed. Due to my personal experience with the devastating fire, my heart aches for the people on Maui who have been impacted from last year's fire. I want to be a voice of encouragement. If you were negatively impacted by the fire, you will recover. The path forward will not be easy. However, I do not believe this proposal is the proper approach. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Suki Kun, followed by KLM, Joshua Tremblay, Katie, and Terry. Suki Kun, are you there? Suki, are you there? We can come back to you. You can contact staff when you're back. KLM. KLM, if you're there, you can unmute yourself. Followed by Joshua Tremblay, Katie, Terry, and Lisa. KLM, okay. They raised their hand. Yes, KLM, you can unmute your mic and go ahead and testify. We cannot hear you. They're still unmuted? Okay. Oh, right. Okay. We will try you again later. Joshua Tremblay? No? Katie? Oh, are you Joshua Tremblay?
I think I should be unmuted now.
Yes. Okay, 1 second. You'll be followed by Katie, Terry, Lisa, and Apelila Lee. So go ahead, Josh.
Awesome. First of all, thank you for members of the Planning Commission. I know this is a very nuanced issue, and my heart goes out to the people of Lahaina. I think there's been a lot of good testimony provided on both sides. I just wanted to share my story and share the stories of some of the employees who I employ that will be affected by the proposed STR phase out. For the record, I oppose the way this is the current bill in its current iteration. I grew up in upcountry Maui, Makua Elementary, Kalama, and then Seabury, and then I moved back to Maui in 2010. I grew up with a single mother who was a teacher in the Department of Education for over 30 years, raised 3 of us on a teacher's salary. So I completely understand the housing crisis. It's proceeded long before the fires. We grew up very house poor. My mom was able to finally purchase her own residence, her only residence in a country in Makua about 20 years ago. So I get it. The perspective I want to bring is I do own a short-term vacation rental. I was running the math on it this morning, and my expenses with the new insurance hikes are just shy of $5,800 a month. And my concern with the way this is being approached is, for example, today we're dealing with cast iron pipes, $700 repair coming down the pipe. And it's constantly like that. The unit I own is in Ma'alaya. I know I had friends who were providing spaces in the aftermath of the fires, and some of those spaces were, rejected just because they were not on the west side. So my concern is the current legislation is taking pretty much a sledgehammer and it's more like a scalpel is probably a little more appropriate. I think we're solving for the wrong problem. I think the secondary consequences, I think of my staff, I have, 5 on staff who would be, housekeepers, inspectors, maintenance, who they would not have work if this passes in its current iteration. And so I think, the second order consequences of
30 seconds.
taking out a wrecking ball is what this amounts to. Really needs to be evaluated in terms of what are the other constituents and members of the county that will be actually economically displaced or economically harmed by this. So Again, my name is Joshua Tremblay, and I oppose the bill in its current iteration. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Katie, who did not provide a last name, followed by Terry, who also did not provide a last name, Lisa. who did not-
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, I'm Katie.
Okay, please
So,
go ahead.
okay, well, I guess so. I'm a condo owner in Malaya, and I'm speaking in opposition of the bill. I'd like to first just start off by saying that I truly feel for everyone that has lost so much. It was a devastating thing, and we're all affected by it. But I would like to say that I mean, my wife and I were full-time residents, and we have worked our whole lives to be able to put ourselves in a position to where we can follow our dream and to purchase our condo. And I mean, we did not just pay cash on this condo. I mean, we have a mortgage. We have a second mortgage on our house, and it is my wife's full-time job. And so, I mean, if this is lost, I mean, there goes her job. We might lose our house as well as the condo because we can't make payments. Um, and so, I mean, again, I would like to say that we truly feel for everyone that has lost so much. But I must ask the question, I mean, is this the right approach to solving the problem? Is it right to create a devastating problem for someone else, to solve the problems for the people that have suffered so much in Lahaina? We would lose everything. I mean, we bought our condo legally. We have huge interest rates. We pay huge taxes. And what can I say? I mean, we also have a rental unit that in our house that we offered to FEMA, after the fire, and they came out and they approved our rental unit. But then they brought out some people, a couple, and they said, "Oh, it's not big enough. They need room for their sculptures and their art. They were artists." And so then they brought out another couple, and they said it was too far away from Lahaina. So I mean, what more can we do? I mean, and I mean that room is still for rent. If someone wants to rent it, just give us a call, 740-2568. So I mean, um, I guess that's all I have to say. I mean, my biggest point, my biggest point is it right to create a devastating problem for someone else to fix the problem?
30
The problem,
seconds.
the solution is not to create these problems for other people, but to create more housing. And I believe that is the answer. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Terry, followed by Lisa, Apelilali, Arthur, and Amy Del Rosario. So Terry, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Terry, and hope you're all doing well. It's a long day. I request that you would deny the mayor's bill to phase out the STRs on the Minatoya list. My family and I are relatively new to Maui, having purchased our condo in 2021. Our two young daughters, my wife and I, quickly fell in love with the island. It is our home away from home. I've also become involved in the community, joining the board to help my condo association help navigate some serious, much needed infrastructure work. This has helped me to use my professional experience to give back to the local area. Our expenses on the condo exceed $12K a month. This is mortgage, HOA dues, electricity, and taxes as the main expenses. The only way we can afford to keep our condo is by short-term renting it. And we don't profit from doing that. We've taken a financial loss every year to keep our condo, and that is with short-term renting it. Our condo is on the Minatoya list. If short-term rentals are phased out, we would be forced to sell our condo and leave Maui. I would be forced to withdraw my community service. None of those infrastructure problems are going away. We simply wouldn't be able to afford it. Like many here, I believe this bill will not help the wonderful local working residents of Maui with housing. I'm not sure who of them would be able to afford to live in our condo with over $12K in monthly expenses, unless they short-term rent it out, ironically. Yes, property tax might be 5 times lower without the STR markup, but that would be quickly negated by the increased HOA assessments due to this infrastructure work, as well as the 10x increase in insurance premiums across the island that some people have alluded to. Maybe the Maui real estate market will crash enough with the bill that it will cause mainland institutional investors to snatch up my condo in cash when I put it on the market. Or perhaps a hotel chain will buy it up along with other condos and convert them to more hotels for more additional profits with this bill. I certainly hope that these are not the people this bill is intending to help. Thank you for listening. And once again, I strongly encourage you to deny the mayor's bill to phase out STRs.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Lisa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, 1 second. You will be followed by Apelila Lee, Arthur, Amy Del Rosario, and Dolphin. So Lisa, please go ahead.
I want to thank you for your time and want to state that I am against this bill. I'd like to also state I feel all board members should vote whether they own or not on the Minatoya list so we are all equally represented. In making your decision, I would like for you to keep this thought in your mind. A whole community was wiped out on August 8th, 2023. If you pass this bill, you're going to wipe out a whole nother community, that community being STR owners. And please just keep that in mind, and thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Apelila Lee. No, not online anymore. Arthur, who did not provide a last name, followed by Amy Del Rosario, Dolphin, Yvette, and Donna Schewel. Arthur, are you there? He raised a hand. Arthur, can you unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Oh, all right, great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? You hear? Okay, great. Okay, great. My name is Arthur Scott. I'm opposed to this bill because most importantly, above everything else we've heard, it just won't work. We've heard testimony from locals who rely on their STR income to survive. It's what allows them to keep living on the island. What will happen to these people if this bill passes? Many won't be able to pay their mortgages. They'll fall behind on payments. Residents will go bankrupt. People will lose their homes and be homeless themselves. Families will suffer greatly. Figures show this bill may cost 14,000 jobs. Even if it's half, where will the people find work if you've just removed over $1 billion from the economy? How will that help housing? It won't. It will make it worse. More people will leave the island. When I hear people over profit, it implies the community will benefit from this bill. I mean, what will people actually get from this bill? At first glance, it appears 7,000 long-term rentals. Maybe on paper it looks that way, but when you examine the data, I mean, look at the documentation given to the committee. Under Issues 8, it actually shows these as million-dollar oceanfront, beachfront prime location in tourist areas. It actually says in your package that they will likely not be affordable for county residents. Think about it. Where anywhere in the world can you find a beachfront condo that is affordable? Come on, who are we kidding? These condos will never be affordable. The sad truth is that the community will get very little if this bill passes. I feel this will be the opposite of people over profit. People will lose jobs and their ability to pay for housing and get little to no affordable housing in return. Meanwhile, wealthy mainlanders will still get more second homes and the hotel industry will get a larger pool of workers competing for lower wages. Surveys show most owners will keep units for their personal use and leave them empty the rest of the year. Kihei will become a ghost town of empty condos and storefronts. Where in this agenda package is the reason why homes cannot be built now? Why is there water issues, and how can we solve these water issues? Oahu has much larger population and has water. There are always ways to find water. The solution is straightforward. The county can work together to reduce regulations so homes can be built faster. Invest in infrastructure to bring water where it needs to be. Work together. Governor Green said similar with his affordable housing proclamation, but more can be done to reduce the red tape, and the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii agrees. To quote them, "It would just save everyone a lot of grief if Mayor Bisson would just work with the council to remove the many regulations that make it so hard to build new homes on Maui. Let's forget scapegoating people who have owned and operated these TVRs legally for decades and focus on practical, feasible ideas that will achieve everyone's goal of finding new homes for the many Maui residents. Please reject this bill. I fear if this bill passes, we will actually see more locals lose homes than they will get, and the community deserves better. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Amy Del Rosario, followed by Dolphin, Yvette, Donna Schul, and Jenny Ramirez. Is Amy Del Rosario?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Amy Del Rosario, and I want to start by saying that I was not born or raised on Maui, but I've traced my family back to Wai'ihu for 200 years. I was the first person not born on these islands. My father joined the Navy. I'm calling because I'm a resident of Maui, and I own a short-term rental. My short-term rental is not on the Minatoya list, but I live in a condo that is on the Minatoya list. So while it doesn't really affect me financially the way that it affects other people, I feel like I have something to say. I live in Maui, and I'm surrounded by renters. And I moved here because I wanted to be part of a community. And I'm really not. I'm surrounded by vacationers all the time. And while some of them are very respectful, many of them are not. You know, I hear people are, when I started listening to this, I listened to the entire, all the testimony on June 25th, and I was dead set in support of this bill. But now I'm kind of torn because I hear all of the Kama'aina talk about how they've invested in short-term rentals. And I wonder if there isn't a way to carve out, you know, an exception for them, because they live here and they contribute to the community in which they live. I think that the target of this should really be the offshore investors. The short-term rentals have served a purpose, but I think tourism has gotten out of control. And I think it needs to be reined back in. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony today. This is the first time I've testified for anything, so I apologize if I was a little scattered. Mahalo.
Yes, you're all good. Mahalo for your testimony. Up next is Dolphin. Not online anymore. Yvette. Not online anymore. Donna Schul? No. Jenny Ramirez? Yes. Jenny Ramirez is next, followed by Lonnie Newman, Jane Freitag, April Lee, and Brett McKinnon. So Jenny Ramirez. Jenny Ramirez, staff is telling me you'll need to enable your mic. We'll come back to Jenny. Jenny, if you're able to get your mic going, please notify staff in the chat. Lonnie Newman. Is Lonnie Newman online? Okay, next is Lonnie Newman, followed by Jane Freytag, April Lee, Brett McKinnon, and Anna. So Lonnie Newman, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You have the meeting playing on something, you'll have to like turn off the mic on whatever you're listening to. But I heard you speak up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Are you Lonnie Newman? Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'm so sorry. I got, hold on.
Oh, if you have your TV on, maybe you might have to turn that off. Oh. Okay. We will come back to Lonnie Newman. Please notify staff when you're back online. Oh, KLM. Karen Marsh, are you there? Okay. Next is Jane Freytag, who would be followed by April Lee, Brett McKinnon, Anna, and Bonnie. So is Jane Freytag ready to go? Please unmute yourself.
Aloha.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I thank the Maui Planning Commission for this hearing. I am speaking in favor of the measures to phase out the short-term vacation rentals. And I think I also want to say that I am a resident of Lahaina. I am by background a public health nurse, a perinatal clinical nurse specialist. And so I strongly stand in favor of the comments made by the Pacific Birth Coalition collective in supporting maternal infant needs. And I think what we have to do is maybe take a step back. I'm in support of this measure, but this measure alone is not going to be enough to deal with the crisis that we have here. Because really what Maui has is multiple crises. We've got a housing shortage, and it's been an ongoing issue. Part of it, and then we are stewards of limited natural resources. So we have overtaxed the natural resources we have here, particularly the water. And then there are the economic impacts. We're over-reliant on tourism. We're bringing too many people to the islands. We're straining the natural resources. None of us can survive without water. And so somewhere we've got to have a balance. And I think that's what I would like to, I would like us as the commission, as a community, to come together to support one another. This is a first step. We can at least have housing. The people who have said that eliminating short-term rentals, nobody will rent them. I live in a condo complex that does not allow short-term rentals. I myself was secondarily displaced by the wildfires. My next door neighbor is a couple who lost their rental unit to the wildfires and are now renting a unit in my complex. A number of people who lost their homes in the wildfire have found refuge in my condominium community. I would like to see that option made available to people. and for us to encourage people coming to the island to stay in the hotels, to stay in the resorts, and not to utilize the
seconds.
condos that are available. And I also think we have to very seriously look at our over-reliance on bringing people to the islands and maybe focus more on the quality of life for those people who are residents of Maui, of Lahaina, and develop our resources in a way that will support our local people, not focus on bringing more people to the islands to deplete our already limited resources.
Mahalo for your testimony.
Mahalo.
Who's back? Oh, I understand Lonnie Newman is back online.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, 1 second. You will be followed by April Lee, Brett McKinnon, Anna, and Bonnie. So Lonnie, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I've been listening to the testimony as well. I've been following this very closely as it affects my business. I'm a part owner of a family-owned business. My mother started the small property management company about 50 years ago. We employ about 20 people in our office, front desks, rental managers, not to mention the vendors that everybody has already spoken of. And I don't want to rehash what everybody said. I definitely don't want to talk about money because I think that's a real sore subject for a lot of this whole thing. I do know that my owners are not greedy mainlanders. I do know that they love the island very deeply. I do know that they don't make money a lot of times, especially when you have things like COVID that sets you back, and the fires, and then any number of situations that come up in the unit. So a lot of times these owners are operating in the red. To be perfectly honest, it's not a huge money-making deal, especially if you have a big mortgage. A few years ago, I did start to notice that some of the Mauka units that were historically apartments started renting short-term rentals because the price was cheap, the HOAs were cheap, and it was technically allowed because of the zoning. I sent a letter to the county council at that time, and I did mention that. I said, I don't know if there's any way to stop this, but my friends are getting displaced from apartments, Maui Lani, Kahana Manor, even Napili Ridge, which I think is exempt because they're in some kind of a business area up in Kapalua. But it was originally built for workforce housing that would free up hundreds of units. So that was my main thing that I was thinking of as a compromise, is possibly making like a different zoning, like for instance, call it a condotel zone. And those are the Makai sides, so that we know those have historically been vacation rentals. They've always operated as vacation rentals. And that's where people like other people have mentioned, they come here to be on the ocean. So, and that's where the other side of the street, I don't know why anybody would want to stay over there, but they do because they're cheap. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time rehashing everything that everybody's already said. I dearly love Maui. I was devastated by the fire, as were my whole family. And
testimony. Thank you. Next up is April Lee. Yes. Yep. April Lee is next, followed by Brett McKinnon, Anna, Bonnie, and call-in user number 86. April Lee, are you there? Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. My name is April Lee, and I'm also opposed to this. And I really sympathize with you volunteers. Worked very hard as a volunteer, and it is difficult to go home and not have this affect you too, because I'm Maui's neighbor. I live on the island of Hawaii, and I really have gone through a lot of emotions regarding the fire. And I have wondered about the missing children and the missing people. And I think there's so much trauma. But I do agree with Mr. Louie and also with Netra that we must consider the constitutional protections of the owners of these private properties. And that even on an existential level, the lady just mentioned the quality of life, but the most essential function performed by government is to protect that sometimes difficult to define concept of quality of life. And I do feel that the wealthy who are not here, you don't hear the wealthy on these testimonies. And I think it's because they have all the awareness in the world that this is violating First Amendment rights, and they can use their high-powered attorneys to overturn this. I really don't think we need more disasters after we've already gone through and are still going through. But if you consider the foundations of civilization, there are many legal cases that definitely set that foundation as the golden rule in validating the traditional rights that are the owner's right to their property and to protect those rights under the First Amendment and the Fifth Amendment. And it states in several cases, I could cite the cases, but they take too long. Regardless of how the city's regulating ordinance is construed, a municipality may not exercise its regulating power in the violation of the fundamental tenets of the First Amendment. That was 1983. In 1979, they defended a woman's right to simply do what she wanted to do in her backyard. First Amendment rights are part of a democratic society, and we must recognize that our commitment to First Amendment freedoms is tested when the most unpopular, unfamiliar, distasteful, and obnoxious uses present themselves for protection, like in this case, where so many people are out and they are going to be difficult to stay on the island.
30
and
seconds.
I feel them. So I think the Fifth Amendment right also has a place here, and we must realize that legislative action cannot force a landowner to bear the burden of society's determination of what constitutes beneficial legislation, most mindful that the legislative action that impacts, even if unintentionally, the exercise of First Amendment rights be protected. And I do think we can't escape the government's right, even under scrutiny, to suppress any speech. And I got
Mahalo for your testimony. Thank you. Next is Brett McKinnon, who will be followed by Anna, Bonnie, Colin User 86, and Kevin Kraft. So Brett McKinnon, please go ahead. The unmute button should be down on the left. You might have to hover your mouse in that area. No pressure, we've all been there.
Hi,
Oh,
can you
yes.
hear me
Hello.
now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you, Planning Commission, for letting me speak. My name is Brett McKinnon. I'm a retired engineer, even though I have trouble with the mute button there. And I'm used to looking at solutions that work. And that's my big problem with the STR ban here. It's just not going to work. By not working, I mean, it's not going to help solve the housing affordability issue. If anything, it's going to make things worse. It truly is the case of the cure being worse than the disease. Now, why is this? Why am I saying this? Let's get down the road and look at what will happen if the ordinance is written or something like it is passed. The first thing that will happen is one or more lawsuits will be filed contesting this. This has already been announced by Greg Kugel, who's won the big lawsuit for Hillstra against the city and county of Honolulu regarding STRs. The lawsuits filed will be well financed, and because there's so much money at stake. It is most likely that a temporary injunction blocking any STR ban will be granted, as it was in the recent Hillstra and Honolulu case. This most likely will happen even with the recent tweaking of HRS 46-4 by the Hawaii legislature. The long documented history of STRs being legal, combined with prohibitions of retrospectively impairing vested rights, gives added strength to fighting the proposed ordinance beyond comments like there'll be legal challenges. It's going to be very difficult, if at all possible. If as I suspect, the temporary injunction is granted, it will further delay any productive activity towards creating affordable housing. Money and time will be spent on lawsuits that could be used to do something that will actually work. In the meantime, added uncertainty as to the viability of STRs will hurt Maui tourism, jobs, real estate, and STR owners. Nobody will be a winner. Because there is so much money at stake, the number of lawsuits and appeals could go on forever, with a possibility of reaching the U.S. Supreme Court. As the process grinds on, nothing positive will be accomplished for affordable housing. The parties that have initiated this will be retired or on to other pursuits. Again, nobody will be a winner. Let's propose that by somehow this does not, the STR ban fails, and STRs on the Minatoya list are banished from Maui. After the initial celebrations, perhaps by the descendants of the initiators, the reality of what has not been accomplished will sink in. As many others have explained, the various properties being fought over will really not be affordable housing. There's excessive maintenance costs, astronomical HOAs, high property taxes. Most likely, the majority of properties will be kept as second homes by the existing owners or sold to new owners who will keep them as second homes. In the meantime, tourism will drop, jobs will be lost, tax revenue will go down, the GET and TAT and all these things will go away. So I'm against it just because it's not going to work. Let's find another solution.
Mahalo for your testimony. Thank you. Next up is Anna, followed by Bonnie, followed by call-in user 86 and Kevin Kraft. And then we will take another break.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, are you Anna?
Yeah, speaking.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for having me. My name is Anna Leading. I'm born and raised here in Hana, Maui, and I support phasing out the short-term rentals for all the buildings on the Minatoya list. I'd like to point out that there's, a lot of fear-mongering from investors that don't want these select few buildings to be reverted back to or changed to a long-term, zoning designation, but we all know that investing in business is risky. But what everybody fails to point out is that these properties are not being taken away. It's just that the zoning is going to be changed so we can fill a huge hole in our long-term housing needs. It's funny that these investors keep saying, they're employees, but I haven't really seen any of these house cleaners or landscapers coming up here to testify and saying, hey, I'm going to lose my job. I've heard a lot of Minatoya list owners say that they're here for the community, but they're not really offering any support, just saying, hey, I'm down to long-term rent for a couple of years to support my community while more housing is being built. But the real fear here is that Kama'aina don't have a place to live. I've seen a lot of friends, coworkers, family leave the island because they can't afford to live here. They can't find a place to live. As a manager of a locally owned and operated company, I'm having a hard time finding employees because there's nowhere for them to rent long-term for themselves and their family. I invested in a condo that's designated long-term, and I'm happy to rent it out long-term. I rent to a young couple, both of them born and raised on island. while I live in a smaller place in Haiku, and this is their first place that they've rented together. And, you know, they're finding their independence. They're working. They're here to stay. They want to live. They want to work on island. And we need to think more community minded, more long term. And, you know, perhaps it's reverting some of these zoning places back to residential long term. We all live here in a close community, and we're in one of their most remote places in the world. Solutions aren't going to be appeasing everybody, but we need to support everybody that's here. We want to keep them here. We don't want to lose any more of our family, any more of our friends, any more of Ohana. So I support, you know, phasing out the STRs in the select buildings as a great start to keeping Maui Maui, you know, keeping my friends, my family here. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next. Oh, I see. Next is Bonnie, followed by call-in user 86 and Kevin Kraft. Bonnie, if you're there. Oh, yes. Yep, please go ahead.
My name's Bonnie Gears. My husband and I own a condo in the Wailea area of Kihei. I just want to start by thanking the commissioners for your time and work on this difficult issue. I'm testifying in opposition to the proposed legislation to phase out the legal short-term rentals on the Minatoya list. The legal short-term rentals on the list provide significant support to the local economy that, if taken away, will not be replaced. The tourism generated directly and indirectly from visitors staying at these short-term rental condos is significant. And unlike what some folks have said, I think it's unique to that generated by hotels. The experience is unique and the revenue is unique. Many of our guests ask us for recommendations on where to go when they are at our place, and we hear from them where they've gone. They go to Nalu's, they visit the South Maui Gardens food trucks, they go to Kihei Cafe, Peach Love Shave Ice. We recommend they go to Makawao for a day and they check out the art gallery and the gift shops, and they stop at Cornerstone Consignment. These are local tourist reliant businesses that will not see Wailea Resort Hotel guests. They and their employees will be seriously harmed by the proposed reduction of legal vacation rentals in the Kihei and Wailea area, particularly Kihei, that will be significantly impacted. The businesses there, many locally owned, supporting families and generating wealth for Maui residents, will see a significant reduction in their business, which consequently then reduces tourism dollars, get transit accommodation tax, all of the above. And for the reason that we are going to provide more affordable housing, I'm just not sure. I've listened to a lot of the testimony, and I know other folks are possibly prepared to sell their unit. We would hold on to our unit, but our family enjoys it. We treasure it, and so we won't long-term rent it. And this bill does not require that units be returned to long-term rental status or made available for long-term rentals. And so I'm just not convinced that affordable housing will be achieved with the banning of these short-term rentals. And so that is why I am testifying against the ban, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is call-in user 86. No longer online. Kevin Kraft. Okay. And after Kevin, we'll go to a break. But before we break, I will read off the next several names that we'll call up when we return. So Kevin, I see you there. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Maui Planning Commission. My name is Kevin Kraft. I'm an STR owner, and I do oppose the county proposal to phase out the STRs on the Minatoya list that are zoned A1 and A2, and recommend denial of this bill. On my first visit to Maui almost 30 years ago, I became engaged to my wife. So Maui holds a special place in my life and heart. I respect and want to support the culture of Maui. I know I am a guest, as I do not live on the island. And as an STR owner, I want to be part of the solution for affordable housing. We know legal vacation rentals are the single biggest contributor to the Affordable Housing Fund. In fact, STR has contributed $12.8 million between 2018 and 2021. I also want to protect the environment. I introduced the proposal of limiting pesticide use on our property in favor of natural alternatives. As a physician, I know that insecticides are linked to cancers and diseases such as Parkinson's, not to mention the effects on marine life from runoff into the ocean. Further, I want to be part of the solution to reduce impact of visitors to Maui. I would suggest that on the airlines, not only disclosure forms be handed out, but also flyers on visitor etiquette and potentially a pledge to be signed by each visitor to respect the environment, people, and culture of Maui. My intent as an STR owner is to contribute to the betterment of the island, more than just financially, to assist in reducing the effect of visitors and to respect the people and culture of Maui. I hope you will consider myself as an STR owner an ally in the goals of this commission to fund affordable housing, to support the culture and people of Maui, and to reduce visitor impact. I urge the commission to deny the proposal to phase out STRs on the Minatoya list zoned A1 and A2, as this would reduce funding for affordable housing, negatively impact local businesses, and discriminate against the property rights of STR owners already codified into law. Mahalo for considering my testimony.
Mahalo for your testimony. And we are about to take a 5-10 minute break. We'll say 5 minutes, but it always turns into 10. So we'll say we will come back at 3:40 p.m. sharp. But before we break, these are the next several names we have on the list. If you are online and wish to testify, please notify staff. They'll be ready to add you to the list. So the next names are Trevor Alt, Pam, who did not provide a last name, Steve Allen, Lisa B., Melissa McKim, Steve Cawley, Colin User 76, Sione Nojina Jacinto, Kelly Bryce, Karen Marsh, Colin User 97, Lexi, who did not provide a last name, Jeremy, who did not provide a last name, Danielle Harris, Noelani Ahia, and Dolphin. So you still have lots of time to sign up to testify, but we will see you back here at 3:40 p.m. Mahalo.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, here we are reconvening on time at 3:40 p.m. Good afternoon again, everybody. We are reconvening our Maui Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, July 23rd. And picking back up with our public testimony, the next 5 people we have on our list are Trevor Alt, Pam, who did not provide a last name, Steve Allen, Lisa B., and Melissa McKim. So Trevor Alt, please unmute yourself. Trevor, can you hear me? Trevor Alt, can you unmute yourself? Or we can come back to you. Is Pam online?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am very opposed to ending the short-term rentals. We have been coming to Maui for about 15 years. About 7 years ago, we bought our condo in Maui. We are by no stretch of the imagination making giant amounts of money. We are out more money than we have made. But we enjoy Maui. We love the people over there. We have made many, many friends since we've been coming over there. We come over for about a month in December usually. And the friends that we have made over there, I know that putting these short-term rentals out will hurt them immensely. Our housekeeper, we have become very good friends with her. The grounds guy, the maintenance guy, our property manager. There's just so many people that I know would truly, truly be hurt by this change. And I've heard a couple people on here talk about the money that we all make. And I don't know anybody who is a millionaire that has a short-term rental anywhere where we have ours. I know that every one of the hotels that are on Maui, none of them live on Maui, the owners, and they're all making millions. And that's where all the money's going to go, is to make those hotel owners richer. And I also have heard a couple people mention that none of the housekeepers, grounds, people are calling in, to maintenance guys and stuff are calling in. They're probably at work. They probably can't, but hopefully some of them have written letters. I do feel really bad for all of the people who have lost homes, but as I've also listened to all of the stuff that people have had to say today, this has been a problem since the 70s. So I am opposed to ending short-term rentals. Thank you very much for your time. You guys have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Steve Allen. Oh, is he still there? Okay. Trevor Alt, are you back?
Yes.
Okay. So 1 second. After Trevor, we will go to Steve Allen, Lisa B., Melissa McKim, and Steve Cawley. So Trevor, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am a disabled firefighter. I own 2 properties in West Maui. Neither of them are on the Minatoya list. However, I do oppose the implementation as the bill is written,
for various reasons. And the main reason is that I care deeply about the people of Maui. And I think there is plenty of credible evidence that this action will destroy our tourism-based economy, and we will lose 10 to 15,000 jobs with this. This is based on the Minatoya, or the Paul Brubaker report, the white paper that was released. We're facing devastation to our economy, and I do provide well-paying work for some local people, including a woman named Arcelia who cleans my condominium at or my townhome in Puamana, and Monty who handles the cleaning and on-island representative duties at Hanuakai. If I cared only about money, I would certainly be in favor of this because it would effectively eliminate about half of my competition. But that sure is not the way that I want to win, by seeing tens of thousands of Maui residents lose their jobs and be forced to leave the island. And I will point out that even if we assumed, and it would be an incorrect assumption, that doing this would make some of these properties affordable, the reality is that there is a eviction ban in place. And so I don't believe that any of the owners can really afford to take the risk that they could enter into long-term leases, knowing that if and when the rent stops getting paid, there is nothing that can be done to get possession of the property back. So this really doesn't guarantee that any of these units would become long-term housing, and it certainly doesn't make them affordable in light of things that have been hashed and rehashed. It just doesn't guarantee that anything would become affordable housing or become housing, long-term housing at all. What it does guarantee is that our economy would be devastated.
30
And
seconds.
I don't think any of that, I want to see that happen. And it's been asked, why aren't people like Arcelia and Monty here testifying today? Well, one of the reasons why is that there is active intimidation going on. And I thought I was engaging in a civil debate with someone on a Maui Now website, made a point disagreeing with this action. And her response was to screenshot my profile and post it online, saying that we
For your
see
testimony, I'm going to have to cut you off there to keep within the 3 minutes. Just a reminder to everybody, we are keeping everybody to 3 minutes so that everybody across the board has the same amount of time to provide their mana'o. Let's see. Next on the list is Steve Allen. Oh, who is here in person? Steve Allen will be followed by Lisa B., Melissa McKim, Steve Cawley, and call-in user 76. Please go ahead.
Yes, Commission, thank you for holding this. I'm going to challenge you to be bold. And the testimonies about constitutional rights and things, I think kind of go along with Second Amendment. And I don't think they meant AR-15s when they had a right to control guns. I don't think they meant to have foreign investment and offshore investment for residences that were designed to be residences. I'm an employer. And if we take Maui and take it out of the equation, you take Lahaina out of the equation, the west side out of the equation, you take the south side out, you can go look at all the resorts around the country, inflation, investment, the individual representing Airbnb, VRBO. If you look back in the time with the individuals who are renting condos for making a living, they're basically gone. You used to be able to rent a condo here for 150, 200 bucks a week. I mean, a night. Now they're 400, 500 with a $250 advantage for using the online booking, which is all the internet. It wasn't designed to be that way. Back in the 70s and 80s when you built these condos, investors were a lot of local people and some foreigners. When I say foreigners, I just mean offshore. It wasn't designed to be that way. When somebody says that somebody doesn't want a studio or one bedroom, that's absolutely false. I've been an employer here for 43 years. I take a young person, I say, hey, go buy yourself a one bedroom, a studio, and get yourself started. I can't say that anymore. There is no way that I'm going to keep and maintain people. I've lost 4 people this year leaving off island because they can't afford to live here. Steamboat Springs was in a big article this week. 1,600% inflation rate on homes and prices. Somebody has to take a stand, and I challenge Mr. Mayor Bisson to do this. Let's see what the court says. Somebody in this country has to shake up what's happening with this inflation investments. And my
1 minute.
when I was 20, you might invest in business, you might invest in property. It doesn't mean you have a right to make a living or a right to profit. You can lose it just as well as you can make it. I didn't invest in tourism. Somebody else did. If you lose your money on tourism investment, you took a chance. I have empathy for you, but it's not a guarantee. And that's how this got started. Next real estate investor, buy a condo, rent it. Buy a condo, rent it.
30 seconds.
Up, and we're at where we're at now. So yes, I have empathy for everybody involved in losing money and making money, but I have to challenge you guys to say, let's see where we go with this thing in the court. Because at some point it's got to change. And you guys have a chance to do it. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Thanks for being here in person. Next up is Lisa B. Not online anymore. Melissa McKim, who will be followed by Steve Colley, call-in user 76, and Sione Nojina Jacinto.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for hearing me. I appreciate all the volunteers and all the people listening. I just wanted to share my own personal testimony. My name is Melissa McKim. Myself and my 4 children are residents of Maui. I oppose the Minatoya bill. I'm a single mom with 4 children. I've owned my home in Kihei for 6 years. When I bought the home, I had 2 separate areas that were bed and breakfast licensed that were rented out separately, short-term vacation rental. When I bought the home, I changed that because I wanted to be a part of the solution on Maui and long-term rent Maiohana. I currently work as a hairstylist and a trauma coach. And one of the reasons I'm speaking on this bill is because I do own 2 short-term vacation rental condos in Kihei. This is the way I support myself and my 4 children, is through doing hair, which I'm at work right now, as you can see, and trauma coaching, and then the condos. I don't think without the supplemental income that I receive with working on the condos that I would be able to afford being a mother with 4 children and owning my home here. Along with my condos, I employ a property manager who helps me with fixing things and running things. He and his wife manage, and they have 4 children themselves and their local foster parents. And my cleaning crew is a woman who is a local woman here who hires 10 local women that help clean. And she's very mindful of who she hires. She intentionally looks for people that really need the work and wants to help them out. And she even lets them bring their kids to work sometimes and things like that. Anyway, I feel that if I wasn't able to work my 2 jobs plus do the vacation rentals, I don't feel that my children would, I feel like it would put us at risk of losing not only those properties, but also our home. And I feel like it would put also the people that I employ at risk as well. And I don't know, I just feel like it could be detrimental for lots of locals, and I don't necessarily think that the effects would stop there. And that's my testimony. Thank you for hearing me.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Steve Colley, followed by call-in user 76, Sione Nojina Jacinto, and Kelly Bryce. So Steve Colley, if you can unmute yourself. Oh, he disappeared. Okay. Call in user 76. No. Sione Nojina Jacinto. Okay, who will be followed by Kelly Bryce, Karen Marsh, and call-in user 97. So Sione Nojina Jacinto, you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, please go
Oh, you can
ahead.
see it? Okay, awesome. All right. Hi, my name is Siona Dojima Jacinto, and I'm in support of this bill. I'm a small business owner who lost their business in the August 8th fire. My husband and immediate family lost 5 homes in the fire and were some of the many thousands of survivors who are scrambling to find housing after the fire. A close relative lives in a close relative lives in one of the complexes on the Minatoya list in Napili Ridge. It's in the middle of one of the only residential neighborhoods left on the west side. After the fire, we had talked about how perfect of a place it would be for the fire survivors. Yet, weeks and months went by and the complex remained empty until the tourists returned. This is not an oceanfront condo. These were historically meant for workforce housing. These units would be much more sustainable to house our community members rather than building out container homes on the side of dusty, busy roads, leaving us with a bunch of rusty junk to fill up our landfills 10 years down the road. When Lahaina Strong was fighting for dignified housing, this is what they meant. Our community members have already suffered and do not need to be living in shipping containers, while tourists live in the units so that off-island condo owners can take that money back to the mainland or out of country. These units are permitted, plumbed, and most importantly are on the west side of the island where most of our survivors work and would like to live. When 87% of all remaining housing is left in Lahaina is for tourist accommodation, where are the locals supposed to go? This bill is a chance to finally put local people first instead of making them feel like second-class citizens. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Kelly Bryce, followed by Karen Marsh, call-in user 97, and Lexi.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for hanging in there. This is incredible how long everyone's been sitting here to hear all these testimonies. Kudos to all of you. This is an incredibly emotional time. It doesn't feel like it's only not even been a year. In some ways it feels like it's been 10 years. Some ways it feels like it was a month ago. But I have to say that I am opposed to this ban. And I say that with a super heavy heart because I do 100% support all the people who lost their housing, their jobs. My heart goes out to them. I wish there was anything more that I as an individual could do, but I do not see the valuable gain in getting rid of what are currently historically, and the majority of these were actually built to be vacation rentals. Their majority of these units are 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, condos, multi-floors, with limited parking. I don't see the value in getting rid of these, especially in areas like Kihei, where in a lot of talking with people too, especially people that have actually lost their homes, their jobs, their businesses, you know, I've asked them, do you see yourself moving into any of these units? Do you see yourself needing these units, or do you want to? And the vast majority of the people that I've spoken to have said, number one, they don't want to leave the West Side. They want to stay on the West Side, which they should. That's their right. The second thing is they've also told me that they wouldn't want to live in a condo. There is very limited space, parking. And I know we always go back to this affordable housing issue, which it is an issue. I'm not sure
1 minute.
long-term housing, how that's going to be affordable. The actual definition of what is affordable, I think needs to be researched more. I think there definitely needs to be more investigating done, real-time numbers, people who actually want to sign up to be in any of these particular units, so that we have hard numbers to go off of, not taking away from the masses when, if there is a limited number of people that actually do want to be in these
30 seconds.
in these units. But long story short is we do need more housing, affordable housing. Thankfully, I feel like if things continue to move forward fast enough, more housing hopefully should be available if the county can continue to push permits fast. We need more things built fast. And I feel like if we can all focus on making that actually happen.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Karen Marsh. Oh, shucks. It's like, maybe this will be the time it'll work. Call in user 97. No. Lexi. Okay. Lexi without a last name provided. You're next, followed by Jeremy, Danielle Harris, and Noilani Ahia.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Aloha, my kako. My name is Lexi Takahashi, and I'm in support of phasing out the short-term rentals on the Minatoya list. I am born and raised on Oahu, and my husband is born and raised in Lahaina. My sons are from Lahaina. We lost our home in the fire, and we were only able to live in that home because my sister-in-law gave us a really great deal. Because, as we all know, the housing market was a mess even before the fire. I hear a lot of people in the opposition talking about how nobody wants to live in their tiny short-term rental unit, but we do. We did. Our family did live in a very small home, and we were happy. Our place on Anakea was a tiny one-bedroom cottage. Our office, living room, and kitchen were all in the same room. We didn't have a dryer. We didn't have a closet. We had one parking stall for multiple cars, but we made it work because we wanted to raise our sons here in Hawaii, which is not only where we're from, but also the place that we love and that we're willing to fight for. The house we lost in Lahaina was a huge opportunity for my husband and I to start our lives, and together, and we were lucky enough to even have that chance. There are little to zero opportunities for young couples just starting out to live here. Only the wealthy and established can afford housing here, but they're not the only demographic of people who deserve a place to live. And yes, I know that the phasing of short-term rentals isn't going to solve the housing problem, but it is the quick influx of housing to the market so that the local community, rather than building, which will not only take resources we don't have, but take more time than necessary to begin solving issues, can find places to live. The opposition also argues that there's going to be a decline in our tourism-based economy if tourists have to stay in hotels only, but that's what hotel zones are for. They belong in tourist areas or supporting local restaurants in these areas. These tourists don't care about our local communities and don't belong in our neighborhoods. They actually cause detriment to our neighborhoods. My sister-in-law's car was totaled by a drunk tourist staying in an STR next door. And imagine how easily that could have been one of our kids. As a mother, that's absolutely abhorrent to me. Another point some owners are mentioning is that they went through FEMA, but many people did not go through FEMA, the people who are looking for homes, because of how problematic and challenging the process was. My family, still a
1
year
minute.
later, has received no assistance from FEMA. We found a house after the fire because my landlord now decided to lower her rent so that she could rent to fire survivors. But that's the difference between my landlord and all of these other STR owners. A reverend who does work in the community and wants to help the local community. So she takes a loss to help us. I am also a college professor at UH, and my husband is an entrepreneur. We were on WIC a year ago and still couldn't find housing. I was told that higher education would open the doors for me and
30
provide me with
seconds.
stability. But even with my master's degree and being a college professor, doing something I believe is noble, helping our future generations to learn, I've struggled to find a place to live. It makes me wonder what kind of world my boys will grow up to live in and if they'll even be able to stay here, which is why we're fighting for housing now, to ensure that the people of this place and our future generations can live here if they want to. So I implore you folks to think about that. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Jeremy, who did not provide a last name. Oh, no longer online. Okay. Danielle Harris. Okay, who will be followed by Noilani Ahia, Dolphin, Kekai Keahi, and Kimberly Lee. So Danielle Harris.
I don't know why they don't go on the phone. Maybe he had something was wrong.
Oh, hello. Oh. Okay, Danielle, are you there?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Mahalo for your time. My heart is completely broken. I might cry for our Lahaina Ohanas and friends, hands down, period. I was born and raised in Hawaii. Maui has been my home since I was 6. From Kula to Kihei and now Wailuku, I am a mother of 9, grandmother of 7. My husband is a high school teacher of 30 years and varsity football coach of 30 years. I have been a successful entrepreneur here for over 25 years. From a concierge property manager, I am now a realtor as well as an owner of a professional cleaning company who focuses on STRs, whose businesses support 3 of my older children along with 6 of my grandchildren. In regards to the STR ban, I am opposed. Our economy is about 70% dependent on tourism. We always have. One of the first jobs was lay greeting at the airport, and taking pictures with Ohanas here to visit our Aina. I am for more of a balance, not creating or going from one issue or problem to another. You will be harming not just one group of people, but so many more. About 70% of our economy came from tourism, from the hotel workers, managers, luau dancers, so on and so forth. The STR owners they are not just mainland owners, they are also our own local resident investors, as well as the local residents that completely depend on tourism and the group of tourists that can't afford to stay at the grossly inflated hotel prices. To pass this bill, you're going from one extreme to another. What needs to be sought out for is balance within our community, our economy, diversification. Have we considered what will happen to our home rental situation for the Ohanas when FEMA does discontinue their support to our Lahaina Ohanas? There should be a rent cap being discussed now and not after FEMA pulls their support. A management system in place to not continue to exacerbate yet another problem. For families that are really wanting to move
1
into
minute.
these condos, do they really want to live in these condos with hardly any storage or yard? Have you ever, if you were seriously considering the Lahaina Ohanas, you would know that they don't want to leave Lahaina. They have always been, and they would rather live on the beach than than leave their city. And that's a beautiful people. Expedite building permits, streamline them to allow building homes, temporary homes that can be utilized even after the Ohanas can
30
move.
seconds.
Hand in hand with whatever happens, the STRs, the other problem is water. As for water, I'm curious on why we are not implementing county state land for more water catchment systems. Why do we continue to complain about the same issue yet with no real solutions? I appreciate you all. I believe in you, our planning commission, and mahalo nui.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Noilani Ahia, who is followed by Dolphin, Kekai Keahi, Kimberly Lee, and Andy Setaputri. So Noilani Ahia, if you're online, please unmute yourself.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, mai ka'i. Aloha mai ka ko Noilani Ahia ko inoa. Thank you so much, Planning Commission, for taking testimony again on this issue. I am Kanaka Maoli, and I am supporting this legislation for many, many reasons. This is not specifically a Kanaka-centered issue. This is for everyone on Maui, but it does deeply affect Kanaka Maoli. Even before the fires, our people were struggling with housing. In fact, of all of our unsheltered community here in Hawaii, Kanaka Maoli make up the highest number of unsheltered people. This bill will directly impact that. Not that everyone will be able to afford these units, but it will change the trajectory and the percentage of supply and demand so that we have a housing market that can start to shift in our favor. Aside from that, though, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things I've been hearing today that strike me as being very, very entitled. And let me just say it like this. You know, America signed the Apology Bill in 1993. If those of you who are listening have never read it, I suggest you go look it up. It's 103-150 U.S. Law 103150. And the United States did an amazing job at apologizing for all of its harms. And it lays out those harms in detail. I suggest you read it. What it didn't do was take accountability or have any sort of reconciliation. And what's happening is all of the harms and the crimes that were committed by the United States, we now have a population here in Hawaii and on Maui in particular that's benefiting from those crimes by investing in land, by taking up real estate, by taking up land that Hawaiians could be on. In fact, I hate to say this, but every single person who's not Kanaka Maoli and not a generational family who moves here as a transplant is causing harm and taking up space from Kanaka Maoli. And nobody in Hawaii, no Kanaka Maoli is saying that everybody else should leave. That is not the narrative here. But we are saying if you're going to be here, you need to be responsible and you need to take accountability. You need to understand your positionality here in Hawaii. And if you are here to make money off of our land, if you are here to benefit without giving back more than you take, then you really don't belong here and you should go somewhere else. This is a long-standing problem in Hawaii from long before the fires. This is not a fire-specific issue, but it's gotten worse because of the fires. And we have to take some drastic measures and make sure that Auntie who's sleeping in the how bushes can have a place to live. Because when all you all call for unity, what I see is people coming together, having a conversation that maintains the status quo, and you go home and you sleep in your nice warm bed while Auntie and Uncle go back and sleep in the how bushes and have to fend for themselves. And that is not okay. We need policies that protect our generational families, especially Kanaka Maoli, and work towards repair and restoration of our dignity and of our lahui. Mahalo nui for your time. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Dolphin, who will be followed by Kekai Keahi, Kimberly Lee, Andy Setaputri, and Jenny Ramirez. So Dolphin, you can unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha. Hi, I'm sorry for the dolphin moniker. My name is Liz, and I'm a Hawaii resident. I own a business in Maui. We employ numerous locals in Maui, not tourist related, but we do have an STVR that is on the Minatoya list. I am opposed to this taking of our property rights to move them to someone else. I think that the most important thing we must consider is, can we solve the problem for the Lahaina fire victims? Because after listening to the testimony today, my heart goes out completely to you. And I think we should do everything we can to try to solve that problem, but not by taking property owner rights. And I think we should consider how much the litigation for this bill is going to cost the taxpayers of Maui County. So I would like to see that Maui County purchases things that are available on the market right now and provides them to the Lahaina fire victims at a subsidized rate. And I think this would be a good solution for everyone who has a housing issue right now. And then we can look at the affordable housing issue into the future in a different way. And I thank you for the time and allowing me to testify today, but I am in opposition to this.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Kekai Keahi, followed by Kimberly Lee, Andy Setaputri, Jenny Ramirez, and Mikey Burke.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. First thing I want to start off is SDRs are very extractive, and I'm not just talking about, the taking of money and taking it back to the continent. When we look at Lahaina, we have only 2 ambulances that service the Lahaina area. The 2 ambulances that we have is based on a per capita of how many people live within that area that justifies 2 ambulance. And what it does is a lot of the tourists and the people within these STRs that rent this place are not factored into the ambulance, the formula. So what happens is, with the amount of ambulance and these STRs who have tourists in it, we have 2 ambulances that service the whole Lahaina. And according to the fire department, 80% of the ambulance is used up by the people in the tour industry or the tourists. And so if we get into a situation here in Lahaina and the ambulances are gone, we wait for ambulance come from Kihei and Kahului. So that's part of the situation. The second is people talking about building more homes in Lahaina. If people haven't been paying attention over the last 20 years, We have used up all of our water resources, period. There is no way we can continue to build in Lahaina. In Kihei, a lot of your water resources come from Iao. You guys are maxing out with the amount of water that goes and services this tour industry. In Lahaina, 77% of the water resources is controlled by private purveyors. 77%, the bulk of that water goes to the resorts, the golf courses, and the rich, and these SDRs. So where is this water resource that we need for our own local people? And so I don't know how people can say, well, we just build more when the water resource is already used up and controlled majority, 77% by private purveyors that goes to these resorts. The other thing too is, you know, when we desperately needed to house our people after the fire, many people in these SDRs refused to allow our people to shelter, at least for a time being, so that we can kind of get back on our feet. To me, that's a deal breaker. A lot of these people refuse to house our people in this town, and yet they want to say that they care about our people and where we're from. You know, so I think that's a whole bunch of BS. If they did, they would open their doors to the people who lost their homes rather than put them down on the beaches or on the parks homeless today. But again, SDRs, they're extractive. They don't really put as much back into the economy as they like to say they do. And it will not hurt us a bit if these SDRs are gone tomorrow. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Kimberly Lee, followed by Andy Setaputri, Jenny Ramirez, Mikey Burke, and call-in user 104.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Thayer and members of the Maui County Planning Commission. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion on this matter. My name is Kimberly Lee. My husband and I own a condo at Maui Vista in Kihei. I am not opposed to finding solutions for long-term housing for local residents before and after the Lahaina fire. I am opposed to the proposed bill that would phase out 7,000 plus short-term rental units and urge the Commission and Council to consider alternative solutions that do not dismantle the transient vacation rental sector, which is vital to the local economy. We have owned for 21 years and it's part of our retirement plan. My husband is a middle school teacher and I work at a nonprofit. We are not rich. We are not greedy, money-mongering investors. I have worked 2 jobs my entire life and we put our savings into our condo. We love this island and culture. My husband's tutu retired on Oahu. We plan on doing the same here. We opened up our condo after the Lahaina fires, no charge to family displaced. We have heart. I believe I understand the problem on Maui, like many cities around the US, is not having enough housing. This happened before the COVID pandemic and before the fire disaster. But I believe taking away property rights is a bad idea. It harms one group of people to benefit another, like the idiom, robbing Peter to pay Paul, which is not a solution because instead of working together, it has put us against each other. We want to help come up with a solution to the lack of housing, but not at the cost of losing the original intended use of our own housing. We pay almost $10,000 in property taxes for a 1-bedroom, 588 square foot unit. Why isn't the county using property tax income they collect from us or the TAT and GE taxes that we pass on from tourists to fund subsidized housing? How about requiring a short-term rental license fee like other cities do and use those funds for affordable housing? Check out the city of Henderson's short-term rental program in Nevada. There are many other cities that have fair short-term rental programs where tourism is the basis for income. If this bill passes, our condo will sit empty until we retire. We will not be selling it, and we will no longer contribute to the local economy. It will not be a long-term rental either. So I'm asking the Maui County, the Planning Commission to please reject this bill and do not pass this on to the Maui County Council. There is a better solution, and I know together we can find it. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Andy Setaputri, followed by Jenny Ramirez, Mikey Burke, and call-in user 104. Oh, Andy, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to take some time and thank everyone that has endured hours of testimony. But I just want to real quick point my point of view. It's been rather heart-wrenching to see what the Maui people have gone through, and we actually offered a unit to be to help out with the fires, but unfortunately was not rented due to what many people have experienced. Just it was not on the west side. We own in Kihei, so we own at Kamali Sands, and we have worked hard to be able to purchase that unit, and short-term rentals have subsidized up to a certain extent. We have three girls. My wife and I, us five, we enjoy going to Maui. We enjoy being able to experience what everyone has experienced in the island, just beautiful nature. The people are great. And so, long story short, we've been able to purchase that unit. We have used short-term rentals to subsidize it. We're not millionaires by any extent of the imagination. We yearly take some losses. And so, like, I would love to sit here and say we make profits, but we just don't. And not being able to short-term rent our unit would some strain and definitely some hardships in our household. I know it was, like some people said, it was a gamble, a risk that we took, but here we are, and I just don't think it's fair that we would be potentially losing our investment, so that basically to hand it over to to do up to other group of people that unfortunately are experiencing a hardship as well. But with that being said, I know a lot of what I'm saying has been said here, but I just wanted to voice my opinion. Once again, we're by no stretch of the imagination rich. We just want to be able to offer our family, my girls,
30 seconds.
some type of property they can have in the future. And thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Jenny Ramirez. I see Mikey Burke will be back at 4:30. So Jenny Ramirez, followed by call-in user 104.
Aloha Maui Planning Commission.
Are you Jenny?
Yes, I'm Jenny.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I have a lot to say, but I'm going to keep it short and simple. This is my story. My name is Jenny Ramirez. I grew up in Kihei, Maui. I am a full-time resident of our beautiful island of Maui. I ask that you listen to what I have to say. I am opposed to the proposal legislation of phasing out short-term rentals. Like I said, I grew up in South Kihei, Maui. I was familiar to tourism at a very young age, as my mom was a housekeeper for 40 years in Kihei. I work full-time as a cleaner for vacation rentals. I am a small business owner and love my job. I am the main provider of my household. I have a great team of 14 housekeepers currently, and I'm in the process of hiring more employees as my business is growing rapidly. I did have more cleaners before the 2023 August fire. That's when I lost a lot of work because tourists were not coming into Maui. My heart goes out to everyone that suffered and lost loved ones. I almost lost my belongings and almost my life as I work full time. I was trying to find a way to get home when that happened. And all the roads were blocked. Eventually I got home, but I know it was a really hard time for everyone. but I slowly got up again. I was able to make monetary donations and food donations, but I can say that if I was not employed then, I would not have been able to do any of that. I would love to keep doing what I love. If this legislation passes, I will lose my job and so will my employees, coworkers, and my clients. By the way, my clients are full-time residents of Maui. We won't be able to pay our taxes. And I pay my taxes on time, by the way, which is a lot of money. And I won't be able to pay my bills, rent. I won't be able to support my family. I won't be able to make donations to local charities on Maui. I won't be able to buy locally and support other local businesses. I would have to close my business. My pets would have to be rehomed. I'd have to move off island, basically start all over again. A lot of people depend on short-term rentals. Please don't make us move the island. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is call-in user 104, followed by. Yes, 1 second. Call-in user 104 would be followed by Lori Myers, and then hopefully Mikey Burke, and then Kimberly Doyle. So online, please state your name and go ahead.
Okay, this is Karen Marsh. Thank you, Chair and Commission members, for your volunteer time and for this opportunity to oppose this ordinance. In our small vested business, my husband Steve and I pay Maui's highest STR property taxes at Walea Ikahi and support countless small businesses since 2016. Today, you have a hero opportunity to make a significant, long-lasting impact to increase affordable housing. This is an incredible position for you and the council. If you recommend the council approve this ordinance, and if they do, you and they will be responsible for thousands of lost jobs, bankruptcies, foreclosures, and billions of lost dollars, which could have strengthened Maui's bank accounts and credit ratings. Do not mistake this negative impact. Since this bill's announcement, small businesses across the island have felt the loss of tourist dollars, and already over 1,000 workers have lost their tourism-related jobs. This ordinance will rob Peter to pay Paul. It is a no-win proposal. Every owner has lost property value, including each of you on the panel. If you do not worry about the economic impacts, we will all lose. If you recommend the council reject this ordinance, you will provide the island with an increase in non-tourist related jobs, building new homes with thoughtful planning, design, and engineering for the future. You get to reform the housing policy with new infrastructure, roads, water, plumbing, etc., which the legal STRs on the Minatoya list cannot provide. What message are you giving your residents? They are not good enough for good new properties? Do they deserve the aged 50-year-old sites? Really? Governor Green's March 2024 briefing documents available federal funds over $650 million. On July 6, he announced 100% of the displaced Lahaina residents are in long-term properties. We recommend
1 minute.
the council obtain at least one economic impact study prior to any decisions on this ordinance. Allocate your share of the mentioned federal funds and grab this opportunity to reform your housing policy. Incentivize affordable housing projects with a tiered interest rate with lower rates once builders complete ahead of schedule. Why not rezone and blend affordable housing with villages around abandoned shopping centers, mills, or restaurants? Audit past affordable housing funds. Link funds to housing projects to understand variance or missed opportunities. Compare the 103 properties on the Minatoya list to the developer's approved application. Of the 13 residential types, 0 includes the workforce. Thank you for volunteering to hear our testimony. We strongly urge you to recommend the county council deny this draft ordinance. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Lori Myers, followed by hopefully Mikey Burke, then Kimberly Doyle and Lauren Palakiko. Lori, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Lori Myers.
I actually came in person on the first time that you had testimony. I was number 94. I just could not stay until 4:30 when I heard you finally got to my name. So thank you for continuing this meeting. I know it's been a very long day. I personally have already been watching for over 5 hours, so I'm sure you are exhausted. Full disclaimer, I have no personal interest in this. I am a lover of Maui and I'm what you consider a tourist. I've been coming there to the island for 45 years. And what I definitely know is what makes Maui the most special island around is the people, the Hawaiians, the locals. And I've listened to so much testimony of people talking about that you're going to lose the tourists or the tourists won't stay in the hotels. And I just want to make sure you hear from a diehard tourist, yes, we will. Please do not be making decisions based on tourists that they won't come visit your island by you making some decision like this. The tourists that come to your island and give money freely because we love the island and the locals, we want to see the locals taken care of. That's what we want to see you do. So much that I spent my vacation at a Maui Planning Commission just so I could testify and let you know that as a tourist, please focus on the locals. That's what the tourists want. That's why we come to this island. Way to go to the gentleman that spoke and said, please go ahead, challenge this, take this to court, see how it plays out. A simple Google search will show you that a couple of the Colorado lawsuits that are way before this issue, short-term rentals, were actually just recently dismissed. Every lawsuit has different challenges. You are talking about an island. You have limited resources. People are challenging this issue in Texas, in Colorado, in Spain, all in New York. You are an island. Of course, you should be challenging this issue. And way to go to the gentleman that dropped all the facts about the water. All these people that have been talking about just build your way out of this. You from the Planning Commission know that you can't build your way out of this. The water is an issue. You can't, and all the people that spoke that don't understand all the water problems on the island, please educate yourself. It's a serious problem. You cannot build your way out. This is a totality of circumstances issue. No, this is not the one be all solving the issue, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. And Commissioner Thompson, you have a conflict of interest. I've served on a board of directors. I'm a practicing lawyer of 20 years. You are violating just basic ethics by voting.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Mikey Burke. Online?
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, 1 second. Mikey Burke is followed by Kimberly Doyle, Lauren Palakiko, and Jeremy. So please go ahead.
Mahalo to the Planning Commission for the time that you guys have been spending on this issue. My name is Mikey Burke. I am a lifetime resident of Lahaina, Maui. I have lost a lot in this fire, and I've been trying to kako'o in the background because I'm needing to protect my energy, but the opposition and the story that they are trying to tell is just too out of control to sit back and not voice something. So I've heard a lot about balance on this meeting, and absolutely, the opposition says we need to find balance. We do. Right now, there is an imbalance. There are not enough homes for residents as it is. This is not a ban on all STVRs. This is a ban on a group of STRs. This is not going to hurt their system. STVRs will still exist on this island and they will still flourish. This is about returning balance to the supply of housing for the full-time residents that make Maui what it is. I've been in a Minatoya condo recently and I've looked around and I would love to be able to raise my family in something like that. You talk about nobody wants to be in these 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom ones. Well, this is what was happening Single people, couples were all hooing up and they were taking residence in 3 and 4 bedroom homes in long-term neighborhoods. So imagine that they have these 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom condos to move into. They don't have to hui up and they don't have to take the bigger homes away from the ohanas that actually need 2, 3, 4 bedroom units. This can work. I also heard the opposition talking about harming. We're going to harm this group of people. Listen, you have made an investment. The market has changed. What is the real world harm of someone who has made an investment in a Minatoya condo? They have to decide if it's no longer lucrative, sell their investment, and make a decision as to where they are going to invest their capital gains next. There are other lucrative visitor destinations they can invest in. We do not owe them Maui. What's the real world harm to someone who cannot find housing? They will have to make the excruciating decision to move away from everything and everyone that they've ever known and change the trajectory of their family's lineage to this place. These two decisions are not the same. What I hear from the opposition is like saying to an abused wife that she should just stay with her wife-beating husband because he pays the bills. And you entered into this relationship 30 years ago, so why do you want to make a change now? It's not only
30
his fault you're
decades.
in this situation. You should stay with him. Thoughts and prayers to you, sister. You're resilient. You can get through this. I end this testimony saying, you have a very difficult decision, Planning Commission, and I mahalo you for taking the time to listen. Listen to the people who you're going to see at the poke counters and at the Foodland grocery aisles. Listen to us. We are struggling. Help us. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Kimberly Doyle, followed by Lauren Palakiko, Jeremy, and Sarah. So Kimberly Doyle, please unmute yourself. Kimberly Doyle. Unmuted. Maybe try mute and unmute again. Okay, we'll try come back to you. Lauren Palakiko?
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Lauren Palakiko. I am in support of converting Minatoya short-term vacation rentals to long-term rentals, especially on the west side of Maui. I'm a realtor, and I am born and raised in Lahaina. I have experienced the decline in quality of life from when I was young, from the boom in development in the early 2000s as our little town's population started to grow exponentially. With this growth came an unreasonable price increase in the housing market. On Maui, we have had a 2% in housing increase year after year until 2010. However, the past 4 years preceding the fire, housing shrank 0.3% each year. Continued development, as some have suggested, is absolutely not the answer. West Side has overexerted our water supply. In most districts, we have been using over 100% of our sustainable yield of rainfall for many years. We have been depleting our aquifer for years and facing worse projected drought conditions year after year. These are the type of conditions that lead to wildfires. What this shows us is that we're mismanaging our water supply. What should be used for agriculture, regreening, and our community's housing and future development is going into pools and water features. This water also needs to go into our streams in order to give life to our island, replenish our aquifer, and keep our land green to prevent fires, but that's a whole other topic. The Minatoya STRs make up 15% of visitor lodging, while other legal STRs and hotel rooms remain 32% vacant. I highly doubt visitors come to Maui specifically to support and visit Minatoya listed STRs and will refuse to book a room and what is available when STRs are converted to long-term rentals for the betterment of our Maui residents. Lost TAT and GET should be passed on to hotel taxes. They will pass it on to their guests who won't bat an eye. These large corporations won't feel a difference. The median length of time a Minatoya owner has owned is 9 years. with a median purchase price of $450,000. The median Minatoya sales price in 23 was at an all-time high of $836,500, almost 100% increase in price. I would think owners would be happy selling at that price. Other topics besides lost tax and the county might want to revisit is revising HOAs. Perhaps do away with these pools and water features that are unnecessarily taking Maui water and also leaching into our land and ocean, killing off coral reef and other marine life, which is also another big topic to look at in itself. Revising maintenance and offering it to new
30 seconds.
contracts or resident owners. Whatever the case, we need to get creative so that people can live here full-time at a rate they can afford, whether owner or renter. Also find a way to cap rental rates, no more gouging. Mortgage debt plus HOA times no higher than X% profit. Think about our community. What will happen when FEMA is gone? Bottom line, we need to put our residents first. Maui has been through enough already. This is a no-brainer. So please choose to do what is right and convert Minatoya STVRs into long-term rentals. Thank you for your time.
Mahalo for your testimony. Is Kimberly Doyle back? Okay, Kimberly Doyle, are you there? Okay, we can try again in a little bit. Next up is Jeremy, who will be followed by Sarah, Tom Crowley, and Rob S. So Jeremy, please.
How's
go-
it going? You guys can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, aloha gang. How's everybody doing? I know you guys having a long day. I'm in full support of this ban on STRs. As you guys have heard over the past, couple of days of testimony, is I. In Hawaii, it's always we. I gotta protect my investment. I gonna lose money. I gonna this. I gonna that. Screw them buggers. They're not from here. Their money doesn't work here. They don't pay taxes. They don't do anything for the economy here. What they do, they hire outside. They hire foreign workers. We have 3 companies that I saw develop after the fires, and they are Argentinian based. So that the fact that STR owners will tell you that we contribute to our community is a straight-faced lie. And if Planning Commission, if you guys believe the BS that is coming out of these people's mouth, then I got oceanfront property for you guys in Wyoming. So with that stated, what does the future hold for your kids, Planning Commission, your grandkids? Brother Mel, I know you long time. What does your kids and your grandkids have in their future when we giving away housing, when we giving away all of our resources to these foreign owners, these out-of-state owners? They talk about losing jobs. They're not losing jobs. They're talking about we're going to go bankrupt. How you going to bankrupt when you own 5, 6, 20 units? Sell 1 unit, you make on profit. Sell 2 units, you live in large. All of these lies does not support any of the victims here. I agree with Lori 100%. The tourists no come for stay at STRs. The tourists come for see our island and our people.
1 minute.
These tourists that they talk about, the last thing on their mind is an STR. The reason that they want the STR and that they talk about the tourists is so that they can make an inflated rate and double and triple their profits. The first hearing you guys had, people flew in and the locals couldn't attend the meeting. Why? Because we had to work. Well, those guys is traveling worldwide off of the profits they make here.
30 seconds.
So with that said, gang, I like you guys think about the Planning Commission. You guys have the power to control the outcomes for your futures, for your kids' future, your grandkids' future, and your unforeseen family members' future. I'm mahalo you guys for your time. Thank you. Make the right decision, guys. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Sarah, followed by Tom Crowley and Rob S. And then we will try Kimberly Doyle again. So Sarah, I see you online. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Sarah. I'm actually in Wailuku right now. So I was about to come down there, but I got my kids with me. But we have a young family. We have a 8-month-old baby, and then we have a 3-year-old son as well. I'm a nurse here in Maui. I've been here 15 years. My husband, he was born and raised here. His family's been here for many years. You know, I'm also a short-term rental owner. We did it as a way to hopefully give our kids like a better future. We see the Grand Wailea, we see the Ritz-Carlton, we see, you know, all these big hotels, all these big places, and we see tourists come and give their money to those places and those big corporations. And we thought, well, why not us? Like, why wouldn't we have the opportunity to make a living that way too? So we recently bought in and we got a short-term rental. We immediately housed a fire survivor in there. And the guy, he never like stayed there. He was hardly ever there, and he would rather be at his like damaged home in Lahaina than he would like to be in our condo in Kihei. And our condo, it's Makai side, so it's ocean side. And you know, it's nice. Like, I would like to spend more time there. So I hear when people say that they would like to live there, like, yeah, it is nice, but it's also like my family, we worked hard. I've worked 2-3 jobs my whole time here in Maui. I went to UHMC. I was working all my way through there. I had a child while I was in school there. Like, we bust out here. Like, we work hard, and I do it because I don't want to have to depend on anybody else. I don't want to have to depend on, you know, like getting unemployment checks. I don't want to have to depend on anything. So I'm trying to make my own financial future safe, my own financial future for my children
1
safe.
minute.
And, you know, when you see corporations like Blackstone or the Hilton family, you see they're coming in here and they're getting plenty money from, you know, the hotels and what they're doing here. And this is just playing right into their hand. You are taking the smaller units. This ban would be taking the smaller units away from like the mom and pop. I hear that they're not all local. You know, I've been here 15 years. People will say I'm not local, but honestly, I feel not welcome here.
30
Like,
seconds.
and I feel shame, like, because I own a short-term rental. So please, when you consider how you want to listen to your community members, I'm right down the road here. I live here. Like, please also think about my situation as well. You never want to say me or my, or, you know, that kind of stuff, but I'm here from the community too. And I feel for the people, and I hope we find a good solution.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next up is Tom Crowley, followed by Rob S., and then we will try Kimberly Doyle.
Aloha, Commission. I'm Tom Crowley. I do not own a short-term rental, and I do not represent the interests of anyone who does. I speak solely on my own behalf and what I believe is in the best interest of all residents of Maui. First, I truly feel sorry for the many people who have been misled by the introducers of this bill. I have heard the bill described as converting the use of these units from short-term to long-term rental. Let's be very clear. There is nothing in the proposed ordinance that would require conversion of any of these apartment units from short to long-term rental. And no one should assume that many, if any, of these units would become available for long-term rental at anywhere near affordable rental rates. To support this reality, just take a look at the apartment units built in the apartment district since 1990 that have never been allowed to be used for short-term rental. If you do this analysis, you will find the majority of the apartment units built in the apartment district since 1990 are not used as resident housing. Instead, they are classified in real property tax records as non-owner occupied and primarily used as second homes. In a recent informal survey of Minatoya property owners, 55% reported that if they lost the ability to rent their units short term, they would simply continue to use their units as second homes. 15% said they would move into their units as their own primary home, and only 6% said they would consider renting them long term. The rest would likely sell, but it's likely the majority of those sales would be to new mainland owners who are intending to use them as second homes. Again, I feel very sorry for those who have been misled into believing that this measure would create housing for them or would free up housing for others and make housing affordable for all. It has been reckless and irresponsible of our leaders to use you in this way.
1 minute.
This bill reduces the number of visitors that would come to Maui, and this in turn would cost a lot of residents' jobs and small businesses to go under, but it will not result in any new affordable housing. There are so many things wrong with this proposed bill that the only rational recommendation from the Planning Commission to the County Council would be denial of this proposed bill. The recommendation could include other opportunities to create housing, but this
30
bill is
seconds.
not the basis of any such plan and is not even a good place to start. The Commission's recommendation of a denial of this bill would not end this proposal, but it would require the County Council to have a supermajority of 6 votes in order to approve it. And that is the best thing that the Planning Commission could do with their power at this moment. Thank you for your service. Thank you for listening to me. And I don't envy the work you have ahead of you. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony. Next is Rob S. Not online anymore. Is Kimberly Doyle online? Kimberly Doyle, can you try speaking up? No? Oh, I hear somebody. Oh, Steve. Okay, next on the list is Steve Cawley.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for taking my call. I know it's been a very long day for you, but I just wanted to strongly oppose this bill. I've been listening over the course of the day, and there's a few misconceptions. Number one is that we are here for the profit. We are not here for the profit as a short-term rental owner. We lost money last year. Our bookings this year are down roughly 50%. We don't want to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution. As part of these, we've been helping local businesses for a long time within Maui. Last year, one of the projects that our development had was a pool tile replacement. It cost over $300,000 that was funneled into the economy. We have now had to pause all projects within our development right now because of this uncertainty. We cannot ask the owners of our development to be funding future projects when we have uncertain future cash flows. I've heard as well that maligned offshore mainland investors. Well, we want to be part of the island. We have been part of the island as owners for over 20 years. We love the island. We want to be part of the solution. What I find extremely emotional and frustrating is that we have been pitted against each other here. The narratives in this world are so frustrating that social media then propagate. We should be working together for solutions. The leaders, the politicians in all of this have separated us. We should be working together for the solutions to make Maui an affordable, wonderful place to live. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. We can try Kimberly Doyle one more time. Oh. Kimberly Doyle, are you there? or anybody else wishing to testify at this point? Oh, she raised her hand. Oh, yes. So if you are online and wishing to testify and have not yet signed up, please raise your hand so staff can add you to the list. Or anybody else who had tried to testify earlier in the day and due to technical difficulties or something was not able to come on, please raise your hand and let staff know. No more? Or if you're here and wish to testify, please come forward.
Ooh, okay. My name is Lana Albright, and I am in support of the community. I'm just going to totally blank because this is highly emotional and incredibly painful. The community stands here today not in greed, but in need. Before the Lahaina fire, I always was optimistic and things balancing out. But on August 8th, the magnifying glass highlighted all the issues. The issue of housing will not just go away, but action needs to happen. It needs to take place. I was West Side, and I was talking to a woman who has been visiting Maui for over 40 years and is no longer going to be coming to Maui because she said that the government does not support the residents, that the people that and friends that she made along the way are no longer here because they cannot support themselves here. They can't live here. They can't own here. So they will now be going to Portugal because in Portugal, there's a lot of culture and it is more affordable. The beauty of this land and the people is extensive and it is ancient and wonderful, and there's so much to learn. There is so much to support. There is so much to save. So when we hear about people, this being their retirement plan, or mainlanders wanting to, their kids to come and enjoy it, what about the kids that grew up here? The community stands here in support of their neighbors, of their own ohanas, of their own kapuna, and they deserve to stay. They deserve to have their neighborhoods. Again, they are not here in greed, but in need. So I am in support of the community here on Maui and across Hawai'i and all over the world. Listen to these cities and the towns and the neighborhoods that are fighting to get their homes back. I love to travel. I love to share. I love new food. I love to visit. But I also want to know that residents are being taken care of, that the culture, that the history are being preserved. What is traveling if you go somewhere and you know that the community is hurting so badly?
30 seconds.
So I'm in support of phasing out the STRs, in support of community, and in support of culture and history that needs to be preserved. I grew up on National Geographics, and I've read about all of these beautiful places in the world, and they need to be protected. History, culture, the people, the community. Aloha.
Mahalo for your testimony. Oh, okay. Online, we have Terry M.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for a very long day of listening, and I really appreciate hearing both sides. And I am not affected by the ban, but I know many people who are. I've spoken to a cleaning lady who is afraid to testify. She's had threats against her. She's local. She's a cleaner, and that hurts my heart as well, even though maybe I'm not part of the Minatoya, and I feel that the people who have made a point of stating that this has pitted the community as much as we're part of the community and the residents are part of the community, it has pitted us against each other. And I also oppose the ban because I think it had two main points, which was to create affordable housing and it was to do that in a reasonable time frame. And I don't think it can accomplish either how it's written. It may or may not create housing. That housing probably will not be affordable. There's no guarantee it will create housing at all. And doing this within a year's time frame is just not reasonable. So on its 2 points it needed to accomplish, I think as written, it fails. And I just want to say that Maui is a beautiful place, and all of us have enjoyed being there. We're there because we love it. And I appreciate everything you guys have done. Thank you very much.
Mahalo for your testimony. Is there anybody else in person who has not testified, who wishes to testify? Please come forward. Oh, Kimberly Doyle is back. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being persistent. Kimberly, Kim and I own a condominium, a one-bedroom condominium over at Grand Champions in Wailea, which we love. We've owned it for about 10 years. We've been visiting Maui for 40 years. We finally have our little piece of paradise, and we appreciate all of the locals there who make us feel so welcome and have over the years. We aren't the extractors. I think we're very typical owners. We own one small condo. We like to visit it. We do rent it out short term to help maintain the costs, but we really aren't extractors. Honestly, about 80% or more of the gross rent stays in the community, 30% to our property manager, whom we love, about 10% to service people who help us keep the place in good shape, who are great, a lot of money to taxes and to transient fees. So about 80% of our gross rent stays in the island. We really believe that a better plan should be thought of. This won't affect us very much because we love the island. We aren't going to sell or rent our condominium no matter what happens, because we own it because we love it. We love to travel there, and we just can't long-term rent it. And we're sad to think that our tenants that might otherwise come to our place might go to the hotels. That's true, but then the island won't get all of the 80% of the revenue that they get now. That 80% of the revenue that comes into us that we leave in Maui will go to the hotels, and it won't stay in Maui. It'll go to New York City or wherever their headquarters are. So that rent will be lost. And I was hoping that the council could come up with maybe a better plan. I would suggest something along the lines of, rather than losing all the tax revenue that comes with these short-term rentals, put that in a fund, make it available to the locals at low interest rates so they can buy these places. And if the county would use this money to make low interest loans available to the locals so they could buy these units, not rent them, buy them, build some equity for their families, and change their lives for the better. But thank you for listening, and thank you to all of Maui for making us feel welcome for 40 years, and mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Is there anybody in the gallery or online who wishes to testify at this point? Okay. Lori, who raised their hand, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is, am I unmuted?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you for hearing me and for the opportunity. I am opposed to the ban, and I just wanted to say the reason is because I don't think that this will accomplish what it's trying to accomplish. As someone whose HOA is over $1,000 a month, whose mortgage is over $4,000 a month, we take a loss. On this, we don't make money on our property at all. We bought because my grandmother was born and raised on Oahu. My great uncle, Frank James, built the Kula Lodge. We have deep roots, and we love Hawaii. We love the people. And so that's why we wanted to purchase a piece of property that we could enjoy when we come to visit instead of continuing to, rent from others. And we wanted to be able to share the aloha and all that has been, that we've experienced for every year that we've gone, and to, help employ people on the island. But I don't think with the cost of these condos that it's going to accomplish what is being told to Maui residents. That, I think that many owners have stated that they will not rent long term. I don't think that it makes sense. And sadly, I think they'll be vacant and will eliminate a lot of jobs for locals. I just think there's got to be another way to make this happen, which I'm fully supportive of. I just don't think that this is the answer. Thank you again.
Mahalo for your testimony. Okay. I do want to note we're at 5:05 and we were going to take a dinner break at 5 o'clock. But we just have one more. Mary, did you say? Okay.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your time and patience, and I really hate to interrupt your dinner break. Anyway, thank you for taking my testimony. I want to state today that I am strongly opposed to this measure to eliminate these short-term rentals. I do have a one-bedroom small unit on the island. I've been coming to the island for about 40 years now, and we bought it similar to other people so that we could take our trips there and enjoy the island and get back to the island whenever we can. We did offer our unit through FEMA. It was declined. We have many friends who've offered their units and it sat vacant, although they were obtaining funds through FEMA, which I think is wrong. I think that was a waste. I think there are much better solutions here that we need to consider. The short-term rentals do contribute the greatest amount of tax revenue for the island. It's estimated to be about $246 million for fiscal year 2025. Many who own here on the island also have short-term rentals. They are full-time residents that do have rentals of their own that they use for income for themselves to augment their income. The other thing I would say is that our tax revenue is really the highest of any other property on the island. We're paying more than hotels. We had an increase between 25 and 50% just this year. And I believe that money can be very well spent to help the people of Maui to find affordable housing if that is their true goal. I think there are so many other avenues to pursue there, and using this money in a fiscally responsible way. I would hope that the government would look at that in any wasteful spending and how they've used these funds that they have collected from us over the years to help the people of Maui in a way. We want to be helpers. We don't want to be considered the enemy. We want to contribute and collaborate with the government to solve this problem. We don't want to be looked at as the enemy or the villain. I don't think that's fair, and I feel like the testimonies have been very unfair to us, and I feel like
1 minute.
there's a lot of vitriol and a lot of just word usage that's just really not appropriate. And I feel the government needs to take hold of this, because it's really becoming very divisive and it's not good for the island. It certainly does not show aloha. And I just feel as though there's a better way to solve this problem. And I am the first one to say I am happy to help in any way that I can with the government. We are not making money on our condo. We are barely breaking even, but I am willing to contribute
seconds.
more in my fair share of taxes or whatever else is necessary to help the people of Maui. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I hope you have a nice dinner.
Mahalo for your testimony. So I think we'll go through and break for dinner now. I think we're due for a break anyway. I don't think there's anybody else on the list that is signed up to testify at this point. But we'll check back after dinner. And if there's still nobody signed up, we'll close. You ready to? Okay. Okay. I'm getting a lot of signaling from around the room. Thank you, team. So this is gonna be last call for testimony before we break for dinner. So going once in the room and going once online, going 2 times. Okay, going 3 times, and testimony is closed. I think this might be like record amount of testimony that we have ever fielded in waking memory. So thank you, mahalo nui loa, to everybody who has written in, who has come here, who has sat through all these hours and hours and hours, everybody who shared their mana'o. It is a, like I said earlier, it's a beautiful exercise of civic engagement, and I hope everybody gets in practice and keeps it up, because there's lots of big stuff coming for our island going forward, and we're gonna need everybody's voices to weigh in to make sure we make really good decisions for our future. So thank you all again. We are going to break for dinner now and recharge our bodies so that we can do more good stuff here. And so it's 5:10 now. We will come back at 5:40 p.m. Have a good dinner. Mahalo. She's like, we don't meet every day. That's fine. It's fine. No, I thought somebody. All right. Commissioner Zikos, are you back with us? We need to record, yeah.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, it is 5:43 p.m. Aloha hiahi kako. I think we're transitioning into evening time. So good evening, everybody. Mahalo for bearing with us. Appreciate you all joining us throughout this day. We did say we closed public testimony before the break, but I've been advised that in an abundance of caution, we should make a last call for testimony. So if there is anybody online who has not yet testified and wishes to testify, please raise your hand and indicate yourself to staff. I'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we are really closed with public testimony. And we will move on to the next phase of our meeting to enter into discussion and deliberation by the commission. So commissioners, I do want to note that we have our mayor here in the room. He is available just until 6 o'clock to answer any questions that we may have. Director, you have something?
Just you will have a bunch of resources available to you. So in addition to the mayor, you'll have all of the planning department resources that we can muster. Department of Finance is here and available, Office of Management, all of the county resources that are at your disposal. And also Michael Hopper is online to offer some guidance on how you can proceed with a recommendation. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. I do want to go around first. I think I'll give, we'll go rounds throughout the commissioners so everybody has a chance to ask questions. And I know that it's very likely that some questions that other commissioners ask or answers that we get will prompt more questions in your mind. So we'll do a couple of rounds among the commissioners. But first I want to ask if anybody on the commission has questions. Oh, okay. Sorry. If anybody has questions for the mayor, let us know so that we can have him while he's here until 6 o'clock. But I'm also told we have, okay, Commissioner Hippolito got you noted. But 1 second, I am told Mr. Hopper has something he wishes to inform us about.
Chair Michael Hopper, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
It was just to go over the process for the recommendation, but if you only have the mayor for 15 more minutes, I think maybe you should go and ask the mayor questions first, and then I can go over that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So Commissioner Hippolito, please go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I did not have a question for the mayor. I wanted to go over process.
Okay.
Mr. Harper's going to cover that.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Any other commissioners have specific questions for the mayor? Commissioner Lindsay? Go ahead.
Hi, so there's been lots of testimony around, how this will affect the economy. And lots of people were saying whatever their feelings are. Maybe this is part of a bigger plan because there will be a deficit and loss of income and all of this. Do you have anything to say regarding filling those gaps?
Yes, thank you. I did want to start by saying the last thing we wanted to do from the administration is to divide our community any further than it was. This isn't the time for any of that. This is the time for us to be together. I've heard a lot of information and a lot of testimony where people seem to agree to that one point that we should, whatever we do, we should be doing this together. So, you know, my deepest apologies to those who feel as if the purpose for this was to divide our community. That was never the purpose. But when there are tough decisions to be made, especially over long periods of time that builds up, this is the reason this item was never addressed in the past, is because this was going to be difficult. Because some people feel as if this is targeted towards themselves. You know, one of the things I say often is that as government, we make group decisions that affect people individually. It's a group decision. It's intended for the best of the greater good, but it will impact people individually. That's the nature of what happens. And so you hear that and you get that piece. So I'm not the subject matter expert when it comes to the budget, the finance. But let me just speak to this. Every property on this island pays something, whether it's the minimum tax, or it's the homeowner's tax with an exemption, or it's a rental, or it's a long-term rental, or it's a short-term rental, or it's a TV. Everyone has there's a category you fall into. So this isn't a situation where people will go from paying taxes to zero. They will never get to zero. Even the minimum tax is above that. So what will happen is people will change categories. That will determine how much taxes. But the taxes we have now, we have to balance a budget. By law, we have to balance our budget. So the amount that we receive in revenue has to equal the amount that we spend. It cannot be different. So the more we bring in, the more we unfortunately spend. That's why we have a $1.26 billion budget, because that's how much revenue we make too. So whatever adjustment, one of the things government can do is adjust their taxes. We adjust the taxes every year to address shortfall or to address changes in our policies. Or we want to incentivize something. So you give a tax break to someone as a homeowner. If you become a homeowner, you get a tax exemption from the government because we want to encourage that behavior. If you do long-term rental, you get a tax exemption from the government because we want to incentivize that behavior. On the other hand, if there are things that are happening that we think does not help us, then we can tax that. So my simple answer to you, although I can't give you the calculations today, is once this, well, part of it won't be entirely this, but the UHERO report will come out. And just so I address this, you folks are here to decide on the land use zoning issue. All these other issues that have come up, while it's, you know, obviously something you may want to know to factor in, that's for the county council to decide. They will make that decision. I made a proposal, I submitted to you folks hear the testimony, you decide how our zoning laws should be. That's your decision as the Maui, as the planning commission. Just like Lanai and Molokai made their decisions. The other things that have to do with the finances and the taxes do not fall on you. The council imposes taxes. Now, we can make recommendations as administration, and we can put in tax rates. So the best I can tell you, just to predict the future, is if there's a tax shortfall, that will be made up in adjusting the taxes. So that's the best. I'm just a long answer, but I did want to say the first part. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. That was just brought up a lot.
Mhm. Any questions from our other commissioners for the mayor? He's got about 8 more minutes with us.
I hate to be so technical. I can stay long if you need me. The meeting I was going to go started at 5:30, so I'm already late.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. That's okay. I can run there whenever I get there. But I wanted to give you whatever time you needed from me,
Mahalo.
considering all that you guys have given to us all in the last hearings. So please, if you need me here, I'll stay longer.
I guess
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question.
Oh, you need your mic.
Well, I appreciate you like reminding us about like the zoning, and that's what we are supposed to be focusing on, but I can't help but have these other questions about like advantages and disadvantages. And so say like all of these condos open up 7,000, and one of the concerns I'm consistently hearing is, well, how do we ensure that those condos go into the hands of people who live here on Maui? And so I'm just wondering if anybody has like offered solutions to you for that.
Not that specific issue, but if they become either owner occupied or long-term, I think by their very nature, they will go to somebody who resides on Maui. So, I mean, that's what we're counting on, because those are the people that are looking for either short-term, long-term, or they're looking to purchase. Those would be people who decide to make Maui their home. Now, if your question is whether they originally are from Maui or not, I mean, I wouldn't know that, but I would say the whole idea is to make the inventory available for people who choose to make Maui their home.
So the assumption is that they wouldn't like, we could expect that the housing would go for people from Maui instead of, I guess my concern is like, well, what if all of these condos go for sale and then we have like offshore investors, you know?
So the person buying that unit would face the same thing that the person who currently owns the unit faces. They couldn't use it for short-term either. So if people want to own a second, third, fourth, fifth home and they can afford to do that, there's nothing we can do about that, except to increase the taxes for people who own a second, third, fourth, or fifth house. But as far as incentivizing people, try not to get into what I heard on some of the testimony, but I'll just leave it that the goal for this is to increase inventory. Now, I heard one of the testifiers say this does not force people to go into short-term rental. And that person said they took a poll and 6% of the currently owners would convert theirs to long-term rental. 6% of 7,000 is maybe 500 something, over 5%. I'll take that. I'll take 500 units. This brand new unit that you guys see across the Kehalani, across Fulan, that's the most recent homes built on Maui in the last 2 or 3 years. That's 330 units. There was a long line of people trying to get those units. So if you tell me, well, 6% is, okay, 500 something, I'll take them right now. But, our goal is that there be more than 6%. But I'm going to respect the person who said that as saying that's the numbers they came back with. That's not bad news. That's okay to good news. So, but I suspect those numbers will be higher. Again, the person who buys it steps in the shoes of the person who just had it. I mean, if you have it, it can be your second home. But think about somebody who owns several units. You can only live in one. So if you have 5 or 10, you're going to live in one. What you going to do with the others? Keep them vacant? Okay. I mean, it's your choice, especially if you're losing money on this. If you're losing money on this investment and you're going to lose money anyway, at least lose them on giving them to somebody with a long term. if you're losing money using it as a short term, then maybe switch the model and rent it to somebody long term. I don't know how many people are losing money. It seems like everybody's losing money using it for short term. So maybe that's not a good model.
Any questions from our commissioners online? I do have another question that's come up with testimony. One thing is like in some respects, our ordinances are only as good as how much they can be enforced. And the subject of illegal STRs has come up a lot in testimony. So do you have a plan to address those? Because, it's been said that they would provide a lot of tax revenue also were they to be brought into the fold legally. Do you have comments on that?
Absolutely. First of all, the person enforcing that, you're sitting next to her right now. That's her department and her division that does that enforcement. We've already tried to do a couple of things to make that enforcement better. You might remember there was a previous, letter from the managing director of the county some years ago that said the county would not pursue anonymous complaints. Now, there's good reason for that, and that was for countywide. But I reversed that. I sent out a letter last year saying, no, we're going to take every complaint, even if it's anonymous. And the reason I say that is, I have some experience with investigations, criminal investigations, and other stuff. The fact of the matter is, the anonymous complaint can tell you, oh, the address is 102 First Avenue. We have suspects this thing's happening. Why would you not pursue that? Why would you not investigate that? You don't have to have the person standing outside the house telling you their story. They just pointed you in a direction. You can decide if you can gather enough information. I mean, you got to do some investigation, whatever, watch to see if that's true or not. So I didn't understand how we wouldn't pursue an anonymous because the person doesn't leave their name or say who they are, whether it's true or false. We're not talking about reporting a domestic violence crime or something that you needed a witness for or whatever. This is something that you can follow up on. So that's one step we took in that direction. But I think there's nobody, not the hotels, not the legal temporary TVR owners or anybody else who likes the illegal short-term rentals. Nobody. They don't pay any taxes to the county. We don't get anything from that. They still take up the resources in their neighborhood. But it is kind of like reporting either a fireworks violation or maybe a domestic violence case, and where the neighbors don't want to rat out their neighbors. But that is something that I think all the mayors are concerned about. Kauai does a pretty good job on their island of controlling that. I'll just say that. And mostly what they do is they put their investigators on in the evenings. They come on a late shift. They don't do the 9 to 5 when, they come on after. So, I mean, that's some things we've talked about. And there are probably other strategies we can learn about. So we want to be very aggressive. And that's for an entirely different reason. But of course, those units could also be used for long-term rentals.
Hello. Additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Lindsay?
So there's been some testimony regarding this being kind of a blanket fix for every area. A lot of Lahaina people showed up in general to do that, and Lahaina is different than Kihei, is different from Wailuku. And is that a concern of yours, that is just blanket fixing this for now? Like, are there other plans to possibly drop some TMKs out of the apartment that are maybe existing as resorts? Or this is the first and then we're going forward?
Okay, I'm not sure which of those three I'll answer, but I think I'll answer it in a way that'll address all that. And thank you for asking me in that way, because I think that's a really fair question and something that should be talked about more. This is the opening of this discussion, the discussion that has had to happen for some time now. And I'm sorry that it's fallen on your watch right now. But I think most of us, if not all of us, can agree that this is just long overdue talking about. Your question is valid because there are some units that if I were that person, I would want to be designated as a hotel, not as an apartment. I mean, if you walk like a duck, you quack like a duck, and you look like a duck, you're a duck. But you got to come out and say that. You got to do something in the affirmative. You got to come to the commission or the council and say, we want to be designated as a hotel. We're not an apartment. We were not intended to be an apartment. It's not for the administration to go out and anoint them. Well, you're a hotel, you're an apartment, you're a hotel, you're an apartment. That's not our function. It's not our expertise. But there's nothing that has stopped anyone who has owned any of these units within the Minatoya list, that's all I'm talking about here, from being designated as a hotel, if that's what you wanted. Now, I don't know what the advantages are of being designated an apartment, even though you're a hotel, but in an apartment zone. I know we charge less for apartment. Taxes are less for apartments than hotels. But I don't know the reason. So I would say that this is not a blanket to answer it in those terms. This is the start of a discussion. And we should take deep dives on these. And I suspect that will by the time this is all said and done. But likewise, there are those that are clearly apartments that were always intended to be apartments that shouldn't be designated as hotels. And again, we're talking about the zoning. They were built in the apartment zone areas, knowing the distinction between an apartment and a hotel. We just want to straighten that out because right now it's so kapakahi, which is why we're having this problem. So let's just call it what it is. Designate the hotels, charge them the hotel rates, allow them what the benefits of being a hotel. Hotels, you can have food and beverage, you can do certain things in hotel zones that you cannot do in apartment zones. And then call the apartments, and let's try to have that be either homeowners, like we currently have. Many of those buildings or apartments have long-term renters and owners that live in them. Proof that they can be lived in by local people. So again, I think you'll see things on the spectrum. Something obviously hotel, something obviously apartment, and then you're gonna have some in the middle. So let's sort them out.
Additional questions? Commissioners online? Commissioner Lindsay.
I do have a concern about the phase out period being a little bit short. Just, like leasing it for a short while for some people. Also like the deadline with FEMA housing.
Sure.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Some people would say this is 35 years past due though. People who have been able to use this not for the stated purpose for 35 years. But you make a very good point because the people today, let me just tell you the story behind that. I am the one who set the times, not my team. I got lots of advice and I made the decision. And the biggest reason I did that was to point to the urgency that this deserves, that this should be dealt with. You cannot say this is an emergency, needs to be done right away and say, let's take 5 years. I mean, you can, but you defeat your purpose. So that's why we made Lahaina at one designation and we made the rest of the island the other to distinguish where the urgency was and why there's an urgency. However, having said that, and hearing all that has been said and much that has been talked about, it would go smoother if you decided to recommend to the council whatever it is you folks decide. I just wanted to explain why that was done. Now, if you look at the case law that our attorneys research and look into, in some places it has been average 2 years, some as short as 1 year. Can you go longer? Of course. It's a phase out period. So you ask yourself, how long does someone need to phase out a short-term rental to switch from one to the other? How long does it take for you to cancel your bookings or to say, we're not taking any more? How long does that take? And I don't mean to keep repeating this, but if honestly, if people are not making any money at all for doing this, then what is the holdup like? You know, and if you are making money, then just say so, and then we can acknowledge that too, and say, you know, I'd like to make a little bit more money before I shut down this. That's for other people to decide, not me. I mean, I just made the recommendation, the suggestion, but I understand this is going to be vetted by the public, by you folks, by the council. Again, what we put out was just the initial discussion, so that it could get the feedback that you've been getting. I hope that answers your question.
Additional questions from the commission? One more, go ahead.
So my feelings on commissioners in the planning commission, we're all people of Maui. We all appreciate this place. We grew up here. So our geographic location doesn't really define like in the council would where we are and what we have expertise over. I want to say expertise, but it could be a different word. And right as of now, we don't have a Kihei commissioner. Kihei South Maui commissioner.
Correct.
And South Maui is unique in that it covers many ahupua'a and affects regions like Ma'alaya, that affects West Side, Wailuku, and
Sure.
South Maui.
You're right.
And so we are looking forward to having a South Maui commissioner, and that I think having a commissioner would make people, the community, South Maui residents, a little bit more happy about making these kind of decisions that greatly affects their community. Our community, without having a South Maui representative here. I know you're looking hard, but do you have anything to say on that, or because you're the person who picks them and all goes through this process?
Yeah, I mean, my pick was rejected by the council. And so I should say preliminarily, they do not have the votes. And so the council will make their decision at their, whatever the next meeting is, and I will have 10 days to replace that name, and I will replace that name in less than 10 days.
Okay, great.
Any additional questions? Questions from our commissioners online? Good. Okay, I think that's all we got for you.
I just want to say on behalf of the entire community, thank you for the work you folks have been doing and the work you continue to do. It's a tough job being a community leader. I don't know that your job is to please the most or what have you. You know, I think what our mantra is to help the most and hurt the least, harm the least in what you do. But I just thank you for taking the time. You've obviously taken this very seriously from all the effort you guys have put in. And again, I know you've gotten some thanks from some of the community, but I really think you should understand this is a big moment for everybody. And you are the right people to make these calls. So we'll live with whatever decision you guys make. Thank you so much.
Mahalo. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. So I have been told that we do have the other resource person, Matt Jahowski, is online. However, he is on the East Coast. And so if we have questions for him, we should take those next. And again, we'll go around the room and make sure all of our commissioners have a chance to bring up any questions they may have. Commissioner Dikos, do you have questions for Mr. Jahowski?
Remind me, I have about 3 questions, but I'm not sure they're for Mr.
Okay, he has
Jahowski.
the data on our housing inventory, the short-term rental inventory. He presented at our meeting on the 25th. He has all the statistical data.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay. I don't have a question for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hipólito?
No questions for.
Thank
No
you.
questions.
Okay. Commissioner Lindsay? Okay. Commissioner Kealoha? Not at this point. Okay. I do not have questions for you either. Okay. But thank you very much for making the time and for being here. Appreciate you making yourself available. So I believe all of our other resource people are here on island in our same time zone. So now we can go for rounds from the commission. I will start with Commissioner Dikos. And we'll do
Chair.
rounds. Oh, sorry. I'll go Commissioner Hipólito and then Mr. Hopper.
I wanted to just remind Chair that Mr. Harper was going to go over the process.
Thank you. Was that why you had your hand up? Okay, yes,
correct.
Mr. Hopper, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to, after talking over with the planning director, go over sort of your role here. You've done this before. This is commenting on legislation that involves the county zoning ordinance, and that's something that under the county charter you're required to do. I wanted to read the section and sort of give you an idea of what you're required to do under the ordinance. Maui County Charter, Section 8-8.4. And it's subsection, there's 2 subsection 3s. This is the second subsection 3, states as follows. These are roles of the Planning Commission. Review other proposed land use ordinances and amendments thereto prepared by the director or the council, and after public hearings, transmit such ordinances with your findings and recommendations thereon to the council for consideration and action no later than 120 days after the final public hearing. So you close the public hearing today, and what they are asking from you are your findings and recommendations. This isn't obviously the same thing as approving or disapproving or approving with conditions a permit. This is you making recommendation on legislation. As the Planning Commission, the council is required to get your input on this legislation. You do need to have 5 votes to transmit the recommendation because you want to be, make clear that that's your recommendation. But while it can be recommend approval, recommend denial, recommend amendments to it, approval with amendments, for example, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. You could give other comments. You could transmit a variety of comments. You can, if there's other recommendations for additional actions, you can do that. So I don't think like a permit, you're as limited, but you do in the end need to have 5 votes, which in this case is a unanimous decision to transmit a recommendation. But the recommendation could be, it's generally transmitted by the director in letter form to the council, and it can you have a pretty wide variety of choices on what you recommend. So I just wanted to get that out there and read that section of the charter to make a bit more clear. You're sending your quote findings and recommendations on the ordinance to the council, and so hopefully that gives you a bit of clarity for what your role is. And I would also say that because it's going to have to be transmitted by the department, that you should maybe go through your recommendations and then have them read them back to you if you have, like a numbered or bulleted list or something like that, just so they can be clear on what you're asking for. So again, it's sort of up to you on what exactly you want to say. But again, you do need to have 5 votes, and you would want to be clear to the planning staff what you want them to write up and send on your behalf. The council, I think, will also have access to this meeting and the the minutes and things like that. So they should have a good access to the record before you as well.
Any questions for Mr. Hopper? Commissioners understand? Oh, Commissioner Dicos?
Yeah, just a couple procedure questions. So if there's a recommendation for approval and that doesn't get 5 votes, and then there's a recommendation to denial that doesn't get 5 votes, what happens?
Well, I mean, there could be a deferral, or if there's some sort of other recommendation you could make where there's a series of comments and agree on that rather than a straight approval or denial recommendation, that's an option as well. So you can send it as a series of, again, these are findings and recommendations. So your recommendations could be a lot of different things potentially. So that's sort of up to you. So if you can't do an approval or a denial or approval with conditions, then you do have other options. But if you actually can't get 5 votes on something, then I think the matter would be automatically deferred. If you can't find a sufficient recess date, you may have to reopen public testimony. And then if you don't take action within 120 days from today, which was the close of the original public the initial public hearing on the matter, the council could take action without your recommendation. But that's not for another 4 months from today.
Okay, and just to follow up to that, if there are amendments, so there's a recommendation one way or well, I guess it would be to approve with amendments. Does that change? Does the council do they require 5 votes if there are no changes to the planning recommendation, but if there are recommendations or amendments, I should say, does that require a supermajority, 6 votes in the council?
The supermajority is only required if this was a council initiated proposal. This was a planning director initiated proposal. So the council, whatever you recommend, the council is sort of free to make its own decision independent of the commission's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
So it would only need 5 votes to pass.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I did have one other question for council, but I can.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So there was a lot of talk about the legal landscape of HRS 46-4A. What is the legal ramification of an amortization of zoning use or removing use under a zoning code? Is there a case study? Can you expand on that?
HRS 46-4 was recently amended by the state legislature. What it generally provides is that if there's a use that was previously lawful but has been made unlawful, that the use is allowed to continue. However, it does say that that the county can amortize out or phase out non-conforming uses over a reasonable period of time. And because of some case law that came up recently, just recently, the Hawaii State Legislature amended that section to make clear. Oh, and I will say there is an exception to that says you cannot amortize or phase out residential uses, single family or duplex uses. And what the legislature clarified was that that TVR use, as defined by the respective counties, does not count as a residential use that cannot be phased out. So it made clear that that type of use can be phased out over a reasonable period of time. If you read the beginning of this ordinance, the proposal states that the the frames provided for phase out, which is, I believe, 6 months in West Maui and 1 year otherwise, are reasonable periods of time. I think Mayor discussed that with you, and I think you're free to make recommendations on that based on testimony or your own knowledge. But I think the ordinance is sort of pointing to that section and saying we are amortizing out, the county is planning on amortizing out TVR use specifically in the apartment zone districts, and finds that the timeframes are reasonable. That's the proposal in the ordinance, and so I think that's where the ordinance targets that section of the law, which, as I said, was recently amended to allow for that phase out over a reasonable period of time. Is the requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for Mr. Hopper? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, now we will go through rounds from the commission. Commissioner Hippolito.
Yeah, Chair, could I have the director read B1?
Chair. Just to confirm, Commissioner Hippolito, you're talking about on the agenda.
That's correct, B1.
Great, thank you. So Ms. Kate L.K. Blystone, Planning Director, referring to the Maui, Molokai, and Lanai Planning Commission's a proposed bill to amend Maui County Code Chapters 19.12, 19.32, and 19.37, removing transient vacation rentals as a permitted use within the A1 and A2 apartment zoning districts. The draft bill proposes that the ordinance will take effect on July 1st, 2025 for properties within the West Maui Community Plan area and on July 1st, 2026 for all remaining areas in the county, which provides for a reasonable period to amortize or phase out the transient vacation rental use pursuant to 46-4A Hawai'i revised statutes. If approved, the bill would require all transient vacation rentals in the apartment districts to cease operating no later than the effective dates described above. The commission may receive a presentation from Matt Jahowski, Housing Data Consultant, providing an overview of Maui County's long-term housing crisis, which includes analysis of housing costs both pre and post August 2023 Maui wildfires, housing inventory data, economic impacts on residents, and other related data on apartment district transient vacation rentals. The commission may take action on this item, which could include making a recommendation to the Maui County Council on the proposed bill to approve with modifications, reject the bill, or recommend other action.
Thank you, Director.
Did you have any follow-up to that, or did you just want that in the record?
No.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Dicos first, followed by Commissioner Hippolito.
Thank you, Chair. One question I had was a B&B. So I'm just thinking if they lose, if a homeowner loses TVR, and let's say they move into the property, are they able to do a B&B, or is that, rent the rooms out? Let's say they're struggling to make the mortgage. I had a B&B permit, so I kind of understand how that helps with making those payments. But do they apply? Is that the same as getting a short-term rental permit that's capped, or is a bed and breakfast a totally different thing?
Thank you for the question. This is, Greg Post, Administrative Planning Officer. Bed and breakfast homes are actually treated differently than transit vacation rentals. So we're just talking about transit vacation rentals and removing that use from the apartment district. Bed and breakfast homes and short-term rental home permits are two other uses permitted in the apartment district, and those would continue to be permitted in the apartment district. But they require permits to be able to obtain those.
Okay, and I know those are capped, so there's no differentiation if the homeowner lives on the property versus a short-term permit. There's no benefit given to the person that's actually living there. So a bed and breakfast means the owner lives there, but technically they're treated as an STR regardless, right?
The bed and breakfast, yes, you're correct. The owner does live there. It's a different type of use, and it's different than short-term rental home permit, which is the owner doesn't have to live there. And which is different than the transit vacation rental use, which we're talking about today, where the owner does not have to live there either.
Right, I guess I know I know it's confusing. So the STRs are capped. There's not a whole lot of permits available for different districts. So I know most of those have been capped. So I'm just wondering, is there an avenue for a bed and breakfast where if somebody really needs to make some income, are those treated differently, or are they just under the same cap?
I'd have to check into that. I'm not sure. I don't think they're not under the same cap as a short-term rental home permit, because that's a separate permit. I'm not sure if bed and breakfasts have a cap or not, and I'd have to look into that question.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to think if people are stuck with long-term and that's the only thing they have, or they can move into their units and still generate income as a B&B. So just wondering what that.
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, we'll do a tiny bit more research. I want to say exactly the right thing here, so just let us look into that and we'll return to your question.
Okay, and I just have one other question.
Go ahead.
And I think somebody mentioned they had their deed was listed as resort, and yet they were an apartment zoned. I just found that confusing. Can you have a conflict of a deed designation that's an apartment district?
Someone else.
We are finding somebody to answer that question.
Okay, that's all I got, Chair.
So we would like Marcy Martin from Department of Finance to come and address that question.
And I'm not really sure I understand the question, so why don't you repeat it for me?
And it may be one of the testifiers said that their deed lists their property as resort. I wasn't aware that deeds have that listing, but it'd be odd that you had a property deed as a resort and now you're in a apartment zone, so you cannot. Does that exist, a deed designated resort?
Well, so today we're talking about zoning, and that is the county's authority. There's also state zoning. So deeds can have private restrictions on them. And we don't consider those really at the county. That's more of things on an individual level, like maybe a homeowner association or a condo association maybe would, place some kind of covenant on a property, but the county, we stick to the zoning.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Is that all your questions for now? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hipólito, followed by Commissioner Kealoha.
Chair, I don't have any questions. I do have comments. I'll let my fellow commissioners go through their questions, and round 2 or 3, then I can share comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kealoha, questions?
I'm just curious how this, if you could talk a little bit about the Molokai and the Na'i Planning Commission meetings and kind of how, if they, what were their recommendations?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the Molokai Planning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance. They actually inserted a caveat as well that if the council elected not to approve the ordinance for the rest of the county, they would still like it approved for Molokai. The Lanai Planning Commission did not reach a specific decision on approval or denial, but instead provided a variety of comments on the proposed ordinance. A lot of those comments were based upon what they heard in testimony or read in testimony. Much of what was brought up here today, and asking the council to look into some of those issues further. The issue of the economics was discussed, and so it was noted that that UHERO report was going to be coming out and addressing some of those. And so the recommendation was that that report be given to the council, so to review that report as well.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. Commissioner Lindsay?
Okay, so from a planning perspective, has anyone in the department looked at the affected areas and specifically these Minatoya list properties and created kind of a comprehensive picture of how they're being used now and their original intention? And what it would look like moving forward?
The department has not looked into, to my knowledge, any detail on each individual Minatoya property to address your question. So we have not looked into that. If there is an option, obviously, and I think the mayor hinted towards that as well, and it's also mentioned in the report as well, is that any of the property owners can move forward with any kind of a code change. And when we would move forward with the code change, a lot of that detailed review would be done at that time.
Thank you. On that now, oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, go.
The blanket fix that I kind of mentioned to the mayor earlier, there is going to be a process, there is existing a process for those potentially dropped properties there is already an existing process for those resort style properties, or?
There is a process that they could move forward, which is a zone change and potential community plan amendment, depending upon what their community plan designation is as well. So they could move forward with an application to change their property from apartment to hotel district.
So this is already created. We're not reinventing the wheel.
No, that process is there. A zone change is for any property owner in Maui County that wants to change their zoning designation.
I have a follow-up question to that, I think. So say this were to go into effect as it is written now, and these properties, which are, as testifiers have said, that have been used for a resort for a long, long time, like they would be free to come in to seek a change in zoning.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Our director, I believe, has an answer to Commissioner Ducos's question.
Actually, both Greg and I found it at exactly the same time. And I apologize. Of all the things that we were trying to prepare for, this actually didn't occur to us for some reason. There are caps on bed and breakfast homes. And Greg, do you want to address it? We're also trying to look, after Greg answers this question, we're also trying to look how close we are to those caps.
Yes, there is in subsection R within the bed and breakfast section within our zoning code. It does establish as caps for every community within the county. And I can go through those caps if you like. More importantly, which I also was looking at, and I apologize for not being that familiar with the bed and breakfast section, but there is also there are restrictions and standards for bed and breakfast that are operating bed and breakfast as well. And one of those is the bed and breakfast home use is permitted in no more than 2 single-family dwelling units per lot, except that it is not permitted in any accessory dwelling unit in accordance with chapter 19.35. So when you can't really necessarily apply the bed and breakfast to a multifamily structure on a lot because it can only be used in 2 single-family dwelling units per lot. So it creates there's some other general restrictions. So it's not a quick and easy. You can't really apply for a bed and breakfast if you're trying to get rid of if this ordinance passes and you wanted to do bed and breakfast. It's not just an easy transfer.
Commissioner Ducos?
Sorry, can you clarify? So if you're in a complex, you're saying that whole complex could have two. Is that what you said?
I believe that's what I'm saying. And when I read the section, it says no more than 2 single-family dwelling units per lot. I think you could interpret that as no more than 2 units per lot.
Okay.
And if you're in a multifamily structure, that means 2.
Commissioner Dicos?
So I did have a follow-up to the zoning change
Yep, go ahead.
discussion. So, if there's an entire complex that wants zoning, the way it's set up, each individual unit would have to come in for their own change, or is there a way to do a whole complex designation?
Yes, the whole complex really would come in for the zone change.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Kealoha, did you have more questions? Commissioner Lindsay?
So as written, does the bill allow for any non-conforming existing uses, or does this just shut down all?
It shuts that down. There was actually a provision that was added to the non-conforming section as per part of this bill that would not allow TVRs to be used as non-conforming uses or be considered non-conforming uses. So that was a section that's added to the draft ordinance before you.
Thank you for that.
Any further questions? While you look at that, Director has a follow-up for Commissioner Dicos.
So in addition to, we'll just focus on a few of these areas for the number of, the cap for say Hana is 48 B&Bs and they have 9. Kahului, Wailuku, the cap is 36 and they have 9. Kihei Makena, the cap is 100 and they have 48. Makawao, Pukalani Kula, the cap is 40 and they have 24. And Paia Haiku, 88 is the cap and they have 40. And West Maui, wait, hold on. Yes, same. West Maui, the cap is 88 and they have 14. So island-wide, the total is 144.
Further questions? Commissioner Lindsay? We can come back to you at the next round. Okay. I have a question for finance, if possible. The department's report included a memo from the Department of Finance. And one of the items in here provided an analysis on one property. This was Pacific Shores, and it went through the change in time of the uses of the units within that. And I'm wondering is this I know this is just one property of a myriad of properties that fall under this bill. Does the trend in this property, is it an outlier? Is it unique? Are there other properties that have followed this same kind of trend?
Without looking at each one, I couldn't be sure. This is one of the relatively newer projects on the list. That was why it got my attention.
I guess following up on that, so what made you pull out this one in particular then, or what grabbed your attention on this one?
Well, I've worked in the built environment since 1989, and I do remember when this project was constructed, and I had some friends who had bought in the project.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have this data at hand for, say, older properties on the list?
This came from real property. So the same data could be derived for each project if we were assigned to do that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's my question for now. Thank you. I'll go back online to Commissioner Dicos. Do you have any additional questions for our resource people?
No questions. I have comments later, but no questions.
Okay. And Commissioner Hippolito, you still have comments and not questions?
Confirm, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Keloha, any additional questions? Okay, Commissioner Lindsay.
I don't think I have questions.
Okay. Oh,
I do have
no worries. Yep, go ahead. Commissioner Keloha.
The dates that were proposed.
You might need to speak more.
Sorry, the dates that were proposed for West Maui, it was July 2025. Can you talk a little bit about, because I don't understand the FEMA process, like when does FEMA end? What does that mean for the people who are relying on FEMA funding? What are the repercussions if we go earlier or later, like for the housing? What does that all look like?
So we have Josiah Nishita on the call. Look at him, like magic, he pops up. He will be able to answer some of this.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Apologies, not in the room with you at the moment. But specific to the FEMA process, so there are a variety of categories that residents will fall into for housing assistance. In general, FEMA assistance will be provided for up to 18 months from the time of the disaster. So we're looking at about February 2025. There are opportunities for extensions of that under certain circumstances, in which case we will work with the state and FEMA to request those extensions and continue working with our families who are displaced. But generally speaking, you're looking at about 18 months from the time of the disaster.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindsay.
The water use, there was some water testimony about not having enough water on the west side. Can you give us some background on where that comes from? Because that wasn't really a consideration in my head until today. But I'm not there, so.
So just confirming, the testimony that you're questioning is whether or not there's enough water to build additional units, not the question of whether or not there's enough water to serve the existing units.
Or however the water affects the housing, I mean, in this
Right.
case, yes.
So I see Josiah is still on there, and I welcome his involvement in this because he has much more of an interaction with Department of Water Supply than I do. So if you want to take this, you may.
Yeah, I'll just address it. So obviously, I think you folks are aware of the limited resources that the county has in regards to our natural resources. Specifically, I think it was brought up about West Maui. It is under the jurisdiction of Seaworm, so they do make determinations. It's a designated area. They will make the determinations on any existing use permits as well as any new use permits applied for. Currently, they're undergoing a review of all the existing use permits to determine whether any new uses can be authorized. Prior to the wildfire, we were already seeing significantly higher demand than we're able to process and produce. So there is a shortage of water resources available, specifically to the West Maui area, as well as other areas around Maui County. I did hear there's at least one testifier, if not maybe a couple over multiple hearings, brought up things like desalination and other types of technologies like that. And I want to assure the commission that the county is pursuing many different paths to address a lot of the resource and infrastructure issues that we're facing. But specific to some of the things, like I'll take desalination in particular, since that was brought up. They're like on a best case scenario, if a desal plant was pursued today, you'd be looking at about at least 10 years before completion of that facility. And that's assuming that the community can buy in to the significant environmental and other challenges the desalination plant would incur, such as there's communities in other parts of the world that do like deep water outfall of the brine that's collected. And as you can imagine, changing the salinity level of an area in the ocean or in deep well injection causes significant or can cause significant issues to the natural environment surrounding it, wildlife, fish, coral resources, other types of activities. So those types of things cannot be taken lightly and cannot be pursued haphazardly. There is a lot of analysis that has to go into that, as well as community feedback and determination to see if that's a path forward that the community wants to take. But the county has pursued a number of methods in wastewater reuse to offset potable water use as a really a primary mechanism to free up additional water resources. And I think the last comment I would just put on this piece is there was a comment brought up about Oahu has so much more people and they find the water. So it must be possible here. And I would just call to the attention of the commissioners of longstanding issues that our community has faced with water diversions, the plantation, extraction of resources, as well as stream diversions that have taken place over many years. And while there are water resources available in other parts of the island, I would, really stress that our community has spoken in many instances that the desire of the community is not to continue to divert streams or to pull water resources from other areas of the island to serve, other areas, especially as it relates to, like visitor industry and other sorts of activities such as that. And I hope I kind of addressed your overall question, and I'll be happy to clarify anything else if needed.
No, that's great. More than I expected. Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. Well, if there's no further questions, we can go into discussion. I'll go to Commissioner Hippolito, followed by Commissioner Dicos.
Thank you, Chair. We went through 280 plus testifiers. And some of the points that really stuck out to me was two testifiers talked about residential safety, which I think we need to consider that in our deliberation and how we're going to vote. One statement that was made, which is true, we're not taking properties away. It will be up to the homeowner to decide what they do or whatever we decide to recommend to the council, but the council will make the final decision. I think as the Mayor Beeson stated why we're here and why what's his intention is taking readily available opportunity in increasing housing inventory. He also stated that he'll take 500 out of the 7,000. I think some of the concerns that I've also heard was the economics. And we're here more to talk about zoning, but as Mayor Beeson said, those questions can be posed by the council who has more opportunity to deep dive. I think for us as commissioners, we need to look at, again, and decide, and I'm speaking for me, what can happen to the future, which I need to really take a deep dive in my heart and my mind about the future for our loved ones, our families, even our families that's not born yet. When I hear about economics, I work for a large Hawai'i corporation. I was one of 1,800 plus that lost our jobs. I was 53 at the time. I worked for that company 34 years. Whoever knew that company would shut down? We all dug deep. I went back to school to get my degree. Full-time student. Talk about sacrifice. I was raising a family. I had 2 kids going to Kamehameha schools, seek financial aid, got them through Kamehameha schools. After that, I got a job. All the workers that was working found employment. So when everyone talk about the testifiers, the one that spoke about they're gonna lose their jobs, I went through it as a 53-year-old. The human race, we're so unique that we got more strength than we truly believe we have. I think we should leave some of these deep questions we have with the council and for us to look at. And that's why I asked the rector to read B1 to remind us why we're here. I truly believe the mayor and his team have done their due diligence. I truly believe that. I also believe there's questions unanswered, but I know those questions are going to be answered. I've heard from the former Attorney General stating case like he's already done his homework, that there's going to be litigation. But I also heard another testifier state that we should challenge. I truly believe this, and this is the way I look at things. if I'm going to stand, I'm going to stand for something. And today I will stand. Because I truly believe that yes, we need to think about the future of our families, of our keikis, about Mauians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Dicos, followed by Commissioner Kealoha.
I'm wondering if my discussion more appropriate after a motion. I'll save it for a motion.
Commissioner Kealoha, followed by Commissioner Lindsay.
It's time for discussion. Like, what are we supposed to, you know? I guess I can just talk a little bit about how I'm thinking about this decision. Like the questions that I'm asking myself are, who is my community? Who do I serve? Who do I have kuleana to? Understanding that, you know, some people are going to get the short of this end of the stick, but how do we make a decision that benefits the most people? And when I hear, you know, parents coming up with 2 or 3 little kids that are struggling, that don't have homes, you know, like to me, shelter, like everyone said, shelter is the most basic of needs. And so, yeah, I mean, those are like the thoughts and the questions and that I'm using to kind of think through all of this.
Commissioner Lindsay.
I can tell you my thoughts. I have some recommendations to add to whatever we are going to decide.
Mhm.
Do I say my recommendations now?
Well, we can entertain a motion for any of the actions that Mr. Hopper laid out for us. And that will just, you know, as Commissioner Dicos brought up, that can open up the floor for discussion, depending on what the motion is. So we have space for that now.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I move
Mhm.
to recommend to the county council to adopt the attached draft ordinance as requested by the mayor. I do have some recommendations to add on to that. Do I need a second first?
I think you can say what,
Okay.
like if you have conditions to add, yes, yeah, you can add that in. You don't have to wait for, because that's part of your motion. Yeah.
Okay, so add on the Hana Advisory Community Board. Councilmember Cienci testified that he wanted them to see it. I don't know what they're called is.
On advisory committee.
Okay. And cleanups by the department. Was that a thing? Also on the first day, somebody said that like periods and changing words. I don't know, just that was small cleanup.
I can't think of any cleanup.
Okay.
Certainly when we were talking about another item, we mentioned that.
Okay.
But this is not related to this item.
The phase out period, I think is too short for South Maui. I think there's an urgency in West Maui for this now. So I am in alignment with the current timeline on the West Maui because it will fall a few months short anyway of the FEMA deadline. So there will be many people scrambling for housing in that community. Another recommendation is some other individual neighborhood input, like the hotel areas, but since there's a process, I guess I don't need that one anymore. So no, that's it. It's my recommendation. Moving.
So you are moving to approve with the recommendations that the HANA Advisory Committee conduct a review. And I guess they would have to provide their recommendations to us, and then we would pass those on.
Yeah, so I'm just getting in touch with Hopper because, and I don't know if, is Hopper still on the call? He is. Can you talk briefly, if it's all right with the chair, about the proper order for these items? So if they wanted to send it to the HANA Advisory Committee, would they have to wait to make their recommendation until they hear back from the HANA Advisory Committee? Mr. Hopper.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I had a little bit of connectivity issues, but I'm resolving them now. Yeah, I can look that up, but generally, the HANA Advisory Committee makes a recommendation to you before you finalize your recommendation to council. So I'm not sure what your timing would be here. If you'd be deferring action until you send it to the HANA Advisory Committee, then wait, and then if it comes back to you, you'd have to have another round of public testimony. HANA would have the public testimony, then you would have the public testimony, and then normally you would make the recommendation. They generally wouldn't be independently making recommendations directly to the council because they're the advisory committee to the planning commission. Now I'll double check and see if what I've said, I want to confirm what I've said and check out the ordinance because I know there were some recent changes for that. But generally, if you make a recommendation, they have like 90 days to make their recommendation, and then you have to read your recommendation out loud. And so that may be sort of complicated based on where you're at today. So I don't know if your plan is to defer action on this till you hear from HANA, and then take it up again with another round of testimony, and then send your recommendation to the council at that point. So I'm just not sure what the timing would be for you guys.
Okay, so that's a no.
We don't have a second for her motion yet.
No,
Yeah.
not yet.
And so I'm assuming that's the same for the South Maui Community Advisory Board.
Correct.
And so,
Okay, so
I mean,
your
again, listen, sorry, Chair. I didn't want to suggest these are not options. You can do it, but they involve sending it, transmitting it to them, and then having them transmit it back to you with recommendations. And so that would be the time. Those are options available to you, but you would, I think, have to wait 90 days for them to make to hold their hearings and make their recommendations to you.
hopefully they come out and testify in front of council about that.
Okay, so yes, so your motion on the floor then is now to approve with revision to increase the phase out time period for South Maui. But West Maui would be as written, as would the rest of the island. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a second on this motion? Commissioner Hippolito?
Clarification, could we read, so that's the only recommendation, did Commissioner Lindsay retract? I could not hear clearly.
yes.
Retract the HANA and South Maui advisory?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So now we can open for discussion. We'll go to the move on, followed by the second, and then we'll go to Commissioner Dikos and Commissioner Kealoha. Commissioner Lindsay.
So our community is screaming for this. And so, okay. So my background is in property management. I have managed short-term rentals, long-term rentals, commercial agriculture, pasture. And there is lots of money in short-term rentals. And in a lot of ways, that is the way everything for me in the past has balanced out. I can be here to vote today because I am not directly financially connected to these two short-term rentals here. But I can see how it could affect, how it's a great plan to put in money as a business person into a property, and then it basically pays for your retirement. And whatever else you want to do. But our community needs housing first. We need to take care of our people. We need to do what's right for Maui. This has always been part of the plan. And as, you drive through the communities and you see how you drive through any other planned community, you see that it is like, once it's planned and it's all in effect, a great plan is a great plan. And that was always the plan here. We were always supposed to have apartments in those areas. So I guess people have been lucky to have used those short-term rentals for other reasons, but getting back our communities is the most important part of being part of a community. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Hippolito, followed by Commissioner Ducos.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Lindsay. Chair, I think in my comments, I kind of talked a lot about we as commissioners and what we should do as commissioners in looking forward to the future. I have one question before I move on. When can I add a comment? Do I go through discussion first and then I can make a friendly, want to add a comment?
You can, there's been a second, so you can add a friendly amendment or propose a friendly amendment.
So I want to make, it's more of a comment, not a recommendation. As stated by Mr. Hopper, that the council can accept what we recommend, what we comment or not. But I would like to make a comment that for the council to consider economics and also to consider zoning. Zoning in the sense is that there are opportunities to look at what is being presented. The economics to answer some of the questions that we can here today. So that when they deliberate, that they can cover these topics. That's my comment that I would like to add to the motion.
Okay, so to make sure we have this clear. So you're, in addition to the motion to approve with the changes for the timeline, you would add comments attached to our approval to ask the council to consider economics and to consider zoning was your other one?
Yes, that is correct, Chair.
Okay. I guess we can ask for a second to include these with the recommendation to council.
Oh, and Chair, you should, I think, make sure you're clear on the wording for that too. I think it sounds like you were, but just so it's transmitted in the letter properly.
Okay. Commissioner Lindsay?
I would like more clarification on the specifics on the zoning. Are you interested in like its current zoning as it's used, in its future zoning as we are planning to use it for, as its planned zoning as it was supposed to be done? Or are we just figuring out kind of a new plan for these communities?
Thank you, Commissioner Lindsay. What I'm looking at is revisiting the present zoning. And for the council, who has the resources, that they can look at resources, looking at our present zoning. And if we're applying this, that there are no other opportunities to make this enhance better, what can I say, a better bill or ordinance.
Just to kind of discuss this further to make sure we're clear on what you would be asking the council. I guess so. There are some properties on the list that are, hold on, pull this up. Say in like community plan hotel or partially in hotel zoning. Would that be something you're saying that the council should consider? Like, are you talking about like some properties like testifiers brought up where, you know, say within Kanapali Resort or within the Kapalua Resort area? Like, is that what you're speaking to?
Yes, Chair. And I may not be putting in it the correct wording because I don't clearly understand that part, but maybe it's something that I need to, and again, I was putting more as a comment, not a recommendation. It's just my comment. So maybe I can get clarification from Mr. Hopper. Recommendation and a comment is just a comment from me. It's not, I'm not making a recommendation for the council to consider that. I'm making a comment to the council. If that makes sense.
I mean, I think you would just state what the wording is, and if, you know, the more specific, probably the better for them. Or if it's broader, I guess you'd leave it up to the council to sort of, you know, how to go about with implementing your comments. So, I mean, I think it's up to you. If you've got, it looks like you've got some substantive changes to the ordinance recommended, such as the amortization timeframe and a couple other things. And if you wanted to make a more general comment, then that's fine too. I think it's sort of up to you, but obviously, you know, the clearer the better to council, I think is probably the way to go. I'm not sure how much else I can ask for that, but you also got to get 5, you know, members to agree on it. So I don't know if you want to discuss that a bit more, but that's I think the best info I can get.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harper. It's more of a general, Chair, a general comment.
Okay. I think we're gonna want to come up with wording for staff to put in the letter that ultimately goes to council. Director's trying to come up with some wording.
Thank you, Chair. I think the wording might be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Hipolito, it sounds like you want the council to consider some ways to, and maybe I'm just, maybe I'm making an assumption, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that for some of these properties that maybe are more like hotels, for example, for them to have a path for rezoning, is that what you're talking about? Or is it more, because I heard you also say, look for ways to make this ordinance better, this bill better. And so understanding what you mean by better would be helpful.
It's more of the second, making it better, enhancing it. But if Director, you don't see that the present ordinance or the recommendation here cannot be enhanced, then I'll retract my my recommendation or my comment.
The department put forward this recommendation, and we do stand behind what was proposed. But of course, this is your opportunity to make amendments to that or make recommendations that are different than that. You know, in my perspective as the director, I would say this is a pretty straightforward way of addressing this issue, but welcome your suggestions to make it different, such as the one that was proposed by Commissioner Lindsay.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, fellow Commissioner Decos, maybe he can assist with, or maybe he'll more be able to clarify it more than I can.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Dicos, I saw you raise your hand. Go ahead.
Well, I may be misunderstanding, but there is a pathway, right? So if there is a case to be made for a zoning that this really should be zoned hotel, they have a pathway to come in and get a zoning change. So they already have that pathway, but it sounded like you wanted, maybe it's more proactive where you go to them to try to assist the zoning change. So I'm a bit confused. So every property owner, if they have a good case to make that they should be zoned hotel, they probably wish they had done that earlier, but they have that pathway now. I think that's what we're getting at. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, Commissioner Hipólito?
Chair, based on the director's statement before Mr. Decos or Commissioner Decos, I retract the zoning.
Okay. So then you're just proposing to add a comment that the council consider the economic impacts of this being put into place?
Yes, that is correct.
I think we can go around for consensus on adding this as a comment to the motion. Right? We can just do by consensus?
Well,
Or
Chair,
vote.
essentially you would have, I mean, you have a motion, you did make a motion in a second, I believe, right?
Yes.
On the comment. So if you want to take action by unanimous consent, it is possible to do that with a motion. But if you could just say it's probably just as easy to say all in favor, all opposed if you've already got the motion on the floor.
Okay, I don't think we have a second for adding this comment as a friendly amendment.
Okay. I guess if you would like, normally you do a motion to amend, but if you want to say, if there's no objections to adding the comment, and if nobody objects, I suppose that's unanimous consent. It's an option, I think.
Okay, now we'll go more procedural on this because it's pretty big. So we'll take Commissioner Hipólito making a motion to add this comment.
Can I move to add it to the original motion and then he second?
Well, this would be doing that anyway, so you can second his motion to add it. Do you want to do that?
Whatever's easier.
Well, that's what we're doing now. So are you seconding?
Yes.
Okay, so all in favor of adding this comment to our main motion to approve with the amendments for the timeline. So all in favor of the amendment. Sorry.
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner Dicos.
Okay, just a comment on that. I know economics has been a big topic today, and I just want to make sure I agree it's important, but I personally would like the economics is the cost benefit. So there's definitely benefits to having money flooding in to our communities, but there are costs associated with that. I just want to make sure that when they're evaluating economics, they're evaluating the net. So the costs also be part of that if. Makes sense.
1 second. I just want to check with, or do you have a question first? I was going to check with Commissioner Hipólito.
I would just to add.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wonder if we might want to point specifically to the You Hero study rather than just like all economical reports out there.
Okay, so we're discussion on this motion then. Yes. So I guess if we can have answer to Commissioner Kealoha's question first from Commissioner Hipólito. Would you want to specify, consider the findings of the UHERO study for addressing your economic impacts
I
consideration?
would make, yes, I would agree to that amendment to my comment, yes.
Commissioner Dicos, I saw you raise your hand.
I didn't, but I mean, I have discussion on the economics topic. I guess this would be the appropriate time.
Sure.
So, there's a lot of talk of the revenue that's generated, the tax revenue, and how it's beneficial. And we should not be removing that because it's beneficial to our communities. But there are costs associated with those revenues as well. So unless it's a net positive impact, we have to, as commission, we need to evaluate both the benefit of the economics and the costs on the community, particularly quality of life, which came up a few times. So in my particular instance in West Maui, when I look at these Minatoya projects, we have, I think there were 24 on the lower Honopilani Road alone that are generating tax revenue. They're all armored, they're all got seawalls. They apply for, I think the 9 that are in Malaya, they're all armored, they all got seawalls. I bring this up because there are costs. We've lost those beaches. They're applying for emergency permits year after year. Those are costs to the county that have to be considered. There generally, when the high wash of the wave takes out your property, that's an encroachment. That means you should be leasing that land from the public trust, right? The high wash of the wave is the definition of the beach, the public trust that we all own. They should be paying rent on that. I think there's maybe one easement out of all those properties. So is that tax revenue? I know a lot of these reports are talking about the revenue, how much revenue is being generated. I don't see anything talking about the 3 miles of beach that has been lost there as a consequence to these properties being there and preventing the natural retreat of the public trust. So, access is another thing. I'm part of a volunteer group that goes and responds to entangled turtle reports. So we go and disentangle. There was one, I think, at Mahina Surf, and we have the gate code so I can get to the beach. Well, they're renovating. So I tried 3 properties down to the north, 3 to the south. I couldn't get access to the beach. So there is no beach access. There's no coastal access for people there. That's a cost of these properties. So what I'm getting at is, tourism is a double-edged sword. There are benefits and there are costs, and that's why we try to balance. That's why the general plan came up with 33%. So how do we get the benefits of tourism and tax revenue without impacting the quality of life? So that was 1 tourist for every 2 residents. We know we're well surpassed that. We're at 44%. West Maui, we're probably at 50%. So 1 to 1. Now, if all that tax revenue is beneficial, then all these issues, the wastewater, the loss of beaches, the traffic, the dried up aquifers, all of that would be getting better, right? Because we've way surpassed, we got way more tourism dollars. Those impacts should be getting better if the model of more is better, but we know that's not the case. That's why we don't want to become Oahu. That's why Molokai doesn't want to become Maui, because there's a quality of life cost to runaway tourism that isn't balanced. So I don't mean to go off on a tangent here, but the economics are complicated, and the quality of life that people suffer in exchange for economics is not always calculated in these reports. I didn't see any of that in some of the stuff we saw. So I'm just a little concerned if we're just looking at that model of this much money is produced and we don't factor in the costs into that, then it's not a fair calculation of sort of the benefit to the community, the quality of life improvements to the community, which I think is what we're trying to do here. So sorry to ramble on that point, but I think economics often gets thrown out without all the metrics that really should be in it.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindsay.
So once we give this to the council, they are at liberty to discuss any part of it at all, right? Okay, so I'm wondering if we add that on, if that like forces them into a place where they have to add on the U Hero one or not. If we add a rule, they have to follow the rule. If there's no rules, then they have their own rules to use the correct one and appropriate one for the job, right? So if we like tell them you have to look at this study, and they don't consider what Commissioner Dicos was saying, you know, quality of life, other like social impacts and environmental impacts, then they would be strictly focusing on monetary impacts. So if we don't guide them into one of those areas, then they can cover all without focusing on economics, because is that correct?
Go ahead.
I mean, to be fair.
Oh, is that Mr. Hopper?
Yeah, again, the council is sort of free to do what they want with this. You make a recommendation to them, but they're not bound by that. So, I mean, you still want to be clear on your recommendation, but they can agree with it, disagree with it, sort of, you know, disregard it, frankly, if they wanted to under the code. But they have to get it and have it presented to them, but they don't have restrictions on following it.
So in other words, you can add whatever you'd like and the council can choose to do whatever they'd like with your additions. If you want to consider language for this to close this item out and move on to other issues that you have, I've written here, consider the economic impacts of the proposal using the U Hero study, including a cost benefit analysis. That seems like it might address what's being discussed. And like we said, council can do whatever they'd like.
I guess for Commissioner Hipólito, I guess, well, for all of us in considering this amendment to the motion. So is the language that the director just read good with everybody? Or would you like to modify this? Maybe if you can read it one more time.
Sure. Consider the economic impacts of the proposal using the U Hero study, including a cost benefit analysis.
I guess I'm wondering if this should, well, it sounds like Commissioner Dicos and Commissioner Lindsay are getting at more than just economic impacts. Like we're talking about social impacts and environmental impacts as well, if I'm hearing everybody correctly. And so it might be, we're talking about a couple of comments here. Like one is the economic impacts through the U Hero study, which may include a cost benefit analysis, but also consider, if not covered by the U Hero study, social and environmental impacts.
Prioritize quality of life.
With a focus on quality of life for residents.
Prioritize quality of life for residents versus consider.
Prioritizing quality of life. So do we want to make this a second, another comment, or do you want to add it to the original comment? So, and maybe Hopper can jump in on how we actually have to do this. I mean, these are recommendations, so I don't know how serious how serious we have to get into fine tuning exactly the language. But so what I wrote here is also consider social and environmental impacts, prioritizing quality of life. Is that what you were?
Chair?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hippolito.
Yeah. So that was not my comment. I think we're getting off track of what my comment is. I agree with Commissioner Kealoha to add the UHERO report to make it a little bit more specific. But as Mr. Hopper said, it is up to the council. That's why I'm making comments and not recommendation, because they can take what we, no matter how fine-tuned we make it, they may not. But what my fellow commissioners are bringing up is totally different from where I was headed towards. We have not even voted, and I'm not going to accept modifications to the comment that I'm trying to amend.
Okay, so it sounds like
I want to make that clear.
sure. Okay, so it sounds like we're making separate comments then. So we'll just stick to what Commissioner Hippolito was getting at, which was the economic impacts of this legislation with specific reference to the UHERO study, period.
That is correct.
Okay. And then we can decide on this first, and then we will address the social, environmental, quality of life comment separately.
Commissioner.
Draw my second, and then someone else can take the second.
Okay. So we are back to Commissioner Hippolito's motion to add in this comment about the economic impacts and the UHERO study. So is there a second to add that specifically? Are you seconding?
Yeah, sorry, we're seconding on adding the comment of considering economic impacts from the UHERO study.
Correct.
Yes, I.
Okay, second from Commissioner Kealoha. I think we've discussed this pretty well, but all in favor of adding this comment in?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Dikos.
So I'm in
We'll-
full support.
Okay.
I just, if we're balancing it out with the other, with another
Yes, we
comment
will get to that
balances
next,
it
but
out.
Commissioner
So-
Hippolito was concerned with the integrity of his comment that he wanted to add. So we're just pulling that out specifically separately, and then we'll go on to the
Right.
cost benefit analysis that you brought up.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so now we're just voting now on adding Commissioner Hippolito's comments to the main motion. So I guess we can go by show of hands. All in favor? Okay, I see 5 hands up. Okay, so now Commissioner Dikos, if you would like to add, propose another comment for cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, I
Quality-
think the wording that was put out was pretty close, you know, the council will also consider the impacts, the social, i.e. quality of life, and environmental.
And cultural, if we can add that also.
Sure, yeah, that works for me.
I'm just getting it. So adding another comment, consider the social, cultural, and environmental and quality of life impacts of this proposal.
Is that good with you, Commissioner Dikos?
Yeah, I mean, the quality of life is more related to the social, but so I might put it in brackets next to the social, but that's fine. I guess it's related to cultural too. Sounds good.
Okay, so just.
I think you can
It's fine. Okay. So we'll keep it. Sorry. So we'll keep it as a separate item. So consider the social, cultural, environmental, and quality of life impacts of this proposal. No parentheticals.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay, great. What did I do wrong?
Cost benefit analysis. We'll take that. Okay, okay. So is there a second to Commissioner Dikos's motion to add in this comment? Second from Commissioner Lindsay. Do we have any discussion from anybody on this? Okay. All in favor of adding this comment, please raise your hand. Okay, I see 5 hands. This comment is added. Do you want to add in something specific to cost benefit analysis?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you reread it? I think it sounded fine.
Okay.
I don't think cost benefit was in there.
Okay. Oh, should it have been in there?
So
I guess if it makes it more clear that we're balancing out the economics with the social, environmental, cultural, I guess you could wrap it in a bow as a cost benefit.
Oh, if we don't need to add that specific cost benefit wording, if it was good as the director read it, then that's good.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other, I guess, comments, commissioners, that you would like to add?
Comment, or maybe it's a question. You had mentioned consider extending the South Maui date, but did you put I'm concerned with just leaving that open-ended and not making at least a comment or a recommendation for that date. Do you?
Sure.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lindsay.
I was thinking 2 to 5 years is a time window, which I'm willing to be flexible on. I think it's enough time for us to, well, some time to buy, to maybe pivot your businesses or whatever, decide, allow them to continue on their revenue streams and pivot at the same time, giving them enough time for that, or potentially just moving straight over on their own to long-term rentals, or but it kind of maybe isn't, hopefully wouldn't totally flood the market with sales, and kind of phase it out slower. That was what my thinking was behind it. They'll have time to make a decision. Because what is the original date?
So the rest of the,
First, 2026.
yes.
Yeah. Which is a year and a half.
Mhm.
So I think at least 2 years, up to 5 years. Discussion.
Sure.
I feel like 5 years is too long, but I'm on board with 2 years because I do understand like that we need to give people time to pivot. Like I really agree with you there, but at the same time, we're in a housing crisis, and people can't wait 5 years for homes.
Another consideration is the like time this thing will come into process. So by the time it all takes into account, we're gonna be close to the year. Another consideration is the South Maui Community Plan to be done.
So in consideration of the timeline, because right now as it's written, West Maui would be July 1st, 2025. The Euro study is not supposed to come out until towards the end of this year, so council may not be making a decision until like the start of 2026, maybe. So would you want to say, you know, maybe a time from the date of the ordinance is enacted versus a date already prescribed, maybe?
I want to say West Side immediately or as soon as possible within 6 months. But if you account for those timelines, there will be people leaving, more people. There will be people displaced.
Yeah, speaking to the mic a little bit.
But for 2 years after the council does their thing, that would be fine. But still 2 years isn't very long because you have to make for like a long-term lease, you need a year. So then that's just a little bit more than that. And then people book out their vacations 1 year in advance. So then at least up to 3-5 years, which is why the longer term.
Director?
So Chair, because this phase out time period for South Maui was in the original motion, so it was recommend adopt as requested by the administration and increase the phase out time period for South Maui. So this is not a comment like the other two that we've just been through. So it's going to be important to get concurrence between, and Hopper, you're the lawyer, so you can help with this if you'd like, between Commissioner Lindsay and Commissioner Hipolito on this item. So whatever that number is needs to be concurred.
Does either of you online have any thoughts as to timeline for the others?
Commissioner Hipolito? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. I do agree with Commissioner Kale that 5 years is too long. I can, right now looking at it, I still don't know what the timelines with the council and everything, making an assumption. I can go to, so right now, for Kihei would be July 1st, 2025.
That would be West Maui. West Maui, as currently written, is July 1st, 2025, and the rest of the county is January 1st, 2026.
Then I think it's appropriate. I feel the timeline is correct. That's my, no changes. I feel the need is now.
I think we might need all of us on this one. So we're gonna have to hash this out, guys. So I guess right now everybody is in agreement on West Maui. So then it comes down to timeline for South Maui and timeline for the rest of the county. So Director, you have.
Well, and I would love Hopper to help with this a little bit too, because it could be that you could just go back and change the original motion so that it's recommend adopt as requested by the administration and leave out the time frame and then go back and do comments on the time frame so it's separate from that main motion. It just feels cleaner to me, but I don't know if we can actually do that.
We do have a motion.
Well, the motion, oh, sorry, Chair. So the motion on the floor is with, is including a time frame change, correct? I'm trying to get back to the original main motion that you're back to. I mean,
Yes.
Another thing I would note, I mean, yeah, ideally you have 5 votes on what the time frame is, and the time frame is a crucial issue. I guess it's possible, though, if you can't reach agreement, to note that you consider different time frames, and the council should look for a range of time frames or something like that, or not. But I mean, if you both sort of agree on approval, but the time frame is the thing, then I don't know if that's a non-action item. I don't know if there might be a way to resolve that by just noting there was that disagreement, and that the range from what to what is something the council could consider. I don't know. I'm just thinking out of the box because you've got 5 members right now, and I'm not sure, short of deferring, what other action there is if you have actual disagreement. You can obviously deliberate more and see if you can come to more of a consensus, but that's possible. If you were to do that, like if you can't get 5 votes on the current time frame in there as proposed by the original motion, you can amend the motion by changing the time frame to whatever you want, or to what I had discussed. But that's sort of up to you. But it is possible you would do that just the same way that you added in Commissioner Hipolito's comments. You would have a motion to amend, and then a second, and then see if you wanted to make that change.
Yeah. Without having to change the main motion, so we can add in a comment along the lines of consider a timeline of 2 to 4 years for South Maui, hearing that we have 2 commissioners so far who've said 5 years is too long.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just want to clarify that the main motion as stated is your actual recommendation. So I do
Correct.
think if you're going to change from that time frame, you should actually not just add a comment, but also do something with that original recommendation, just so they're consistent, or with that original motion to have that time frame set. So hope that's clear.
Can I move to remove the original motion from that section of the original motion? Can I remove that? And add the comment that we discussed various time frame changes, and we are from between these time or something, whatever makes sense.
Okay, so you're changing your main motion. I would ask Commissioner Hippolito as the second, if you would be okay with that change. In which case, the main motion would just be to approve as presented by the department.
Well,
Plus, wait, with the understanding that we're gonna then add a comment, or I guess you could, she could,
Both of them at once.
yeah. Can she make that comment part of her main motion?
so I guess we're sort of, your recommendation is almost to like have a blank time frame. Well, it can be whatever you want, but I don't know if you wanted to have a blank time frame and say you should establish a time frame. We discussed a time frame, a range between this and this, but could not come to an agreement on it. So council would like you to consider a time frame within that range, or or you could try to press forward and see if you can have a final recommendation on the actual time frame. I don't want to tell you won't be able to do that, but those are some options. If you wanted to have a range, I guess you would. I guess you could have it as recommended by the department with, or as drafted by the department with that comment. I guess you did say that, but you could also, I suppose, have a blank time frame with the comment that we could not agree on a time frame if that's true, and then have the suggested time frame as a range to the council if that's what you want to do, in order to avoid having a 5-vote sort of deadlock and be unable to make any recommendation.
Director.
Yeah, so I think the cleanest way to go about this right now is if you change the original motion to just say recommend to adopt as requested by the administration. Get rid of that part about increasing the phase out period for South Maui, and then have a discussion. And just so you know, all of your transcripts are going to be transmitted to council. So they're going to see, they can see your discussion. They can see where you were on all of these things. So what you can say is get rid of that motion, or that part of the motion. So Commissioner Lindsay and Commissioner Hippolito would have to agree to remove that chunk, and then go back and say, and then have a discussion on an appropriate time frame. And you may not reach a decision, but we can capture that discussion, and that can be part of your recommendation, is just that discussion. If that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense, but also what Mayor said about this topic, they discussed it, and people who were smart knew that. So I think the council has access to those people. So we will maybe just say that we discussed a time frame change, and recommend looking into an appropriate time frame.
And I would recommend, this is Michael Hopper, I would recommend more than just having the discussion on record, that you provide some sort of comment where you agree that there, like Commissioner Lindsay had said, like there was a discussion on the time frame, and maybe there's a range and maybe there's not, but just to be a little more formal than just having the discussion on record, which it's true that transcript will be there for them. But if you wanted to make, because if you recommend as approved, then those dates are in there. That's your recommendation. I just want to let you know that that would be your recommendation, and you would have that additional discussion or an additional caveat. But I want you to be clear if that's what you vote on. That's your recommendation. So you may want to consider, I guess you could vote on that, have that as your recommendation, but also have a comment that says there was discussion of this and we recommend that you examine the time frame I mean, whatever you want to say. But I don't want it to just necessarily be just there's discussion on the record that anyone can look at, because that's not an actual action of the commission. So I just wanted to vote that. And making a comment is sort of a more formal action of the commission, telling the council we want you to look at this way.
So first things first.
Commissioner Lindsay.
So can we change the original motion to say we recommend the county council to adopt the attached draft ordinance as requested by the mayor as is? Right?
You would have to have a second and then a vote on that to amend it, because the original motion was different than that, as I recall.
And the additional recommendations that were included, but just take out that part.
So I think what Mr. Hopper is saying is that we would actually need to, just like you did a vote on the other two things, you're voting to amend the original motion instead of just changing the original motion. So you would have to say, someone would have to make a motion to remove that section.
I move to remove that section of the original motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, is there a second?
Wait, and then just to be clear, you're removing that section of the original motion and replacing with the director's, with the recommended dates in the original proposed bill.
No, so she's just changing it so that she is amending her original motion to approve as presented by the department. Period.
Oh, well, that's a little different. You have a main motion on the floor. You're looking to amend that to get rid of a part of it. I mean, that's
correct. Yes, she's trying to. Yes.
Okay, so you're deleting a part of it. So I'm trying to look at the form once that motion passes of what you will be recommending. And is it with blank dates for both of them, or what are the dates going to be?
She's just saying to go, her motion is to recommend approval in its current unamended form. So,
okay, so yeah, so the dates as proposed will be there.
Yes.
Yes, okay, just wanted that clarified, because if it's to take it out, see, you originally made a motion to change that, and then I just want to make clear that it's not going to be blank dates, it's going to be the original dates in the original legislation. Okay.
Correct. So she is moving to revise her main motion, and then would it be now?
So you need a second.
But Commissioner Hipólito was the second on the main motion. Would he have to second this?
No, the motion's been sent before the body. So this is the body's motion right now. So anybody can do an amendment. Commissioner Lindsay has motioned to amend it. So anybody can second at this point, and then you discuss and then can vote on that motion.
Okay, so motion to amend the main motion by Commissioner Lindsay, second by Commissioner Dicos, to amend the main motion to remove the reference to the changes to the timeline. So all in favor of this amendment to the main motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Okay, now we can go into discussing a comment on this timeline.
I think we should just have them pay more attention to a timeline, because we had a lot of discussion on it. I understand that they're going to get the transcript on this, but we're talking about 5,000 pages at this point. So in order to help them do their job, they can read this little part of it, or they can, kind of figure out a better timeline. And maybe that that was a question towards the mayor, and the mayor had discussion within his cabinet about a timeline change.
Okay, so are you proposing to add a comment to say the commission discussed changes to the phase out timeline for South Maui?
Yes. I would like to add a comment that the Maui Planning Commission discussed a change in the timeline for had extensive discussion on the timeline of the phase out, in addition to questions to the mayor, who mentioned that he had discussion within his cabinet about it.
Okay, do we have you're making a motion on this?
Yes.
Correct. Do we have a second to this motion to add this comment? Second by Commissioner Kealoha. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none. So all in favor of adding this comment, please raise your hands.
Did he not hear you?
Commissioner Dicos?
Sorry, Chair. I'm a little confused at what we're trying to do. I mean, there was discussion about 5 years and 2 years. Is that what we're trying to get across? Because I'm not sure just saying we talked about it and didn't agree. I don't know if that's helpful.
Okay, so you're suggesting maybe we should be more specific with the timelines that we are noting that we've discussed?
I guess sounds like the intent is to notify council that some on the commission wanted a longer timeline, others didn't. Is that sort of the message we're getting?
Commissioner Lindsay?
My intention was to just point it out because we know how much we have to read on this, and we are at 5,000 pages. In addition, they have to read Lana'i and Moloka'i and have their discussion plus their own testimony. I just was hoping to kind of give them a cliff notes to focus on that a little bit. That was the entire intention.
Question, would we want to say maybe that the commission discussed modified timelines of, say, 2 to 5 years?
And immediately. 'Cause-
Immediately to 5 years?
Yeah, I think 5 is
Too much? 4?
3.
3? Okay. So this comment would include that.
So this may be rough. The commission discussed a change in the timeline of the phase out from immediate to 3 years, in addition to questions to the mayor who mentioned that he discussed this with his cabinet.
And that's only for the rest of Maui County or
Outside of Lahaina?
outside of
Or West Maui?
West Maui.
So phase out from immediate to 3 years outside of West Maui.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you could also include the urgency. The commission also discussed the urgency of needing it immediately in West Maui, if that is okay with the commission.
And I suggest, if we're including that, to say discussed an extended timeline for South Maui.
Yes.
So Chair, a couple things. I think this is a motion to amend your amendment if it was seconded, because I think you were about to take action on it. And then second, just the council's going to get a lot of pages on this, but they're also going to get, I believe, from the department, a cover letter sort of going over the different commission's recommendations. And so I think you're thinking of what paragraph or sentence they're going to get on this. So just, help the director, construct that sentence and make sure she's okay with how it's going to look, because that's what's going to be in the letter. So sounds like you've got the different components of it and she may be okay with that, but that's, I think, what Commissioner Lindsay was getting at, is that they're going to get a letter, sort of a cover letter showing that stuff, and this will determine what's in that in addition to all the other paper they get. So I think the action would be to amend the motion to state it as you stated it. If there's a second to that, you can amend that motion, then that motion's amended, and then you vote on the amendment, and then you're back to the main motion. So I would say first, clarify the language. Second, do a motion to amend your amendment, and then vote on that. And then third, vote on the amendment.
Well, I guess we didn't finish the vote on the amendment, or I guess the amendment effectively didn't carry because we only had 4 votes on it. So this is a whole new motion then, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the formality is a little bit up to you, Chair. So I think if you want to go that way, I don't think that's a problem.
Okay, so I'm going to say that we only had 4 votes on the last version, and we have a new version that the director will read right now.
Of course. The commission discussed change in the timeline of the phase out from immediate to 3 years outside of West Maui. In addition to questions from the mayor who mentioned that he had discussions with his cabinet, the commission recognized the immediacy, the need for immediacy in West Maui. They also discussed an extended timeline for South Maui.
We weren't going to put a timeline, sorry.
Oh, timelines for, sorry. Up to 3 years.
To 3 years.
Up to 3 years.
They also discussed an extended timeline for South Maui of up to 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, that is
Motion.
motion to amend, or motion to amend the main motion by adding this comment.
Yes, I moved.
That is moved by Commissioner Lindsay. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Kealoha. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Sure.
Oh,
Sure.
yes.
Sorry, I'm just confused.
Okay.
So, because we kind of went South Maui and then we said outside Lahaina, and I'm like, where are we at? Are we talking about South Maui? There was some discussion about
I
extending
think
that.
Chair makes a good, or sorry, Commissioner Digos makes a good point. There's West Maui, and then there's the remainder of the of Maui Island. So I think when you said South Maui for the time frame, I don't know if you meant South Maui specifically or the remainder of the island excluding West Maui. But the ordinance right now is structured with the 2 different dates for West Maui and then the remainder of Maui Island.
I think I'll have the director read this one more time. I think we might capture that.
So, yeah, in this motion, you have all 3 things. And I think the important thing to remember is that the council can do whatever they would like with this. You're just pointing out that these are the things you discussed. Before I read that, the commission discussed a change in the timeline of the phase out from immediate to 3 years outside of West Maui. In addition to questions to the mayor who mentioned that he had discussions with his cabinet. The commission recognized the need for immediacy in West Maui. They also discussed an extended timeline for South Maui of up to 3 years. And I remind the commission, this is a comment.
Commissioner Dicos, does this answer your question? Okay, so back to the vote on this amendment. All in favor of amending the main motion by adding this comment, please raise your hand.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, I see five hands in the air. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting there, guys. You're doing good stuff. I know it's been a long day and it's all coming to a head right now, but good job. Okay, are there any other comments we wish to make note of in our transmittal to the council? Commissioner Digos.
So this may come out of left field because there wasn't a lot of testimony on it, but I think there was a case to be made where, some of these properties are probably out of reach of affordable housing. Now that can be taken care of when they come in for a zoning change. But I think in addition to that, some of these HOA fees are rising because of the repairs they have to make to those properties. These are old buildings that are on the verge of falling into the ocean. especially I'm speaking primarily in West Maui, which is my district. And these are, I think one testifier pointed out, these are not assets. These are huge liabilities for the county. And when they do go in the drink, the public is going to be picking up the bill. They're going to have to remove these structures once they become uninhabitable. So, you know, what I would recommend to protect the public is that when, and I don't know if it's appropriate for this, because we're talking, this doesn't really apply to the phase out, but when they come in for a zoning change, and maybe they have a good case of it being hotel, that they be required to bond the removal of the structure once it becomes uninhabitable. So if you have a case that you're right, this should be a hotel zoned, we agree, but in order to get it zoned, so this would be just a recommendation. And I realize
Chair?
it's a stretch from the phase out we're working on.
Mr. Hopper?
I mean, I think you're talking about like a condition of zoning, which right now, I don't think that's really part of this ordinance. If you wanted to make a comment to the council to consider rezoning resort areas by some definition, I suppose you could do that. But that's not something that you would be doing with this bill. If you wanted to exclude areas, I suppose that's a possible thing you could do as well. But the actual putting a condition of zoning on any future property to come forward, I think that's a little bit premature, because those conditions you'd have to have those conditions related to the impact of the rezoning and really look at the specific property. So that's, I think we're not going to be difficult to do with this particular ordinance. I understand what Commissioner Dicos is saying, but I'm just not sure how you would do that, because you're looking at imposing conditions on future zoning applications that haven't even been filed yet, and that can be difficult to do at this stage.
Director?
Yeah, just to tack on there, the comments made so far have been directed at changes that could be made to this ordinance, this change that's proposed in front of the council. And what Commissioner Dicos is talking about is a little farther beyond, and it would not be able to be addressed by the council in this ordinance. So I just wanted to add that to what Hopper is saying.
Yeah, and I think I recognize that it's outside. It falls under the rezoning application. I was just as a trade-off for, you know, wanting to get your hotel zoning, there could be a trade-off that protects the county. But I recognize this is about the phase-out portion, not the rezoning to hotels. So it's probably inappropriate. So I'll retract my comment.
Commissioner Kealoha, did you have something to comment? Okay. Are there any other comments for commissioners to add? I may have a suggestion for a comment, and I understand if this is not fully within the purview based on what you were just saying, Director, but like something along the lines of for the council to consider or maybe examine those properties that are, say, community plan designated for hotel use, and those properties which are already partially hotel zoned. I guess I would propose a motion to add that as a comment.
I'll second that.
And my thinking is, with those properties that are community planned hotel, those instances mean that by virtue of the community plan process, the community itself has come up and said, we think these properties should be hotel properties. And so I think looking at that would, very much consider the voice of the community, and zoning is supposed to follow that. So that's a basis for my comment.
Uh-oh.
On that note,
Do you want me to read it back?
yes.
Okay. Examine those properties that are community plan designated for hotel use and those properties that are already partially hotel zoned.
Yes. Any other discussion from the commission on this? Commissioner Dugos.
So is the recommendation that they look at that and modify the list before they vote the list of properties?
Sure, I can
Is
add
that what-
that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess it would be consider excluding those properties from this list. Yes. Second, are you okay with that?
Yes.
So yes, Commissioner Dicos.
And can you remind me what are the two things they're looking at?
Director, can you read it now?
Sure. So I've changed the first part to match what you're saying. Consider excluding those properties that are community plan designated for hotel use and those properties that are already partially hotel zoned.
Commissioner Dicos.
I wish I knew what that looked like. Are we talking about half
Oh,
the
no.
properties? Are we talking about 10%, 5%?
They're in our packet.
Oh,
There is, let's see, 1, 2, 3 in our list that are partially hotel zoned. And there are 1, 2, 3 that have community plan hotel designation.
how many units does that add up to?
That is, if you have a calculator handy, I can read you the numbers.
Yep.
That is 205 plus 258 plus 364 plus 104. Sorry, some of those have both.
Okay, so it's just under 1,000 units.
Commissioner Lindsay.
I think it is helpful to line up all these plans together with the general plan for, the general plan, the island plan, the community plan. And I think that just closing these loopholes will help everything and the individuals and the properties who own it. So then it's like all together in one. I think that's kind of a problem that we see around with the community plan and the other plans not lining up. So lining them up would be helpful for everyone, I think.
I would be open to amending this to just those that are community plan designated hotel, of which there are 3.
How many units is that?
That is 364 plus 258 plus 205.
Any? 364, 205.
And 258.
Sure.
Director.
827.
it may be worth it to leave it as it is to allow the council to have this discussion in greater detail. Just knowing that the commission is concerned with aligning land uses is a good thing. It's an appropriate thing for you to have. I would recommend continuing with what you have, just to give the council your full thinking.
Commissioner Dicos.
Um, am I the sticking ball here? So are you asking about what the director proposed or what you're proposing?
I guess both.
So the difference would be that we recommend the council consider this versus or discuss it versus we ask them to eliminate them. Is that the two options?
Not necessarily. I guess those are kind of unique within this whole thing, you know, because this whole discussion is about land use and, you know, zoning designations and what is appropriate within the apartment and should these be hotel uses instead. And, you know, we heard from the testifiers that some of these are like built and operate like hotels. And so we have some that the community plan recognizes as hotel properties and that are already partially zoned as hotel properties.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So I guess I would say there are two properties in particular that have both hotel zoning and community plan designated hotel. There is one that is community plan hotel in the apartment zone. There is one that is partially zoned hotel.
Focus this.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Dicos.
So if they're partially zoned, if they remained on the list, they would still have to come back for a zone change to have that use. I'm not sure how a partial hotel.
We'll give that to the department.
Yes, they would because they have an apartment zoning designation. So you need to remove the apartment zoning designation. And those that you indicated all have an apartment zoning designation. And so they need to get a zone change to change that. However, if I may add, I think the proposal is for, or recommended that the council just look at these and perhaps removing these from this list, which would mean that they no longer apply to the, you know, so the council can make that kind of a determination. It's for their discussion, right?
Yes. Okay, we can, Commissioner Dicos, we can soften this language if you would like.
I mean, I understand the intent. I'm fine. I wish I knew these properties. If they were clearly hotel, I assume they are, but I understand the intent and fine with it.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Would help to tell him exactly which properties they are.
Yes. Okay, for your information, let's see, Wailea Ekahi 3 has partial H1 zoning. Papakea has partial H2 zoning and community plan hotel. Let's see, I'm making sure I'm on the right line.
Right.
Hale Ka'anapali has partial hotel zoning and community plan hotel. Oh, and then Maui El Dorado Community Plan Hotel Apartment Zone Department.
Yeah, I just want to make one change. The list has been revised slightly since the list that you have in your packet. The Papakea Resort has a community plan designation of residential. It still has the zoning designation of H2 though, and A2 and H2, the Papakea Resort. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay, so that is just multifamily and open space then.
Yes, for a community plan designation, but the zoning designation is still A2, H2.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we're back at the question of including this comment or not. Yes, Director, if you can reread.
The comment currently reads, consider excluding those properties that are community plan designated for hotel use and those properties that are already partially hotel zoned.
Okay, we'll try this one more time. Those in favor of adding this comment, please raise your hand. Okay, 5 hands. Thank you. Okay, any other comments to add? Okay. So our full package, Director.
So you have a motion before you to recommend adoption as requested by the administration with the following considerations. Consider the economic impacts of the proposal using the U-Hero study. Consider the social, cultural, environmental, and quality of life impacts of this proposal. Move to, hold on, sorry. Then you also made a motion, never mind, not important, sorry. The commission discussed a change in the timeline of the phase out from immediate to 3 years outside of West Maui, in addition to questions to the mayor who mentioned that he had discussions with his cabinet. The commission recognized need for immediacy in West Maui. They also discussed an extended timeline for South Maui of up to 3 years. Consider excluding those properties that are community plan designated for hotel use and those properties that are already partially hotel zoned. Those are your comments, and that is your motion.
Okay. So have we captured everything that we want to capture? Or do we have further discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none. I do want to say that, you know, I think we've all had many sleepless nights about this. This is like probably all I've been thinking of for a long, long time. And I think the same goes for probably everybody in this room and everybody who is watching online. And I know that we are not the final decision on this, and we are just one step in the road. Is there something up there? Okay. And we are, you know, purely making a recommendation to council, but we are, you know, an important part of the process. And like we said before, you know, it's remarkable that so many people have come out to testify for the first time ever. And again, hopefully it's not the last hopefully everybody stays in the habit. We've had young people and old people and everyone in between. You know, zoning is not meant to be static. It is meant to change over time to reflect the needs of the community. And, you know, it's been well documented by many people that our zoning ordinance is very, very old and very out of date and in need of change to reflect, you know, the current trends in our community, the desires of our people, the path we want to chart into the future, what we want the future of our island to look like. And it's been, this has been a really awesome discussion because it's brought up like, who are we and what do we want to be? What kind of future do we want for our keiki? You know, they're going to grow up and have a whole different Maui, maybe. Hopefully it's the same in a lot of ways, but hopefully it's evolved in a lot of good ways too. And, you know, it was brought up by some of the testifiers that this is, you know, this could be monumental for us. And I would say that we've been going on a certain trend. You know, we've gone from purely subsistence to commercialization of our land. We've gone through plantation agriculture, and now, you know, tourism is our main industry. And we are not unique in kind of being at a crossroads. Like there's communities all over the whole entire world who have had to evolve over time. And now is our time to look at evolving. And yes, this is a huge decision. And yes, there will be many people impacted in all sorts of ways. Negative, yes, but positive, yes, as well. And in a lot of ways, based on all the input that we've received, you know, the way that these zoning districts are currently structured, the way our land is quote unquote used is not serving us right now. And, you know, considering what it, like the question of what is the highest and best use of a building or a piece of land is a very interesting question, I think, because, you know, like what is the highest and best use of Maui? I think everybody would have an answer to that. And to some extent, we need to consider, you know, what is the best thing for our community and what is the best thing for our island, because it is our, like, it is the island that sustains us. And if you go back to like Olelo no Eao, like we are here to serve our island and then the island will serve us. So we need to think about what will best serve our island, which includes our people. And it, through all the thoughts and everything that everybody has shared, it sounds like it's bubbling up that the best thing for our island and for our people is to change this piece of zoning to kind of change our trajectory into the future. And here we are now. And this is not a decision that is taken lightly at all. There is, you know, emotion and heart and passion and lives. And, you know, to some extent, we're not making this decision for any of us. Like we're making this decision for everybody who comes after us. So thank you everybody for participating in this discussion and bringing all of these issues to light. You know, like this is a great community dialogue we have going and it should keep going. You know, this is going up to council and everybody will get to testify all over again to council. And I hope council is ready for hours and hours of testimony further, which is good. You know, everybody should be engaged and everybody should have a say. And so thank you everybody for your time. Thank you everybody online who has stuck with us. Thank you everybody who sat in this hot, sweaty room with us without air conditioning all day and help us hash through this. And so I think we are actually ready for a vote. So, Director.
Commissioner Hipolito,
Aye.
Commissioner Decos,
Aye.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Chair Thayer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. That completes, well, I assume there's
Another item.
no, we do have a director's report. We do have the rest of our agenda to technically finish.
I will be brief. Oh, yeah, I will be very brief.
Very, very brief.
So for director's report, we have a meeting. Your next meeting will be August 13th. We held that meeting kind of open based on not being sure how today would go. So I don't have any agenda items for you to discuss, except for you will be talking about the South Maui Community Plan again. So, and just to close, I want to thank, Chair Thayer, I want to thank everyone who participated in this process. It was a huge lift for our department. It was a huge lift for the community. It was a huge lift for you all. And we just very much from the administration appreciate you taking this issue up and making the time to sit for almost 24 hours worth of discussion and testimony if you add it up. It's a ton of time, not counting all of the hours that you all spent at home reading testimony, thousands and thousands of pages. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for considering this and giving such thoughtful and deliberative comments to council. So with that, I am complete.
Thank you, everybody. Have a very good evening. Be with your ohana. Aloha.
Thank you so much for your time.
You guys done it? When the next meeting? When we